Good morning to listeners wherever you are, and we're here at the National Cricket Stadium, of course, in St. George's, Grenada. The Windward Islands coming up against Guyana, and we'll try to give you, of course, the lineup of these two teams as it's Vena moving into bowl to Kubir, who is driving nicely out to short extra cover, and there is no run. So this, in fact, is the CWI Cricket West Indies Under 15 Rising Stars Super 50 Championship held in Grenada. The Under 19 Championship in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I think the Rising Under 17s in Trinidad and Tobago that was completed. And the news is that the Windward Islands won the toss and elected to field. We want to apologize to listeners and viewers having some technical difficulties here at the National Stadium, but we got that sorted out as a delivery that brings the left-handed Kubir forward, pushes it out just in front of square on the offside. No ball signaled by the umpire. So Vena, who is erring there, that's what you don't want that to happen at all. This is limited overs cricket. Of course, he'll be penalized and will have to bowl that ball over. Besides that, it'll be a free hit. Field cannot be changed as Vena moves into a bowl to Kubir, who is looking to pull that behind square. Wide signal by the umpire, so that will have to be bowled over, rebowled. Total free hit still intact there, 31 without loss. As I say, good morning to Larry Edward.
Yes, it's good morning here in the Grenada at the National Cricket Stadium. As you said, a little bit of a late start this morning. Due to some technical difficulties, and it's good that we got some cricket. Oh, as this one goes up in the air, will it be caught? Oh, and it's dropped. The bowler didn't see this one. Unfortunate for him, he couldn't caught it, and the batsman lives to see another day.
Well, there is a wry smile on my face. That ball stayed eternity in the air. And I would think there were as many as four fielders who could have converged on that ball and taken the catch. But it ended up dropping, you almost want to say, no man's land.
But it was a free hit, so it's just a free ball, so extra ball to
Laurie, I don't believe in that. The issue is that if it's there to be caught, I think you should take the catch.
Totally agree with you on this one.
7 overs gone, 32 without loss, with Kubir on 4. Buddha, that's Naveen Buddha, the opening pair. Of course, they got Guyana on the 15 after a very good start. They're 32 without loss. But the extras have been rather healthy. 18. Nice. Just gliding that down behind square on the offside. So these are youngsters vying for position, of course, to get to a West Indies under 15 squad. This is the nursery of West Indies cricket, and with the absence of this tournament since 2019, some of these players might well be slightly jaded, as here once more Sinclair comes in and bowls, and Kabir gets a delivery. Ooh, that was short. Would get it down to third man. Let's see what the umpire would signal.
Signal a no ball.
It's going to signal no ball. So, free hit again. So, looking, Larry, the extras have now gone on to 19. They're the top scorer. Buddha, he is on 10, is 34 without loss.
Yes, we definitely would have wanted the extras to be reduced a little bit, especially at this youth level. It's always it's never a good sight seeing extras being the top score.
That's going to be a no ball again, and above the shoulder, that is. Run taken. The umpire has extended the right arm, confirming another extra, no ball.
As the extras goes up to 20 now.
Yeah. Gosh, this is a torrid sight. It really is a sorry sight. So a free hit. And don't forget the field has to remain practically prior to the no ball. So this is not good cricket at all by the Windward Islands on the 15, and I'm sure the coach, John Eugene, would not be happy with that at all, with so many wides. Started off by the opening pair, and then Sinclair, who is into his third over, none for 17, has not done very well at all. So Ghana has got a lot of free runs here. Why not take them?
Yeah, it's been up for grabs, and they've taken every opportunity that came their way. Like you said, we would have liked a little bit less of the extras this morning, as Guyana goes on to 46 with extras topping with 20.
Yeah,
which is not a good start.
Yeah, and Sinclair, in fact, has to be pulled out of the attack. Yeah. So.
And is that the captain coming into bowl? Oh no.
We'll have to wait and see. It's not easy at all. We can't sit here to pick up the players. They all got numbers, and it's something maybe the organizers would have to look at. When you've got numbers on the back of shirts, the numbers should be pronounced, and they're not pronounced at all. They're not very vivid. Here's a delivery down the leg side. Good take by the keeper, but confirmed as another wide. So extras now gone on to goes on to go on to 21. I make 21. It. Over number 8.
This one could have easily gone down to the boundary for 4 as well.
If we're going sequentially, maybe by the end of the 14th, 15th over, we might be 40 extras. Again down the leg side, wide, signal by the umpire, and they go to for a quick single shy to the keeper's end by the keeper himself, backed up in the extra cover area. But the umpires have been very busy this morning. This calls for great concentration, because when you've got so many extras and wides and no balls, it calls for special attention on the part of the umpires. They've got the work cut out for them, really. 36 without loss. We're in over number 8.
And being a captain myself, when I was at the age, on the 15th, it was never a good start, knowing that you have plenty extras from your bowlers, and you have to.
We outside the off stump. The keeper doesn't seem to be very happy about it at all. Just saying, hey, that doesn't look that wide. But it certainly was wide. Extras have now gone to 24, 40 without loss. Now, listeners, please don't be too upset with us here, but 24 extras of 40, that's too many. I'm sorry. Outside the off stump, big flashing blade outside the off stump doesn't make contact. The keeper collects behind the stumps. We've had some rather dull weather conditions this morning, and the sun has now come out in resplendent glory and pregnating the field here, which is rather green and lush. Here is Bartholomew. Delivery outside the off stump, left alone. Total remains on 40 without loss. But the under 15 tournament will on the way, and the Windward Islands playing Ghana here at the National Stadium. Leewards against Jamaica at La Sagesse. Here is a delivery that is outside the off stump, opens the face of the bat, glides it out to short third man, will get a comfortable single. So one more to the total. Buddha's got the 12. Kubir, who's on 5, now comes into strike. It's 41 without loss. And Jamaica playing against the Leeward Islands at La Sagesse in St. David. That's the adjacent parish to that of St. George. And Trinidad and Tobago, they're higher up in the big parish. They're at Progress Park. They're coming up against Barbados. Here is Bartholomew in, down the left side, tugged down to long leg, and Sinclair comes out the boundary, sends a sharp return back to the keeper. He would not be very happy with his performance at all, Sinclair.
I'm just thinking what the captain is thinking, knowing that the score is on 42 after 7.4.
I'll just allow the extras to do the work for you, that's all. Extras healthy 24. Unhealthy, of course, if you're a Windward Island player. Here's Bartholomew's in now, and bowls to Buddha, who gets one down the leg side, and that's gonna go down to fine leg position. They'll get a single. So let's see what the umpire would say. It's a wide.
Wide again.
Total has now gone on to 44 without loss. Now brings the left-handed Kabir into strike. Great start by Guyana, aided by some paltry bowling by the Windward Islands. They've got to redeem themselves. There's a slip in, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, forward square leg, and a long leg right back on the boundary. That's Bartholomew's in and bowls, turns down to fine leg, will get a comfortable single. So one more total. So Buddha is 12, Kabir is 7, 45 without loss. The run rate is 5.74.
Still a ball to go.
Yeah. 9 runs coming off this over so far by Bartholomew. Kavon Bartholomew from the River Road end. I hope one day they can change maybe the name of that end.
Like we have on the commentary and Devon Smith Pavilion to the right of us.
Yes, and the commentary booth end is known as the Darbo end. But there was one, the late Seppi Lacrette, who was the curator of this ground for almost 50 years. And I'm one of those individuals that think that something at the National Stadium, slower delivery and driven through extra cover, fine shot, 4 runs. Lovely shot. You could see it was a slow one, but he got to the pitch of it, stretched the left pad out and across, and caressed it through extra cover for 4. So expensive over there. 13 runs coming off Bartholomew's over, and at the end of 8 is 49 without loss.
Like I said, not a good start for the Windwards this morning. As we saw that 4 thrashing through the covers, down 4 runs, adding on to the total 49 after 8.
Yeah, they got off to a great start. Kabir and Buddha, 7 and 16 respectively. And it's been a very, very poor bowling performance by the Windward Islands on the 15 rising stars. Here is a delivery that is outside the off stump, let alone. Keeper collects behind the stumps. As we all know, of course, we're in the rainy season, so we won't be surprised if during the course of the day you may have intermittent showers. Rainy season that starts from January 1st and goes up to the end of December. But again, you're in the month of August where you get quite a lot of sunshine too. Brings the batsman forward, pushes it back along the turf. The bowler in his follow through didn't pick up, left it to the short extra cover fielder to come across and pick the ball up. The total remains on 49 without loss. So nobody seemed to be cheering. The Windward Islands not cheering each other on. Delivery outside the off stump. Just teasing, testing delivery there by Taylor, by Venner. Just wonder whether he has any relationship with the former EC, Dwight Venner. Here he is again, in and bowls. Driven out to extra cover. There is no run. Dwight Venner, who started his secondary school career in Grenada, then went across to St. Lucia. A name, of course, renowned throughout the entire Caribbean, and I would dare say internationally too. Delivery down the leg side confirmed another wide by the umpire. So extras have now gone on to 27. And the 50 has now been posted. So Guyana 50 without loss, 16 to Budwa. And Kabir is on 7. Fine start. Here once was Vena. Moves in now to bowl to Kabir, who is getting a good delivery. Right on target. And he got him to the toes as if to punch it off the back foot. And the ball might have surprised him in regards to the bounce. Keeper collects behind the stumps. Total remains on 50 without loss.
Yeah, so far he's been the pick of the bowlers, 2.5, only conceding 7 runs.
Yes, he's been on target. He's done the basics right, and that is just to keep bowling wicket to wicket. In now and bowls off the back foot, drives the ball down to wide. His third man will get a single. Maybe he thought about hitting that a bit straighter, but there might have been a little bit of lateral movement away from him. Got a single though. I thought it was well played. Total has gone out to 51 without loss, and Purwa goes to 16. Kabir comes back into strike. The over has in fact come to an end, beg your pardon. So the over has come to an end. 9 overs gone, 51 without loss. And extras continue to be impressive if you're a Ghani, and that's 27.
I think the captain will definitely be trying to think of how to reduce the run rate as we move on to the 9th, going into the 10th over. The score being 51.
Sunday's itinerary, Jamaica will be against Trinidad and Tobago at the National Stadium right here. Guyana will come up against Barbados at Lassages, and the Windwards will be vying against the Leewards at Progress Park up in St. Andrew. So that's the lineup for tomorrow, God's willing. So change of bowling from the far end. Spin, pulled into the attack. That's Burton. Alden Burton. And let's see whether he can just change the fortunes here for the Windward Islands. The deep backward square is pushed, deep forward square pushed back on the boundary. Here's a delivery. There's an appeal for leg before. Not out, says the umpire. And just to let you know, the umpires for this game, of course, you've got umpire Colin Bryan and Kevin Sisnek. Here's a delivery that is driving back along the track for the bowler to come across. Ball taking more the bottom part of the bat, trying to hit that maybe through straightish extra cover. As here is Burton once more in and bowls to Kabir, who to this delivery is coming forward. Ball inadvertently goes out to short mid-wicket. Might have been a little bit of turn attached to that. Here he is again. Is Burton. Bowls outside the off stump, opens the face of the bat and just glides the ball down to a short cover. And there is no run. Still 51 without loss.
He's pulling well here.
Yes. Just kept everything quiet and tight and easy. Lovely approach. Bowls. And he's in defense. Plays it out to extra cover once more. So the over has come to an end. And a maiden over starting there by Burton. Well bowled.
Good way to finish off the 10th over as the end the power play over. The score moves on 51 after 10.
Yes, so bowlers used so far. Glasgow, 2 overs, no maiden, none for 12. As the players are going to get a welcome break. Aaron Sinclair, 3 overs, no maiden, 3.1 overs, no maiden, none for 17. And of course he was pulled out because of 3 couple of no balls which were above the waist. Tyler Venner, 3 overs, no miss, none for 8. He's bowled well. And Bartholomew, who had to take over from St. Clair, just a 5 deliveries, but was expensive, 13, none for 13. And Burton, beautifully bowled, 1 over, and was a maiden. So 51 without loss, 27 extras. So the bowling has not been good for the Windward Islands at all, but it's an opportunity, I dare say, Larry, just for them to regroup and to think about what they have done and try to correct their mistakes that they've made so far.
Yeah, as you said, regroup as we see them with Coach John Eugene discussing plans, I guess, after the first water break. Definitely hasn't been the best of start. It's game 1 in this year's CWI Under 15 Rising Stars tournament. So, a little bit of a hiccup, but as the tournament goes along, they will get better. But this morning we've seen that the extras have been the pick of the morning with 27.
Pick up the scoring. But it's a learning experience, and of course you can't be too hard on these youngsters. They're gonna learn, and when they are exposed, of course, to the big stage, the nerves are going to take over. You got players who 18, 19, 20, 21, even 24 and 25 getting onto the big stage for the first time. They've got the nerves, which is quite expected. So it's all part of the package. And so when you're dealing with these youngsters, you've got to help them. It's a holistic help you've got to give them, not just telling them, well, bowl, line and length. That's, of course, something that you need to tell them to stick to the basic, play as straight as possible. Those are things you need to inject into them. But there are some other aspects of their development which are highly psychological that you've got to need to teach them to, how to handle the big situation, how to handle their nerves, what are some other things that they can do to steady themselves. All of these are important features in regards to the development of these young teenagers' cricketing experience and cricketing career. So the players have refreshed themselves. I think they're all happy, and of course Coach John Eugene must have given them a word or two of admonition and help. Guyana resuming after the break, 51 without loss. Larry Edward has just given way to his colleague in Kavim. Kavim Hodge, good morning, Kavim.
Yes, good day, Pastor Wam. It's a pleasure to be here.
You look extraordinarily happy.
No, in this day and age, once you're alive, you have to be happy.
Okay, I take it from that. I was just going to ask Larry what it is that happened over the last 24 hours.
Life.
Rather bubbly like this.
Life happened. Once you're alive, anything is possible. So we have to be grateful. But it's good to be at the National Stadium to witness these youngsters. To do what they love.
And of course, you do spend a lot of time in Grenada. Of course, being the headquarters of the Windwards volcanoes, get you an opportunity to spend quite a bit of time here.
Yeah, definitely. I consider this my third home after Barbados. But yes, it's good to be here after all the torrential rain that we've been having. It's really good to see that we got some cricket on the way. So a lovely day for cricket.
So here's Burton, moves in bowls, coming forward quite easily and comprehensively. His boudoir pushes the ball out to cover, and there is no run. What I like about these two players, these two Guyanese opening batsmen, is the fact that they're playing balls on merit. If it's onto the stump, onto the wicket, their defense has been very good, and I think they've got a good aura of concentration about them. Here once more is Venner, in bowls. Turns it out on the onside. A couple of exploratory steps there by the batsman. That's Boudoir. And then decided against it. Total remains on 51 without loss.
Yeah, it's been a pretty steady start from the Guyanese batsmen. They haven't done, look to do anything extravagant. They've kept it pretty simple, put away the bad balls, defend well. And here we see Venner again into the batsman.
coming forward and driving the ball up to mid-off. This is going to be a close single. And I thought that the non-striker was just ambling going back home. Good feeling there by Sinclair, who saw the opportunity maybe for a run, sent it to the keeper's end. But it was a good shot by Boudoir, who hit the ball on the run and saw the opportunity for the single, meaning the mid-on fielder was slightly extended. Kabir faces up to Venner outside the off stump. So these two will have to really do something very special here for the Windward Islands, who've not had a good bowling start at all. So Venner has done well. He's into his fourth over, not for 9 so far, and Burton has bowled just a single over for a maiden. He's up to the wicket now and bowls, and he's onto the front foot and pushes the ball back along the track for the bowler to pick up on his follow through, and there is no run. But he is in fact doing the right thing, Kareem, and that is trying to bowl wicket to wicket.
Yeah, he's doing a very good job so far, Aidan Burton, from my island, Dominica.
Yeah.
You know, so obviously, you know, with the Windward Islands haven't started pretty well, so I guess the plan is to, you know, bowl the ball at the stumps and just try and keep it pretty simple for now.
Here's a delivery outside the off stump, not kept very well by the keeper, but aided by his lone slipper. Ball bouncing awkwardly before getting to him. So the over comes to an end. Tidy over there, bowled by Venner. He's completed his four overs, no maiden, not for 9. And Guyana, they just, you know, had to run, pull back a little bit. They were travelling over 5 runs per over. The run rate now 4.73, which is rather healthy. And after 11 overs, it's 52 without loss.
Yeah, I would imagine at the water break, you know, that would be some of the discussions, you know, by the coach towards the players, you know, what they did wrong early up and what they want to do, you know, moving forward in the game. So I think that's basically one of the main things, you know, cutting down on the extras, bowling the ball at the stumps, and just trying keeping it simple, you know, just work their way back into the game. Obviously, they didn't start as well as they wanted to, but that's the game of cricket, you know, it ebbs and flows, and, you know, you just try and, you know, assess where you are and work towards where you want to be.
Here's Burton with his second over, moving into bowl to Boudoir. He is there now and bowls. The full toss, pulled down to the deep mid-wicket area, and that's going to go to the boundary for 4. Vigorous signaling by the umpire.
Yeah, that's a wonderful shot by Boudoir. Like I said, this guy and his batsman, they've kept it pretty simple. Play the ball on the merits. When it's at the stump, they defend their wicket, and once the ball is off the stump, you know, they don't try and hit the ball too hard. And we see a lovely shot by Boudoir. Obviously it was a full toss, but it still had to be put away, and he did that very, very cleanly.
Yes, I've seen many a full toss dismiss batsmen, even in their prime. Here's another full toss swinging across the line. We'll get it down to the mid-wicket area. The runs here, they've gone for 1. Will they come back for the second? They're coming for the second. They've got to hurry. The return comes into the non-strikers end, and they get 2. So good running here by these two in Kabir and Boudoir. He's now gone to 23. Total has pushed on now to 58 without loss. Burton guilty of 2 full tosses successively.
Yeah, we see a 4-5 field, you know, for the bowler.
He is bringing the batsman forward. Nicely flighted delivery. Pushes it out to short extra cover. And there is no run. Here he is once more. Is Burton in and bowls. Short outside the off stump. Opens the face of the bat. Glides it down to squarish cover.
Yeah, he's now starting to bowl towards his field a bit. You have a short third man, backward point, cover, extra cover, and a mid off. You know, we see the first 2 deliveries was hit through the mid wicket, and now we're seeing some adjustment. So the point is now coming to a backward square. Short third is coming around to point, so a much better field.
In once more, bowls. Looked a little bit squared up there. Well bowled too. Ball goes out on the outside. The keeper comes from behind the stumps rather quickly with that characteristic green pad, rather vivid and conspicuous. In again, balls, and he's pulling that ball down to the forward square. They've gone for one, won't come back for the second as the return comes in from the fielder who came in rather quickly from the deep forward square boundary. The over comes to an end. So at the end of the over, 23 to Boudoir. Kabir is 8, 59 without loss. And 12 overs gone. Extras still ahead on 27.
Yes, the Guyanese will be really pleased with this start. Have you ever been to Guyana? Last while.
Yes, I've done commentary there on 3 different occasions. I've not done a test match or one day in Guyana, but I've done first class matches there.
Yeah. Guyana is a very lovely place. I love to go to Guyana. You know, the food is delicious. The people are very welcoming, and the accent, it just rolls off the tongue. You know, I always enjoy listening to them speak.
Yeah, we all got our different accents across the region.
That's right.
Can you imitate any?
I know a few words, but I would not. I would refrain from saying it on this commentary.
I didn't necessarily mean Guyanese, but you should be able to give us something of Bajan accent.
Oh, definitely Bajan.
Here is the delivery that brings the right-handed Boudoir forward. That's Leon Alexander, hailed into the attack, pushed out on the extra cover, and there is no run.
Yes, we have Leon Alexander. We're introduced to the bowling attack from the island of St. Lucia. So we see 2 spinners, in progress. Hopefully they can, just pull things back a bit.
Alexander once more will move in to bowl to Boudoir. And to this delivery is tossing it up and played lovely through the extra cover area. This might go close to the boundary. Will it go all the way, pull back just inside? Or did it go all over? I think it did. 4 runs. Well, it was touch and go, so to speak. Came forward in a rather stylish Lawrence Royish manner and just caressed the ball through extra cover. And it raced across the turf into the boundary for 4. He is now pushed on out to 28, and the total has gone to 63 without loss.
Yeah, Boudoir is batting very lovely. He's not the biggest of persons, but he's timing the ball very well. He's not looking to overhit, presenting the full face all the time and running hard between the wickets.
Alexander's got a slip in. He's got a third man extended, well, short rather. There's a conventional backward point, extra cover on the mid-off, bowls. This one pulled back in length, flattering trajectory, well bowled, I dare say, and well played too by Boudoir. Out on the offside, the bowler running across to his left picks up. I love what I'm seeing here. He's in again and bowls. Nicely flighted delivery, well played, well played. This is a lovely contest coming here. Alexander, none for 4 so far. He's got 2 more deliveries in this over. He's in and bowls. And he's coming forward, is Boudoir. He looks technically composed, I dare say. The ball goes out on the outside.
Yeah, his game is pretty simple. He does the simple stuff well, and the longer he can do that, the more runs he will get out in the middle.
Alexander bowls, turns up on the onside, will not score. The over comes to an end. Good over there, bowled by Alexander. 4 runs leaked from it. 63 without loss. And 13 overs gone.
Yeah, we saw a full toss to start the over, but as we know, leg spinners are very difficult to master, and obviously as a captain, you give your leg spinner a bit of leeway at the beginning of his spell, but we know that in white ball cricket, leg spinners, they tend to take you wickets, so the starting is always important. You expect a short ball or a full toss or a long hop here and there, but as they get into their own, they're gonna bring the results for you. So it's good to see that he was able to come back tight after that initial boundary.
Here is Burton, bowls, looking to drive that. Doesn't cue it very well, goes out to short extra cover. Kabir, and there is no run. But they are in fact doing the basics right. These 2 opening pair for Guyana, give him generous flight, driven out to extra cover once more. Ball going rather quickly, knocked down, and there is no run. Total remains on 63 without loss. So Kabir, who's on 8, in now, bowls outside the off stump, just verging on a wide, but the umpire said, hey, that's inside the line, can't call it. Total remains on 63 without loss. Here once more is Burton, from the River Road end. He's in and bowls, and he's coming off the back foot. That's comes easing onto the front foot rather, Kabir, and didn't make contact as the keeper collects behind the stumps. So they've just pulled back things a little bit here for Windward Islands. Delivery that is short outside the off stump, cuts well, and they have gone for one a little bit of a mix-up between the backward point, squarish cover rather, and cover fielder, and just about 8 to 10 yards separate both of them, and they were able to scamper for a single. So one more to the total, which has now gone to 64. Budwa comes in to strike. He's 28. He's batted very well. Kubir is 9 at the non-striker's end. Looks on as here once more is Burton from the far end. Will move in to bowl to Budwa, who is coming forward rather easily. Opens the face of the bat, glides the ball down to a short third man. The over comes to an end at the end of over number 14, with the current run rate being 4.57, is 64 without loss. Kubir is 9 and Budwa is 28.
Yeah, we're seeing the spinners doing a very decent job for the captain. Obviously, like I said previously, they haven't started well, the pacers. So it's really important that the spinners start well, even if they're not taking wickets, but just carry down the run rate, slow down the game, and just try and bring it back into the balance. So we're seeing Alexander and Burton doing a very good job. I think as the game goes on, Alexander would, just consider coming around the wicket as an off spinner to the left-hander just to cut down that angle, attack the stump some more. But it's all part of the learning process. He's feeling his way through his spell. So as time goes by, they'll explore the different options as a bowler. Here we see a slight change to the field. So we have the square leg going back to deep mid wicket, the point coming to the 45, and we have an extra mid wicket on the circle just coming in tight to cut the single.
So delivery that is down the leg side will be pulled round down to backward square. That's going to go all the way to the boundary. 4 runs. It was a bad delivery, badly pitched, and he came forward and just lifted it over, and it was sweetly timed, and the placement was very good down to backward square. 4 to Queer, who's now gone on to 13, gone into double figures, and the total has moved on now to 68 without loss. Alexander guilty of straying outside the leg stump.
Yes, like I said, leg spin is a pretty difficult art.
This time is outside the off stump.
Well fielded.
Driven up to cover square. Opportunity to pierce the outside field, but he didn't do it.
And it's always good to see the fielders diving around. We always say good fielding make bad bowling look good. So it's always good to back up the bowler.
Alexander in, bowls to Kubir outside the off stump, rocks onto the back foot and cuts. Good diving stop there.
Not a good piece of fielding.
Extra cover. And is that Glasgow? It's not Glasgow, is it? But 2 good saves. Really look very well indeed. Field changing over. They did scamper for the single to accommodate the right-handed Budwa. These 2 players look very, very good indeed. Lovely to look at. Very pleasing and easy on the eyes. As it's once more Alexander moves in, bowls, coming forward, drives the ball up to short extra cover. Well, let's say short mid off rather. The extra cover fielder that is coming across the short mid off, picking up dot ball. Here's another delivery, short in length, flat in trajectory, and pushed through with the arm, left alone outside the off stump. Goes to the keeper, 69 without loss. Budwa is 28. He is a lovely player. It doesn't take long for you to realize what a good player he is. In bowls, and he's coming forward rather stylishly, bat and pad close together, head right over the top of this ball, and the over comes to an end, 69 without loss. And as I said, Kaveem, it doesn't take a whole lot. Now, if you do know cricket, there are some basic things that you can look at and you can say if a player is a good touch player, and he certainly is.
Yeah, like I said previously, he does the basic stuff. He plays the ball late, defends the ball at his stumps, and he doesn't try and overhit the ball. He's focusing on getting in good positions, and most of the time when you do that as a batsman, everything else just flows. So once he keeps that going, everything else should fall into place.
Here's a full toss driven up on the offside by Kubir. Dot ball, total remains on 69 without loss. So extras have been curtailed a little bit now. Ball turned down to forward square. We'll get a single. The return comes in. Good return. So one more to the total, which has now gone on to 70. And Kapir has gone to 15. 70 without loss. You can't want a better start than that.
That's a very good start by the guy. He's, the batsmen, they're complementing each other very well. Kubir is playing the holding role, and Windwards is playing the aggressive role.
Well bowled outside the off stump. He was feeling for that one. Was a little bit uncertain. Wasn't sure whether the ball was going to make any lateral movement. In the end, it went just straight on with the arm. Total remains on 70 without loss. Well bowled by Burton into his fourth over. He's there now. And bowls turn neatly just behind square on the leg side. Leg gully comes around rather quickly, fields. And there is no run, still 70 without loss. Guyana under 15, sent into bat by the Windward Islands. In now, and bowls, and looking to play across the line, sweeps the ball down to backward square. Looked a little bit ungainly there, and just sort of fell over.
Yeah, he tried. You could see the planning behind the shot is just the length wasn't there for proper execution. Almost yacked himself. But
yeah, wanted to paddle it around. Found himself in danger of a good bounce and turn. Well bowled by Burton, as that one just seemed to have leapt off. Over comes to an end. Well bowled, and 4 overs, no maiden, 1 maiden, none for 9 is Burton. And after 16 overs, Guyana under 15 sent into bat. They're 70 without loss.
Yes, they're going along pretty well. I'm sure they'll be happy with proceedings. Guyana, the land of large rivers and lots of forestry, greenery.
I think the land of everything.
Yeah, home of the Essequibo and the Demerara River.
Yeah, there's so much to discover in the.
Yeah, I think that's what it's. I think that's the slogan. Guyana, South America undiscovered.
Yes.
Something like that.
Big landmass it is. Here is a delivery that is looking to heave over, maybe over mid-wicket or backward square rather. Doesn't make contact. The ball dribbled out on the onside behind square, and there is no run. So just a backward point. Cover square, extra cover mid-off. There is a mid-wicket. Deep backward square is going to be pushed back. It's going to be right back on the boundary.
Yeah, we're seeing some adjustments to the field now. So deep mid-wicket is coming into traditional mid-wicket, and the square leg has gone back to the boundary. So let's see the bowler's approach.
Alexander is in and bowls, slanting down the leg side, heaved out to the backward square area and would get a single. Ball was short on about the leg stump, rocked onto the back foot, lifted it over the infield, got a single. So one more to his total. That's Kubir total. He's now gone to 16, 71 without loss. Brings the right-handed Navin Boudoir, beg your pardon, into strike. The forward square is going to be pushed right down to the deep mid-wicket boundary. As here he is once more, Alexander in and bowls, and looking to turn that up on the onside. It succeeds in doing that, gets it to short mid-on. And there is no run. Still 71 without loss. Here once more is Alexander in, bowls, given generous flight, pulled nicely through the mid-wicket area. That's going to go for 4. That's lovely, really lovely. Well, you might want to say he played across the line of it, but who cares anyway? It was a full toss, got the treatment he deserved, and whipped it nicely through mid-wicket for 4. He's now gone rather nicely to 32, and the total has gone to 75 without loss.
Yes, a lovely execution by Boudoir. We saw him try that shot previously, but the length wasn't there, almost yacked himself, but the full toss presented itself nicely for that shot, and he was able to execute.
Here is a delivery that he is sweeping well, gets it down to the deep forward square position, And I like his array of shots. So he can play in the V, yes. And he can also sweep, can paddle, square cut a bit. So here you've got a young player who is rather all-rounded in his batting, got an array of shots. His defense is very good. If I were a West Indian selector, I will pin my eyes on him, won't take it off. 76 without loss.
Yeah, I think the important thing is that he's spent a lot of time at the wicket, so now he can afford to open up a bit.
Delivery that brings the left-handed career forward and pushes the ball long on. Got to the pitch of it well. Drove it up to long on, got a single. Over comes to an end. He'll be taking strike. 17 he is. Boudoir is 33. And at the end of 17 overs, 77 without loss, Guyana.
Yeah, I see. It's nice to see that they're actually starting to open up a bit. Like I said, they've spent some time at the wicket. They've been here for 17 overs. They've assessed the wicket. They see what's going on. The bounce, not much turn as yet. Obviously, it's a pretty good wicket. But they're able to open up their hands a bit and explore the different shots. And we've seen that by Boudoir. He's playing the ball much more square of the wicket now. So, it's a pleasure to see.
Yeah, really lovely. Two batsmen of contrasting handedness. One is left-handed and the other right. Left-handed batsman in Kubir, Razam Kubir, and Boudoir, who is my favorite so far. He's right-handed. Yes. Here is Burton in bowls, pushed up to short extra cover by Kubir, who's 17. Total remains on 77 without loss. We've got lovely sunshine here at the National Stadium as Burton is in again and bowl, this time given generous flight, hit down to mid-on. Mid-on will get a single. Was airborne and the bowler really jumped to pull it down on his follow through, but couldn't turn it into a catch. Total has gone by 1 to 78 without loss, brings the right-handed Boudoir into strike outside the off stump, and in a rather stylish, poetic manner hits the ball out to cover square, doesn't score. 78 without loss as Burton is in once more and bowls to Boudoir, who is getting a short delivery that he pulls down to the deep backward square area, deep forward square rather. They get a single. There's a man positioned down there. The return comes in. And one more to Boudoir, who's now gone to 34. Kabir comes into strike. 79 without loss as Burton into his fifth over. None for 11 so far. He's really bowled well. Moves in now to bowl to the left-handed. Was looking to whip that through the onside. Didn't get to the pitch of it. Ball cannoned into the pad and spiraled out in the offside. Keeper running around from behind the stumps just to do whatever cleaning up. Total remains on 79 without loss as Burton is in once more and bowls to Kubir, who turns the ball up on the onside, gets it down to mid-on, and there is no run. The over comes to an end at the end of 18 overs, 79 without loss. Kubir is 18-34 to Boudoir, and the run rate being 4.39. They're happy with that, Kavim, and must be happy with the wonderful start that they got.
Yeah, definitely. Any team that losing the toss and being sent into bat is a sort of a moral victory when you could bat 18, 20 overs and not lose a wicket. So it sends a message back to the dressing room saying, hey, it's not difficult out here, the easy going. So obviously it would give some confidence to the guys who are in the pavilion waiting that they could come out and express themselves. But the opening batsmen have really set a wonderful platform. Obviously the Windward Island bowlers, they didn't start as well as they wanted to, but like I said, that's the game of cricket. It ebbs and flows, and we're seeing that the two Guyanese batsmen, they're motoring along, and the Windwards are looking to pull things back.
Alexander gets a delivery, bowls a delivery that is pitched up outside the off stump, and there was Boudoir stretching across, getting right to the pitch of the ball and driving it out to cover. This is an absolute beautiful sight. Here he is once more shorter down the leg side, looking to turn it behind square. The ball not collected by the keeper, wide signaled by the umpire. So it's been a little while since extras were added. One more though, it's gone to 28, 80 without loss. Nicely flighted delivery. There's an appeal for like before, not given out. But he's got to be careful about that. Boudoir seems to like to sweep and tug.
Yeah, the length didn't really present itself for that shot. He took his eye off it a bit. But it's good to see that Alexander is really starting to get into his own. You know, he's not bowling a lot of full tosses anymore. He's starting to pitch. He's starting to get some bunks and turns. So this phase of the game is really important for him and the team.
He's there and bowls to Boudoir. Boudoir comes forward rather easily and pushes the ball casually out on the onside. The bowler, in a rather happy, animated manner, moves across to his right, collects and goes back to his bowling mark. In once more, bowls to Boudoir, who comes forward and whips the ball out to mid-wicket. This is such a lovely touch player, really. This little guy can bat. No question about it. He's a lovely player to look at. 80 without loss. Here is a delivery that is pulled back in line, flatter trajectory, pushed back along the track for the bowler to pick up on his follow through. Total remains on 80 without loss. Here once more is Alexander in, bowls to Boudoir, comes forward and drives the ball, passing the failing attempt of the fielder to cut it off, but went down to mid-on. Still can't score. The over comes to an end. So at the end of 19 overs, 80 without loss, the run rate is 4.21, and Guyana under 15 having a very good start.
Yeah, that was a lovely over by Alexander. We just seen just the one wide, and you know he's able to attack the stumps more. I've realized that once the ball is at the stumps for Boudoir, you know he's not that aggressive, but once the ball leaves the stumps, you know he will cut and pull. So it's good to see that Alexander realized that the majority of his deliveries have been at the stump, but you know Boudoir is trying his best to keep things rotated. As we can see, the run rate is going down a bit, and that's what the Windward Islands are trying to accomplish.
Here's a delivery turn behind square to a short fine leg, and Boudoir was in fact alert, saw the opportunity for the single. It was his call and did that quite well. So Kubir has gone to 1981 without loss. Boudoir is into strike. He is coming forward, bounce and turn, lovely, well bowled, really well bowled.
Very well bowled.
Taken behind the stumps. He was beaten all end up. Total remains on 81 without loss. As is Burton once more from the far end in and bowls to Boudoir, who is leaving that alone outside the off stump. Quite wisely so too. Confirmed as a wide by the umpire. Arms extended. One more to the total has gone to 82. Extras 29. Here is a delivery that is hit in the air down to the deep backward square. They've gone for one, won't come back for the second. Are they? No, they're deciding against it. The return comes in, and not the best one in the world, but they had to settle just for one. So one more to Boudoir, who's now got to 35. Kubir, who's 19, comes into strike, 83 without loss. Burton bowls and driven up to mid-on, can't score by Kubir, who is just seemed to have stepped up on his scoring. He's 19. Here once more is Burton bowls, and he's looking to swing that over mid-wicket. Doesn't make contact. It's the first time you really see him looking that loose.
Yeah, you could sense a little bit of frustration kicking in. He's 19 of almost 20 overs, and obviously his partner motoring along to 35, so he's trying to push things off a little bit.
19 of 64. Delivery that had him a little tucked up. Over comes to an end. So after the end of at the end of 20 overs, 83 without loss, Guyana under 15. But these two in Alexander and Burton, they have kept things rather tidy and quiet for the Windwards under 15.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the captain would want, you know, after the start that they got, you know, with a fair amount of wides. It's very important to try and pull things back. So it's good to see that they were able to stick to the plan, even if they're not getting any wickets. But, you know, they're keeping things tight. And here we see Alexander back for another over.
Yeah, how long they're going to keep them going? He's in bowls and he's driven up to mid-off by Boudoir and can't score. Total remains on 83 without loss. Here he is again, Alexander in bowls outside the arse stump. He's onto the back foot and in a rather lazy manner opened the face of the bat. Casual. I think he'd prefer to hear me say, probably want to chide me for saying lazy.
Lazy as elegance.
There's a delivery once more down the track and looking to sweep across the line. Does so, gets it down to the deep mid-wicket boundary and gets a single.
Yeah, we can see that Boudoir prefers the sweep shot. A couple of deliveries ago, there was a ball shot on wide, and he just dabbed it down the third man. But once the ball is at the stump, he's quite comfortable to play across the line. Look like he's perfected that shot, and he's played some wonderful sweep shots so far.
Here is Alexander in now and bowls to Kubir, who is lifting that in the air, but it's going to fall safe. They've gone for one, won't come back for the second. Ball going out to the mid-wicket area. So one more to Kubir, who's now gone on to 20, and it's 85 without loss. Brings the right-handed Boudoir back into strike as Alexander in bowls, full toss, pulls down to the mid-wicket area, and the ball travelling too quickly for the batsman to come back for the second run. Might be a bit disappointed with that full toss and may have wanted to hit that a bit straighter. But he's gone to 37, 86 without loss. Here is Alexander.
That ball, the sweeper was still coming into the 30
he was still
yard
walking
circle.
in.
Yes.
Yes, all of these are little details these youngsters are going to learn in the passage of time, no doubt. As Alexander is in and bowls to Kubir, who lives that in the air down to the deep mid-wicket area. Oh, he's got him gone. Well, it looked good. There was a nice sound of the ball hitting Willow, and the fielder down there at the deep square area took the catch. So Guyana losing their first wicket, and it was a matter of time, I would think, from the context that these two bowlers in Alexander and Burton, they've kept things rather tight. And there was Kubir looking to hit that over the mid-wicket area, airborne, the catch taken. And so they've lost the first wicket. It's now 86 for 1.
Yeah, even previously we saw that Kubir wasn't, rotating the strike as much as he would have wanted to, and he was starting to get a bit frustrated. And the mantra never changes. Pressure burst pipe, and Alexander and Burton was able to build some pressure. So I think that resulted in the first wicket, and is a good situation to be in right now. They have the opportunity to just pull back things a bit.
And so Romario Ramdahal, who's the vice captain of the team, the total is 86, and he's now coming with the number 86 jockeying on his back. So I guess it's all coincidence there.
Yeah, so it's an important passage of play for the Windward Islands. Losing a wicket, the new batsman is always going to take some time to get in, to get accustomed to the conditions. So this is an opportunity for the Windward Islanders to squeeze just a bit, bowl some dot balls, build some pressure, and inevitably try and get another wicket, just bring the run rate a bit down. On the other hand, Boudoir will see this as an opportunity to try and, just navigate his partner through this period of starting. Obviously being the vice captain, it's important to at least, try and lead from in front. So this is an important partnership for Guyana, the captain and vice captain.
Yeah, who's the taller of the two?
It looks like, yeah, Ramdal looks a little bit taller.
Beaten outside the off stump, well bowled. Slightly appeals, like the peel for cut behind, not supported by the rest of the fielders. So the Windwards have made a breakthrough, an important one for them. Probably would have preferred to have Boudoir.
Yes, they would have loved to have Boudoir, but apparently he's not prepared to give away his wicket. He's scoring freely, so no need for big chances.
Balls to Ramdahal, who comes forward and drives the ball out square of the wicket on the offside, and can't score. So Burton 6.2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 14. Alexander has 1 for 20 outside the off stump, opens the face of the bat, glides it down to backward point, and there is no run.
Yeah, we see Burton expressing himself a bit more. He's flighting the ball a bit more. His line is more steady, his length is more steady. So, a bit of confidence from his partner who just got a wicket. Being a new batsman, he's able to try a little bit more things.
In bowls to Ram Hall, who is looking to turn that out on the onside. The ball seemed to have taken the leading edge and went across to mid-off, short mid-off. And there is no run. Burton once more in and bowls, and he comes forward rather easily, confidently, competently forward, and pushes the ball back along the track for the bowler to pick up on his follow through. And there is no run. He certainly would want one. A scalp here is Burton in and bowls, and Ram Hall is turning that out on the onside. Can't score. You'll have to wait to get his first run. The over comes to an end. 86 for 1 Guyana under 15, with Budwa, who's going to be taking strike. He's on 37, and Ram Hall is yet to score.
Yeah, Burton really seems to be coming into his own. He's bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, 14 runs. With a new batsman, he would see it as an opportunity to build even more pressure. And obviously, you're working in tandem with your bowler. He's building pressure from one end, and Alexander is taking the wickets from the other end.
So 86 for 1, Budwa 37, and we can't overstate how well he has, how well he's batted. He's really batted well. Here is Alexander in, bowls in the air, the ball dropped short at mid-off. I don't think anybody will be happy with that, and of course the bowler isn't happy. Who could be happy? That should have been taken, or a better effort at least should have been had there. Here he is once more, bowls, given flight, comes forward, is Budwa, pushes it out on the offside. You've got to see greater effort than that. That was airborne for quite some time. Should have made a greater effort to take the catch. Delivery that
it's well bowled.
Brings him forward, bowls very well. Keeper taking off the stumps, of the bails rather, of the stumps. But he was well planted there. 86 without loss. He's enjoying this spell, is Alexander, no question about that.
Yeah, like I said previously, leg spinners, they will take you wickets. They are your wicket takers in limited overs cricket, and he's really coming into his own. You can see he's enjoying his bowling, sprinting back to his mark.
He's in, bowls, generous flight, well played there by Budwa. This is a fine contest here, pushed out to short extra cover, and there is no run. Still 86 for 1, as Alexander is in once more, bowls to Budwa, who gets a wide down the leg side. It's playing inside the line, but ill-directed this time by Alexander. One more to the total. It's gone to 87 for 1, as Budwa faces up once more to Alexander, opens the face of the bat, glides it just in front of square on the offside, and there is no run. Another dot ball, 87 for 1. This is a final delivery coming up in his over. Alexander in, bowls to Budwa. Budwa is looking to sweep.
Lovely
Sweeps
shot.
well, lovely. This is going to bisect the two fielders. No.
Ooh.
Good work down there at the deep middle area. The return comes in good. They get 2.
Yeah, that was a lovely piece of fielding by the deep mid wicket. Swooping wrong, picking up one hand and back to the keeper. So, like I said, it's very important that the fielders back up the bowlers, and that was a very good example of that.
So the over comes to an end, and 23 overs gone. 89 for 1. And just to give you a little bit of a bowling analysis, Glasgow, just a 2 overs, no mid, none for 12. Started off, got a bit of movement, but didn't seem to be able to control it. St. Clair would be very disappointed, none for 17 of 3.1. Werner, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 9, is bowled well. Bartholomew, just 5 deliveries, taking over from St. Clair, who was sort of bowled out from the context of having a couple of too many no balls above the waist. And Burton, 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 14. Alexander, 6 overs, no maidens, picked up 1 for 23. So that's the bowling analysis so far. The current run rate, they've pulled it back rather nicely, 3.87, 39 to Budwa. Ramdahal is yet to score, 89 for 1. Guyana losing the toss and sent him to bat.
We see a new bowler being introduced into the attack.
Outside the off stump and pushed out to just square up the wicket on the offside, and there is no run. Here's a delivery again that again almost action replay, pushed out to cover, and there is no run. Here he is again in and bowls to Ramdahal, who is looking to sweep it, doesn't make contact. The ball might have cannoned into the pad and then dunked to the fine leg area.
The new bowler is Theo Edwards, new off spinner into the attack.
So here he is again, bowls, and it's a full toss that he doesn't really take advantage of, pushed out to short extra cover, and there is no run. So Edward once more in and bowls, and he is looking to drive outside the outside edge. Might have been. They've gone for one, will come back for the second. The return comes in now to the keeper. Let's see what the umpire would signal. Buys, in fact, now confirmed by the umpire, so not held there by the keeper. And the total has gone into the 90s now. It's 90 for 1.
91 for 1.
And extras again. Well, this has now gone to 32 outside the off stump, let alone. And or rather close to a wide. The over comes to an end. Yes, it has. So his over coming to an end, the off spinner Theo Edwards. And after 24, it's Guyana on the 15, 91 for 1.
Yeah, not a bad start by Theo at all. This over just going for the 1 run, and that's a bye. It's really important that he comes into the attack and just try and follow suit from his partners. So it's really important that he try and start well and keep things tight.
So in the commentary booth, Larry Edward is going to take over from Kaveem Hodge, as here is Edward comes in, bowls, opens the face of the bat, glides it down to third man, will get a single. So Buru has now got to 39, total has gone to 91 for 1. So Alexander 1 for 24. Ramdahal taking strike. He's yet to score. Ramdahal, who has already faced 12 deliveries, it's not off the mark. They're just tightening the grip on him, so to speak. And I think that's the right thing, rather than having the field spread. As here is once more Alexander would move in to bowl to Ramdahal. He's in now and bowls outside the off stump, let alone. Keeper collects behind the stumps. Total remains on 92 for 1.
Yeah,
So it's a good start here, Larry.
yeah, it is. Actually, the run rate has slowed down ever since the first power play. They had 51 in the first at the end of 10 overs, but they've pulled it back. Now the run rate is 3.76.
So 92 for 1 it is. Great start as Alexander is in, bowls to Ramdahal, who comes forward easily. I don't think he's too bothered that he's not off the mark as yet, having faced some 15 deliveries. At some point he's going to come. I guess that's what he's saying. Here is Alexander in and bowls, looking to hit that through mid-wicket. He's off the mark finally. This goes very close to the boundary. It's going to go over the boundary line now. 4 runs. Pitched just about midland leg, and he came forward and just helped it on his way down to the boundary for 4. Welcome boundary there by Ramdahal. He's gone to 4. And the total has moved on just 4 shy of 100. It's 96 for 1.
Yeah, as the vice captain came in, Ramdahal, he saw the opportunity. The ball was sliding down the leg side, and he just hit it down to square, and there wasn't any fielder, so it went all the way for 4.
There is Alexander, 1 for 28 so far. Balls and well, he was looking to maybe just heave. That was certainly not to the pitch of the ball at all. And the over comes to an end. Might have just cannoned into the pad, or maybe the keeper didn't quite handle it very well. Whatever the case, there's no harm done. All is well that ends well, as they say. We're just now at the halfway stage, and the Windwards, they've pulled it back quite nicely. 3.84 is the current run rate. 96 for 1, 96 for 1, 25 overs gone.
Yeah, I could have seen the idea, as they wanted to squeeze the, the run rate. They would have, they put in all the fielders, try to squeeze the vice captain to see if they can get a wicket. So I saw the idea there.
Here is Edward outside the off stump, looking maybe to drive that through the offside. Wide confirmed by the umpire. It's a little bit wide outside the off stump. One more to the extras. Gone out to 33, 97 for 1. As Edward moves in to bowl to Boudoir. Boudoir is coming forward, drives the ball up to mid-off. The hustle for the single. They've got to hurry. The return comes into the non-striker's end. And just managed to get there. The throw was slightly off. So one more to Boudoir. Still total has now got to 41. 98 for 1. Brings the vice captain, that's Romario Ramdahal, into strike. He's on 4. So there is backward point, squarish cover, extra cover mid-off. As here is Edward in, bowls outside the off stump, wayward delivery, wide confirmed by the umpire. That was really, really wide. And the keeper sort of patted it away so that the backward point fielder would pick up. Total remains on 99 for 1. Well, goes by 1 to 99 for 1. As Edward is in and bowls outside the off stump, looking to cut, doesn't make contact, nonchalantly kept behind the stump there by the keeper. It's 99 for 1 as he is once more in, Edward, and bowls, and that takes the edge, has it? Well, we'll have to wait and see what the umpire would say. They've gone through for the single. Did he get a nick onto it? No. Bye. So not very good keeping there.
It's the second time the ball has gone past the slip area and backward point. I believe he could have probably put the player on the offside since he's been bowling on the offside line.
100 is posted. We'll give you a bit of details coming up. Driven out to extra cover. Runs here. This might go all the way into the boundary. This is going to, yes, 4. Goes over the boundary line now. Pitched up. And he just came forward and drove it sweetly, Boudoir. And he is now gone to 45. Lovely extra cover drive. 4 runs. 104 for 1. 45 to Boudoir. What a wonderful shot that was. And he pierced the offside field rather well because there was a cover and an extra cover, and he was able to go through, bisect both fielders. Here he is coming forward, playing the ball back to the bowler. No, what's the umpire? There's an appeal for cut and bowl. The umpire, they're gonna have a little check here. Did the ball carry? Did it carry? We'll have to wait and see. So the umpire is just gonna hold the ball. He will confer with his fellow umpire. That's umpire Brian there is conferring with Cisnak from Barbados. And what have they said?
What is the decision?
Oh, it seemed to be not out, is it? Yeah, not out.
Batsman's live to see another day.
Yeah, right, not out. If the umpire said that I was out, they would have been celebrating. So 104 for 1, 26 overs gone.
And that would have been the Boudoir who would have been as he's on 45. They would have wanted his wicket, surely.
Yeah. Would have been a prize wicket. So here is Alexander in, bowls, generous flight. I love what I'm seeing here by Alexander. He's tossing the ball very well. You could see he is energized. He's enjoying his bowling. That's important. Moves in now. Right arm leg spin. He's there and bowls a little bit onto the leg side. Turn neatly, maybe middle and leg. Turn neatly down behind square. Can't score. Total remains on 104 for 1. Ramdahal who's on 4. Boudoir is 45. As here once more is Alexander into Ramdahal, who comes forward. Well bowled. Nice generous flight of the ball. Pushes it out on the offside. And is picked up rather easily there by the fielder coming in from short extra cover. Delivery flatter in trajectory. and gets it, glides it down to third man, will get a single. One more to his total. Ram the Hall, who's now gone on to 5. And Guyana on the 15, 105 for 1. Boudoir now goes to 45. Brings, sorry, that's Ram the Hall goes to 5. And Boudoir, who's 45, now comes into strike.
As we see a change of field, we have a deep mid-wicket and a deep square.
Yeah, he's the more aggressive of the two, obviously, and he sees the ball as big as a proverbial breadfruit. Here he is now in bowls, outside the legs. Oh, well bowled. Well bowled. He was looking to turn that ball in a rather touch easy way down behind square and found that the ball was turning away rather sharply from him. Ball inadvertently went down to third man. He got a single, but that was well bowled.
The bowler definitely, Leon, is coming to his own as he's bowling very well at the moment.
Yeah, that was lovely. Well, 1 for 30 is analysis so far. He's in now and bowls to Ram the Hall, who is hitting that down to the fine leg area. Or we just wait to see what the umpire would signal. Would he signal anything? Wide. Really wide. I thought maybe he did get something onto that one. No, he didn't, said the umpire. And so the total has gone by 1 to 108. 108 for 1.
And as the win was definitely looking forward to breaking the partnership here.
He's in now, Alexander, and bowls and comes forward. Pushes the ball up to short extra cover. Is Boudoir. And there is no run. So the over comes to an end. Yes, that's the end of the over. I think we're gonna have are we gonna have a break now? So at the end of 27, 108 for 3. They were going at one time, Larry, at over 5 runs per over. Yeah. It's now 4.02. So let's give the Windward Islands on the 15 bowlers a bit of a credit in that they've just plugged it back a bit, picked up 1 wicket. But the prize wicket of Boudoir is still there. He's on 46. How well he has played, and maybe seeking to put up to bring the first half century for the tournament.
Yeah, he's batted very well. I haven't seen him this morning. He's swept well. He's played elegantly. Drives. He hasn't played like out of character, and it's really good to see as a youngster playing the way that he's playing is good to see.
Yeah, it really is. So just in case you missed it, Windward Islands on the 15 won the toss and sent Guyana on the 15 into bat, and they got out a very good start, wonderful start indeed. Kabir was the only wicket to fall, caught Bartholomew of the bowling of Alexander for 20, 67 balls, 79 minutes, just a 1-4. And since then, well, Boudoir, who's been there since the start of the innings, 99 minutes, 76 deliveries, he's 46 not out, and has batted very well, and was joined by Ram the Hall. 108 for 1. 108 for 1. Extras are 37. That's really way too many. Glasgow none for 12 of 2. St. Clair none for 17 of 3.1. Tyler Venner's none for 9 of 4. Bartholomew none for 13 of 0.5 overs. Aidan Burton was bowled rather well, 7 overs, 2 maidens, picked up none for 14, and the lone wicket taker so far in Leon Alexander, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 32. Theo Edwards, just a 2 overs for 7 runs. So the spinners have not done badly per se, but the Windward Islands on the 15 opening attack did not get off to a good start.
Especially in it's the first game of the tournament, you're expecting that things to be a little bit slower, but they've pulled their way back. As the score is 108 after 27, with Leon getting the only wicket this morning. We see Navim, who's Boudoir, who's batting very well this morning. Definitely the prize wicket that the Windward Islands are looking to get. It's been a little bit weather this morning, but the weather that cleared up, and it's been wonderful cricket this morning. As we go into the break, They gotta regroup and talking to Coach John Eugene.
Yeah, it's been pretty good going by the Guyanese. They've had a very good partnership, opening partnership. Navin Budwa is still here on 46 after 27 overs, and the vice captain Romario Aramda Hall is very important that he try and gets a start and help push the score along. It'll be very important, especially in this middle phase, that they try and get a decent score on the board. Leon Alexander and Theo Edward, they've been doing a pretty good job so far with the ball. It's important that they just try and keep things tight, even if they're not getting any wickets. But they build maidens. Obviously, like I said, the old mantra don't change. Pressure burst pipe. So they're doing a pretty good job. We see the current run rate is at 4 runs and over. We just had a water break, so most of the times we always say that a break brings a wicket. So it'll be very interesting to see what the approach of the batsman is, what the field setting is gonna be like. So this is normally the where the business area of the innings start. We're approaching 30 overs, and normally we say that the score doubles after 30 overs. So currently the score is 108 for 1. Navin Budwa on 46 and Romario Ramdal on 5.
Yeah, they've done a pretty good job, the Netherlands, in terms of restricting them and reducing the current run rate. As you see the captain coming into bowl, Theo Edwards from the River Road end. The Guyanese batsmen have been very watchful this morning. Haven't played any.
And here we see an appeal for LBW, and he's gone. And the old mantra don't change. A break brings a wicket. And here we see Theo Edwards, bowling a delivery straight at the stump. Not much turn. Mario Ramdal has gone for 5.
And that's the breakthrough. Windwards would have definitely wanted, although Budwa is still there on 46. Nevertheless, getting a wicket after a break is always a bonus. So we're definitely looking to see how many more wickets we can get within this period. As you said, this is a crunch time of the game.
Yeah, it's a timely wicket. After a break, you always find the batsman takes a little time to get his feet moving, regather his thoughts, and it's always a perfect time for the bowlers to kind of squeeze and see what they could get. And it's very good bowling by Theo to get that wicket. And here we see Adrian Hetmeyer come to the crease, number 85, right-hand batsman. It'll be interesting to see what his approach is after getting that good start from the two openers. What his approach is gonna be like.
It's beautiful to see captain doing the job for Windwards, coming in and getting the breakthrough.
Yeah, it's always good to be leading from the front. You get the ball after the team didn't really start off to a good start, and to get a wicket so early up is a really good booster for the team and for the bowler.
Oh, this one just passing the outside edge. Wicket, keeper taking this one. Could have easily been a wicket here.
Yeah, it could have. I always say the hardest thing for a batsman is to start, and here we see Theo Alexander again comes into bowl, flight outside off some drives, dives in by the cover fielder, and a brilliant stop. That's a lovely stop. I always say, good fielding makes bad bowling look good, and I would say that the fielders have done a lovely job. They haven't been afraid to dive around and stop the balls, collect it and back to the keeper, so they're enjoying the fielding.
Yeah, he saved 3 runs there, I would say, for the team.
We see Theo Alexander bowling the ball just outside off stump. Budwa is a very important phase for him. He's approaching his half century, but he's losing partners, so it'll be interesting to see what his approach should be like. Here comes Edward into Budwa, flighted outside off stump. Oh, diving attempt by the short mid wicket, barely got a hand to it.
And will there be a run out? No. Keeper couldn't hold on.
And Navin Budwa moves on to 48. So here we see a slight chance by Navin Boudoir, getting a full toss, hitting it to mid wicket and, dive into his right. Was only able to get a hand to it. And here we come. Theo Edward outside of stump. Back of a length.
Well bowled as the over completes.
And a successful over by Theo Edward comes to an end. He's bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, 10 runs, 1 wicket. And the score is 111 for 2 after 28 overs.
And you see the run rate is creeping down. Went from 4 down to 3.96. It's slowing down quite well for the Windward Islands here.
Yeah, that normally happens after you lose a couple wickets. The new batsmen is important that they try and get a start. Assess the wickets. So obviously that will take some time and they won't be scoring as freely as the guys who have been in for some time, like Navin Boudoir. He's seeing the ball like a breadfruit now. So it's important that he leads the charge and try and guide the other batsmen, through this period. We see Leon Alexander coming in for his 9th over. He's bowled 8 overs so far, 0 maidens, 32 runs, 1 wicket. He comes into Hetmeyer, flies outside off stump, no run there.
I'm pretty sure the captain would have his eyes on who is going to come in to bowl after Leon completes his overs.
Here comes Leon Alexander to Hetmeyer again. Tossed up delivery on the middle stump. Hetmeyer comes forward and plays it nice and comfortable. It's really good to see, Mr. Alexander. He's really coming to his own. He's enjoying his bowling. He's bouncing in again to Hetmeyer outside off stump, back of a length, and that's well played by Hetmeyer on the back foot.
Not forgetting he got the breakthrough, the first breakthrough for the Windward Islands.
Yeah, definitely. Leg spinners, they're your wicket takers. They're a dime a dozen in white ball cricket. And here he comes again to Hetmeyer, floated outside off stump.
Ooh, well bowled.
Foolish length, and it's well played again by Hetmeyer. So this is a good opportunity for the Windward Islands to squeeze, get some maidens in, get some wickets here and there. But, it's good to see them bring back the game. Here comes Alexander again, directly at the stumps. Well played by Hetmeyer to mid-wicket. No run.
I think the change of field is definitely restricting the Guyanese batsman as there's a deep square and a deep mid-wicket. As a batsman would probably want to freely swing his hand, but knowing that there's 2 fielders in the area, have to look for another shot to try and get some runs.
Yeah, and it's clear to see that the bowlers are bowling straight. They're bowling at the stump, and the over comes to an end. Another tight over by Alexander, and the score is 111 for 2 after 29 overs.
Pressure on.
Yeah, it's that's the game of cricket. You always find ebbs and flows. The bowlers didn't start too well. Then the spinners came in, kept things tight, and then they took a wicket, then another one, and then one fell right after the break. But the only constant in this equation is Navin Boudoir, who's on 48, and he's coming up against the captain of the Windward Islands, Theo Alexander, who's fresh from a wicket. So he'll be high in confidence. We see the man at cover goes back to the sweeper boundary. We have a 45 square leg, a deep mid wicket, mid on, mid off, point, and an extra cover. We have the square leg coming in just to a short mid wicket, and here comes Theo Edward. Good delivery.
Although still he hasn't placed a slip of short footman area, although quite a few balls came there, but it's still a good field.
And you see a sweep by, and there's another wicket by Theo Alexander, bowling that ball straight at the wicket. Navin Boudoir playing his favorite sweep shot, and that one just top edge and straight to the man on the 45. So another wicket for the Windward Islands, and we see 2 wickets directly after the break. Theo Edwards is really enjoying his spell right now. So he's bowled 3.1 overs, 1 maiden, 10 runs, and he has just gotten his 2nd wicket. And here comes in the new batsman, Dave Mohabir, that is the captain of the Guyanese team. A lovely innings just been played by Navin Boudoir. Played very well. Obviously, he fell to one of his favorite shots, who it brought him a lot of success, during the innings, but obviously, that one just taking the top edge and he just managed to loop to the man on the 45. So this again is another crucial period for the Windward Islands. We have two new batsmen at the crease. Adrian Hetmyer on one, and Dave Mohabir, the captain, is just entering the wicket. So it's very important that these two try and rebuild. Obviously, they got a good start from the opening batsmen, but right now they're in a little bit of a hole. So it's up to them now to try and pull themselves and the team out of it. Where Theo Alexander is bowling really well. He's bowling straight, not much turn on offer, but he's attacking his stump. He's varying his pace and he's leading from the front.
Yes, captain definitely is leading from the front. As he 2 wickets to his name. He's bowling very well, enjoying his bowling. Definitely the sights that Windward Islands would want to see.
Yes, we have Theo Alexander bowling to Dave Mohabir. Just outside off stump, just a run down to short third, no run.
It's definitely going to be a bit of pressure now on Guyanese, knowing that the informed batsman has just went back inside, bringing out Dave Mohabir.
Yes, here comes Theo Alexander again to Dave. Yeah. Played it directly back to the bowler and there's no more run. The score remains on 111 for 3. Here comes Theo Alexander into the captain, Dave Mohabir. Outside off stump, driven back to the bowler, a brilliant diving stop. There's no run again. So we have Theo Alexander building some pressure, the Windward Islands.
Ooh, how is that?
Theo Edward, my bad. And we see Theo Edward just drifting down the leg. And the batsman was able to tickle it down to the 45 for 1.
Yeah, the guy and his batsman. And see that they're looking to try and make a move on with the score. The current run rate at 3.76. 112 for 3 after 30 overs. So this is a crucial point in the game where they'll definitely be trying to see how they can try to move the score, take the score a little bit from here.
Yeah, it was a good start by the opening batsmen, but it's fair to say that they did the job. Now it's time for the middle order batsmen to try and take up the mantle and push things along. Obviously, being new to the crease is important that they try and get a start, assess the wicket while scoring. So here we see a new bowler coming into the attack.
Yeah. If Leon, having bowled 9 overs, a whole day holding back of his 10th over, is this Cody Fontenelle coming in to bowl. Yeah, it's Cody Fontenelle from St. Lucia. Bowling on the commentary booth end. Beautiful leg spin.
And here
Willis
comes straight to mid-off and a wicket first ball for Cody Fontenelle. Leg spinner comes in, the captain ringing the changes. First ball. Beautifully bowled just outside off stump. Some lovely loop, and Dave Mohabir, the captain, drove that one straight to mid-off and another wicket.
Yes.
112 for 4.
Definitely one for him to remember. His very first ball in CWI under 15 Super 50 tournament, having taken a wicket on the very first ball. Windward Islands get taken yet another wicket, 112 for 4. Definitely a good sight, and as they're getting into the work, the run rate is definitely something that the Guyanese batsmen are trying to see if they can push on, but some wickets are falling along the way. So
Yeah, and it happens time and time again. We just had a water break and we've seen 3 wickets fall back to back to back, and you must commend the Windward Islands. They've even if they didn't start well, but they stuck to the plans. We see that after the break, they started to bowl straight. They wrong in the changes. They brought in the spinners, and they were bowling pretty tight. And even if they were not getting wickets, they kept bowling tight, and we saw, as a result, that wickets started to fall. They just lost their informed batsman for 48, and now we see the captain going without scoring. So it's a pretty good time to be the Windward Islands team. They've brought back the game into the balance. Like we say, cricket is a game that ebbs and flows. So now the game is pretty much in the balance. 112 for 4 after 30 overs. And we see the leg spinner Fontenelle getting a wicket off his very first ball, and I would imagine that would do him a world of confidence. As a leg spinner is the hardest thing is to start. It's not an easy art, but to get a wicket off your first ball, I think that he would be bouncing in from there, and wanting to get the ball off his hands and onto the wicket.
And as the captain is looking for some wickets in the middle period, he's definitely gotten that, so he's looking to get some more.
Ooh, and that's a lovely delivery there again. That one didn't turn much, but he was able to find his way between batting pad and just slightly missed the off stump. I think probably just another quarter of vanish, and that would have hit the off stump, but a lovely delivery there by Fontenelle. Comes in again, and that's well bowled.
It will be exciting to see how the Guyanese batsmen approach this phase of the innings.
Yeah, the new batsman is Arun Gainda. Arun Gainda is the new batsman. It's his opportunity now to try and get the Guyanese out of a spot of bother. Well bowled again by Fontenelle, just back of a length outside off stump. Arun didn't offer any shot. The score remains 112 for 4. Here comes Fontenelle into Gainda. It's well bowled again. He's bowling straight. He's bowling very straight. You miss, I hit, and that's the approach on this wicket. We haven't seen much turn being offered to the bowlers. So I think the plan to bowl straight is working well for the Windward Islands. Here comes Fontenelle again. Full toss outside off stump, and it's just error. Just easily drive that out to the sweeper, and they will get one. The score moves on to 113 for 4 at the end of over number 31.
Yes, and we haven't seen extras for a while, so it's the Windward Islands actually bowling really well in this section of the game. So it's really good to see wickets falling, less extras being bowled, and they're bowling straight wicket to wicket. Like you said, you miss, I hit.
Yeah, there's been a significant reduction in the extras, and that's very important. I think that they read the play that really hampered them at the beginning of the match, but I think they pulled back really nicely. And the fact that they're bowling wicket to wicket now, allowed them to get a lot more wickets, and a lot faster actually. So they're reading the game, and it's good to see that they didn't allow the start that they get to just drag along. They were able to pull back things, and here we see Theo Edward
comes in once again.
He's bowling to Gainda. Yes, Theo Edward is doing a very good job for his team, leading from the front. He's bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, 10 runs, 2 wickets. Serving up a bit of a full toss here to Arun Gainda, and that will be a no ball. So no ball by Theo Edward, and that will be a free hit. Waist height above the waist. So a bit of naughty here from Theo Edward. What delivery will he come up with? Alright, so he just bowled that one back into the wicket, and that's a dot ball by Arun Gainda. The score remains on 114 for 4. And here we have Theo Edward coming into Arun Gainda. We have a switching commentator. We say good day to Mr. Ali Debilot. How are you, sir?
Well, fine. Watching some beautiful cricket.
Yeah, we have Theo Edward into Arangenda. Flicks that one down to mid-on. And the scamper along for a single. What do you make of the game so far? It's been ebbing and flowing, The Guyanese, they started pretty well, a lot of wides and extras from the Windwards Islands, but now we see that they're cutting down the extras and they're taking wickets.
Yeah, they are definitely pulled themselves back into the game nicely. They're in a good position now to probably gain the advantage.
And yeah, we see another dot ball by Theo Alexander. He's not looking to turn the ball much, he's just looking to bowl a good line and length. And he's varying his pace. Here we see Theo Edward, into Adrian Hetmeyer. That's another dot ball. The score remains on 115 for 4 at the end of the over.
But a good position. I think after we saw the start of the game, as you all have repeated, probably the nerves, the guys just didn't get it right. But the spinners has pulled it back beautifully. Of course, it's one of the areas of weakness probably in the Caribbean, where spin seems to always create some questions being asked, and at that level is no different.
Yeah, we saw some pressure being built by the spinners, and I always say, once you build some pressure, you keep things tight, then something will happen. The batsmen have to get the runs. So it's good to see that they were able to stick to the plan and take the chances when they came. So right now we see Cody Fontenelle coming for his second over. Here comes Fontenelle back in the wicket, and that one is very straight. Appeal for LBW and not given by umpire Six Neck. That was very close. We see Cody Fontenelle bowling the ball wicket to wicket. And Aaron Gander, missing that straight delivery, but fortunate for him, based on the umpire's decision, it went on to miss the stump. That's a lovely drive. Through the offside, they will scamper along for 1. The score moves on to 116.
Well, we are in a very good position to see the previous delivery, and it would have to be very, very close.
So 116 for 4. Cody Fontenelle getting a wicket off his very first ball. He'll be bowling to Adrian Hetmeyer, who's on 1. Comes off the ball, back of a length. Oh, that one taking the outside edge, but unfortunately there is no slip. The short third man will run and retrieve that, and they will get only 1. The score moves on to 117. That was very well bowled by Cody Fontenelle. Some turn there.
Yeah, some turn and bounce, and caught the batsman, caught the edge. Of course, as you said, no slip, but not expected to be at this stage.
Here comes Cody Fontenelle into Aaron Gander. Well flighted delivery, and he drives that back to the bowler, and there's no run.
I think they could risk the slip with the new batters in.
Yeah, they probably could have seen that there's 2 batsmen at the crease. Here comes Cody again, back of a length, just outside off stump, and no shot offered by Aaron Gander. So this is a very important period for both teams. The Windwards Islands could squeeze a couple more wickets in here, and then these 2 batsmen are looking to rebuild. Here comes Cody Fontenelle into Aaron Gander. Full toss on middle stump. He flicks to short mid wicket. No run. And that's the end of over number 33. The score is 117 for 4. Adrian Hetmeyer on 2 and Aaron Gander on 3.
A good over, leg spin. I thought that he didn't try to turn them as much. He did do it to one, which turned and beat the batter. But good bowling, good line, good length. Probably, as we said, they could have risked this spinner. There were 2 men deep mid the wicket, and deep backwards where probably one could have been put into the slip position with the 2 batters in. But still being a little bit cautious. Not a good start. They're still rebuilding, and probably that's the reason.
Yes, and we have Theo Edward, into Adrian Hetmeyer. Oh, that's a wide outside off stump. A bit of naughty bowling here from Theo Edward. Just getting that one a bit too wide. Here comes Theo Edward again to Adrian Hetmeyer. Tossed up outside off stump and driven straight to cover. A bit of a misfield here, straight through his legs, and they will scamper along for 1. A bit of Naughty feeling here, a bit ungainly from what we've seen throughout the day. The fielders have normally been on the ball, diving and stopping, getting clean back to the keeper, but a bit of a misfield here would allow the batsman to get one. The score moves on to 119 for 4. Theo Edward now moves into bowl to Aaron Gaynor, who's on 3. Outside off stump, back, and he cuts it to the man on the sweeper boundary. We'll get 1, and they will come back for 2. So we see a bit of a rebuilding phase going on here by Adrian Hetmeyer and Aaron Gaynor. Here comes. Oh, that's well bowled. That's very well bowled. Tossed up outside the off stump. There was not much turning off on that one. Just skidded through to the keeper, catching the batsman on the front foot, and he missed that one. So some lovely bowling by Theo Edward. A lot of good control. Here comes again. That one is fairly straight and flicked it to, and there we have a run out. Against the passage of play so casually, that one was bowled straight. He flicked it to square leg and took off like a hare. Straight to square leg. All he had to do was just collect and throw back to the keeper, and he was nowhere home. So another wicket falling for Guyana. 121 for 5. Now Aaron Gaynor being run out.
Well, I think he must have lost concentration there, because there was obviously not a single there. He played the ball straight to the fielder inside the circle, just back under the umpire. And of course, the non-striker trying to send him back. Of course, he was too far gone. But again, good bowling. I think the pressure is now telling on the Guyanese, and it's a good phase for the Windwards. They are really come back into the game. They seems as totally out of it in the first couple overs, wides, no balls, all sort of wrong deliveries. But now the spinners are on, asking some questions, and the Guyanese now are the ones that seems to be under pressure.
Yes, the Windwards seem to take, be taking regular wickets, and this brings the new batsman Danish Prasad, number 27, right-hand batsman. And he comes in with the team in a spot of bother. It is an important rebuilding phase here, and he will join Adrian Hetmeyer, who's on 3. Theo Edward comes into bowl, outside off stump, and nicely played to cover. There's no run, so Danish Prasad is the new batsman. Theo Edward, 5.5 overs, 2 maidens, 16 runs, 2 wickets, as he comes to bowl to Prasad outside of stump. Goes back to punch, and he's bowled. Another wicket for Theo Edward, and we see that the Guyanese batsmen are crumbling. That ball, not much turn on offer. With Theo Edwards bowling the ball wicket to wicket, and he's got himself another wicket. Danish Prasad unable to trouble the scores, and he's bowled by Theo Edward for naught.
Good bowling by Edwards. A quicker delivery. Again, he has probably. You think that he's bowling with a lot of turn, a lot of spinning in the action, gives you that impression, but he's not. The balls are pretty straight and on line, and as the batsman giving himself room, expecting the ball to come back into him, it went straight on and knocked the half stump out of the ground. Good bowling.
Yes, so we see the new batsman Nicholas Lovell, number 84. Nicholas Lovell, and he again is coming in with the team in a spot of bother. Theo Edward, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 16 runs, 3 wickets. So the spinners are doing the job for the Windward Islands. They're bowling the ball at the stump. They're not giving any room. We see a lot of control, a lot of good control from the leg spinners. And it's causing some trouble for the batsmen. So the Guyana team is in a spot of bother. 121 for 6, and after being something 80 something without loss, they're 121 for 6. So we say that's the game of cricket. It ebbs and flows. Here we have Cody Fontenelle again coming into bowl to Adrian Hetmeyer. Tossed outside off stump, and for defense there was no run. And lovely control by the leg spinner so far.
Yeah, good control. I said, as I previously said, you expect the long hops and the short ones, but they have been bowling pretty okay.
Here comes Fontenelle again into Hetmeyer, looped outside off stump, and he drives that one back, drives it past the man at point, and they will scamper for one, and they will come back for two. So Adrian Hetmeyer is trying to rebuild. It's a very important phase here for the Guyanese team as the Windward Islands looking to get a couple more wickets and close off the innings. Here comes Fontenelle into Hetmeyer. Outside us, and he drives that to cover, and they will scamper for one. A bit of miscommunication here by the batsman, but inevitably they got that single.
Very close call though. The rules, they're not hard and fast, but you be careful on the misfield.
Nicholas Lovell comes into the crease. He's about to face his first delivery from Cody Fontenelle, who is on a bit of a roll outside off stump and is left alone. The score remains on 124 for 6. Here comes Cody again into Nicholas Lovell. Oh, that one drifting down the leg side. They will scamper for one and they will come back for two. The score moves on to 126 for 6. A bit of weather around. Hopefully, it doesn't affect the rest of the innings or the match.
Like, notice that I haven't seen the groundsmen, so probably it's not as threatening as we are seeing it.
Well, we will hope so. And here comes Cody Fontenelle into Nicholas Lovell, looped outside off stump, and he drives it straight to cover. There's no run. And that over comes to an end. We have Cody Fontenelle bowling 3 overs, 0 maidens, 8 runs, 1 wicket. The score is now 126 for 6 after 35 overs.
And it's probably important to note that the stage of the cricket that we moved from the pace bowlers who seems to be just about all over the place, couldn't pitch right, number wise, no balls, extras, to the spinners who seems to really put the pressure on to the batters, and really know that you can see Guyana are struggling because at 124 for 6, I think at 85 or 86 for the loss of the first wicket, one would have thought that it was a good foundation to build on, but in fact it was the bowlers who came back into the game and put a side in a pretty good position.
Yeah, and I would hope that the fast bowlers, seeing how that the spinners were able to bring the game back into the Windward Islands' favor, they would get some motivation for that from that.
In fact,
as we see,
is it a spinner?
Yeah, the captain has decided to bring back one of the pacers. And he's gotten a wicket of his very first ball. Good length outside off stump. Adrian Hetmeyer stepping forward and driving that one edge to the keeper. And that's a brilliant move by the captain. Theo Edward taking himself off the bowling. Having taken 3 wickets, he's taking himself off the bowling and bringing on a pacer and immediately getting a wicket of his very first ball. Good length outside off stump. Hetmeyer stepping out to drive and that one edging. Tyler Veneer, one of the open bowlers, we see coming back, and indeed we would have said that he got some motivation from the spinners, and he got his act right. Line and length outside off stump. Quite the opposite of how he started, but he was able to get a wicket of his very first ball in his second spell.
But I happened to be at the trials, if you put it, for the Windward, and he was definitely a good bowler. Bowled some very good leg cutters, and I thought that his opening spell was not him, and that delivery was one of his hallmark with his leg cutters, and it really was a beautiful delivery.
Well, yes, it would give him a lot of confidence to be able to get a wicket. Obviously, he didn't start as well as he wanted, but that's the game of cricket. They say it's not how you start, but how you finish. So, he got a wicket of his very first ball of the second spell, and here he comes again into Sohail Mohammed. Back of a length, punched on the back foot, and is run down to third man for 1. So the new batsman is Sohail Mohammed. He's actually the wicket keeper, number 89, and he has a bit of a job to do along with Nicholas Lovell. The score is 127 for 7 after 35 overs. Here we have Tyler Venner coming again into Nicholas Lovell. Full outside of stump driven. Straight to cover. There's no run. And we've seen that the Windward Islands, they've been in this passage of play, they've been able to get, 3 or 4 wickets, in very quick succession, So it created a lot of momentum for the Windward Islands. Here's Tyler Venner again. Nice and straight. That seems to be the modus operandi for the Windward Island bowlers. They've decided that straight is the way to go.
The coach had a pretty long talk with them after the first interval, and since that, it seems to have brought themselves back into the game. And as I said, target is on the stumps.
Yes, here comes Venner. And he's driving. Ooh. A bit of a misfield there while backing up, so that would allow the batsman to scamper back for 2 runs. The score moves on to 129 for 7.
But the opportunity was there. I think he tried to hit the wicket. Probably it would have been pretty close had he hit the stumps from a direct throw. But unfortunately, the backup player didn't feel as cleanly as he probably would have liked to and created that extra run. But still, the momentum is there. They are trying a lot of different things, and things are going pretty well for them.
Yes, they're on top. Their tails are in the air. Here comes Tyler Venner into Nicholas Lovell. Back of a length, and he just taps it back to the cover fielder. And that's the end of the over. The score is 129 for 7 after 36 overs.
And as you said, I think the bowlers have switched the line of attack to on the stumps. You said it probably quite a lot in the opening phases. The Guyana seems to be very defensive once the ball is on the stumps. And once it's not on the stumps, they play an attacking shot. However, the stage of the game where they are not getting runs as they expect, the ball's on the stump now, they are forced to try to create something. And it seems that's just not their style of the game, and so they probably led to their downfall.
Yeah, you must give the bowlers some credit, especially the spinners. They were able to keep things tight, even if they were not getting wickets at the time. And now we see that that modus operandi has given them the reward of at least 5 wickets in quick succession. And Cody Fontenelle, he's bowling pretty well, and we see a slip being put in as he comes into Sohail Mohammed. Toss outside off stump, and he drives it to backward point. No run. So a much more attacking feel by the captain. So we have a mid on, a mid off, short mid wicket, deep square, cover, a point, and a slip. As we have Fontenelle into Sohail Mohammed. Short and wide, rock back to punch, and he missed that delivery, so that's no run. The score remains on 129 for 7. The Windward Islands are definitely on top here. Here comes Cody Fontenelle into Mohammed. That one's back of a length, and he punches it off the back foot, and that will trickle down to deep square, and they will only get 1.
I don't think anything is wrong in bringing in the slipper. In fact, we spoke about it the previous over. The problem there now is the line is not as it was in the previous over. But I think the question of bringing in the slip is a good move.
Yeah, definitely. At this phase of the game, you're looking to get wickets. He's into his 4th over. So he's getting into his own. His control has seemed pretty good. So the captain has entrusted him with a slip. Here he comes again. Full toss outside off stump, driven down to the sweeper on the offside, and they will come for 1. The score moves on to 131.
The weather seems to be changing quite a bit there.
Yes,
the rain comes from that Grenada area, but I've not seen the movements by the
Ooh, that's well bowled by Cody Fontenelle. Back of a length, straight at the stump. So Mohammed, trying to back away and give himself some room. but he was unable to get the ball away. Fontenelle into Mohammed. Oh, that's a wide down the leg side. Bit of a drift there. The score moves on to 132. So a bit of a drift there from Fontenelle. We see the breeze blowing from left to right, and that will allow him to get the ball to drift into the right-hander.
And the breeze seems to be pretty heavy over there. We've seen it because you can see the caps being thrown off by.
He's looking to use that breeze to his advantage, Fontenelle, as he comes into Mohammed. That's a good shot, straight to diving stop by the bowler. And that brings the over to an end by Cody Fontenelle. So 4 overs, 0 maidens, 11 runs, 1 wicket. And after 37 overs, the score is 132 for 7. So some tidy stuff by the Windward Islands bowlers.
Yeah, probably not probably the best of overs he has bowled, but not many runs being scored. And it's important that they keep the pressure on. Probably good line and length at that age. Particularly the batter, he's not a pretty big person, so you don't expect big shots from him. He'll be pushing and tugging around, and to contain him would be probably a key point there. Put the pressure, keep the pressure on, and hope for the best.
Yes, definitely. As I see Venner coming back into another over. Batsman just driving that full delivery back towards the bowler. Seemed like he got a bit of a hit on the. He got a bit of a hit on the knee.
You can't be serious to be hopping like that.
No, often it's quite painful. Sometimes all you could do is just laugh because, yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. But he seems to be okay. Venner was bowling his 6th over now, 1 wicket for 12 runs, and he's coming into bowl to Lovell. As a bit of LBW shot, but that ball seems to be drifting down the leg, and they will not get any. The score remains on 132 for 7. This is the 42nd over being bowled by Tyler Venner, one of the opening bowlers. He's coming into bowl to Nicholas Lovell. Back of a length, and he's just tapping it back to the bowler. A nice straight line by Venner. As we see, he's not giving any room outside off stump. He's bowling everything at the stumps. We're bowl again. Good length just on off stump, and the bowler just plays it to cover. Tyler Venner is doing a very good job for his captain, coming back and getting a wicket out of his first ball on the second spell. And now he's bowling a pretty tight over. Coming into bowl to Lovell. Back over length, and he just punches that to backward point. No run again. And we see that the run rate being dropped from 4 to 3.49. So the Windward Islands are doing a pretty good job in squeezing and maintaining the pressure. Here comes Lovell, and here comes the Venner into Lovell, and back of a length, and he cuts that one down to third man, and they will get 1. That would bring the over to an end. The score is 133 for 7 after 38 overs. So the bowlers are doing a pretty good job. They're keeping it tight. They're not giving anything. They're bowling the ball at the stumps, and the Guyanese batsmen are finding boundaries hard to come by.
Yeah, and as I said, the plan is a very simple one. Bowl on the stumps. From pretty early, they realize that the Guyanese batsmen are not risking when the ball is on the stump. They are not taking any risk. So you keep it there, and the runs becomes hard to score, and that's what is happening now. So I think if the bowlers are conscious of what is happening, just keep the ball on the stumps. They are not creating anything. They are not trying anything exaggerant. They're just keeping it simple, but they are falling behind.
Yeah, and we see Cody Fontenelle coming in for his 5th over. He'll bowl into Nicholas Lovell with a slip. Full toss. straight to mid-off. And we see a bit of miscommunication here by the batsmen. They will not get any run. So Cody Fontenelle operating from the Darbo end. Comes into Nicholas Lovell. Back of a length. Short delivery and just punched back to the bowler. There's no run again. Yes, Fontenelle again into Lovell. Flighted ball outside off stump, and that's a wide delivery. So, just a bit of a naughty bowling here by Fontenelle, but indeed the extras have been cut back dramatically. We said at the beginning of the day there was a lot of wides being bowled, but they did a very good job in reducing that. So here comes Fontenelle again into Lovell. And that's a full toss outside off stump and driven to mid-off, and they will come for one. The score moves on to 135 for 7. 135 for 7 after 38.3 overs.
He seems to have just lost his rhythm a bit. Not on stumps as he. Okay.
And there's a appeal for LBW. That ball seems to be drifting down the leg. Another full toss by Fontenelle. Mohammed seems to miss out on that one.
Yeah, that was a full one. But again, as the bowler seems to have just lost his rhythm a bit and not on line and length as he previously was.
That's well bowled by Cody Fontenelle. He's working hard to get back his rhythm. A couple full tosses. But the modus operandi has been to bowl straight at the Guyanese batsman. Here we go. That seems to be a googly well flighted, just on off stump, and the batsman was only able to get an inside edge onto his pipe. So that brings the over to an end. After 39 overs, the score is 135 for 7.
I think it's a question now of for the Guyanese batsmen. It's just to stay, try to play out as many of the overs as possible. Of course, once their runs will come, so they're not trying anything. They're not going for any big shots. They're two small guys though, but they are definitely trying to play as long as possible and probably play out the entire overs.
Yeah, the plan would definitely be to just try and battle the rest of the overs. They would not want to get bowled out before the 50 overs. And here we see Venner coming in. Yes, that's a lovely shot by Nicholas Lovell. Venner only drifting down the leg side, a low full toss, and Nicholas Lovell just getting down on one knee and sweeping that down to deep backward square for 4. So a welcome boundary from Nicholas Lovell, giving the team some momentum. They really have a big job on their hand to bat out the rest of the overs and, help the Guyanese put on a respectable total on the board. As we see Tyler Venner coming again to Nicholas Lovell. That ball is a bit straight and is only inside edge onto the pad, and that will trickle to mid-wicket for no run.
139. Talk about a respectable score. What probably would that be?
At this point, anywhere about 160, 170 and above, at the position they're in now. That's a good length delivery from Tyler Venner inside edge onto the stump, and that trickled to mid-wicket. Yeah, we see Tyler Venner here is continuing his modus operandi of bowling the ball straight at the stump. He's not giving any room to the batsman. Talking of room, just some room outside the off stump, but the batsman only manages to punch it to cover. For no run, the score remains on 140 for 7 after 39 overs. Tyler Venner operating from... Oh, that's another full delivery Full delivery down the leg side and a wide signal by the umpire. So the score moves on to 141. These are welcome runs. Welcome runs for the Guyanese batsmen. It seems to be coming a dime a dozen as the Windward Island bowler seems to, add on the squeeze. And he's bowled him. Tyler Venner getting another wicket. That one, like I said, his modus operandi has been bowling straight at the stump, and his bowler Yorker unable to get under the batsman.
But you can see from the shot that he's practicing way out, because it was a full one straight onto the stumps, and he tried to whip it away through mid wicket. Missed and was bowled. Good bowling. Good, as we said, that the whole concept of the Windward Island players from the initial stage where they seemed all over the place is to attack the stumps, and they have been doing a pretty good job as we welcome back past the home.
Shane Prince will therefore replace the last batsman who's just been dismissed. In fact, he was still looking to play it slightly across the line, Ali.
Yeah, and he even repeated the shot, probably showing us exactly what he did while he out there. Played across the line. Another batsman passed after they played the correct shot. He was still playing the incorrect shot.
Interesting that. So let's look at some stats here, because Guyana on the 15, 141 for 8, which means that with 43 being extras, it means that some 99 runs are not extras for 8 wickets. My math has not been very good, but I'm close to it, I reckon. So Prince is the new batsman. Nicholas Lovell looks on from the non-striker's end, and here is Venner. 2 for 19. Would move in now to bowl to Prince. He's there now, wrong the wicket, bowls outside the off stump. Oh, no ball. Confirmed by the umpire.
It might even have been a wide.
It would have been a wide too, I think.
So,
yeah. So it's going to be a free hit. Just wondered whether he went outside the return crease. He did go very wide indeed. Here he is moving in once more to bowl to Prince. Prince is having a big heave, and that one doesn't make contact. I think he's annoyed with himself knowing that it was a free hit. 142 for 8. Prince is yet to score. Nicholas Lovell is on 12. Lovell, who's faced 20 balls in there for the past 23 minutes. So with the over coming to an end, some 10 overs remaining, Ali, and I think Guyana on the 15 would be a bit disappointed with the total being 142 for 8 after at one time was just over 100 for 1.
I think a little more than bit. They really were in a good position at that stage. The Windward seems not in a good mood. The rhythm seems to be right. A lot of wide, a lot of no balls. But once they came back into the game, particularly with the spinners on, Guyana seems to falter a bit, and really now the Windward seems to be the one in the driving seat.
Yeah, very much in. Well, here is going to be Alexander. 1 for 32, moves into bowl to Lovell. There is a slip in. I'm glad that there is a slip in too. There's a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket is straight. Then there is one deep and wideish outside the off stump, coming forward, pushes the ball out to mid-off, and there is no run. So he remains on 12, 142 for 8. He's there again, bowls, well bowled. This is pushing the batsman, Lovell, onto the back foot, pushes it back along the track for the bowler to run across to his right, picks up and goes back to his bowling mark, sends the ball from hand to hand. He's in now and bowls, and he's coming forward and driving the ball down to mid-on. Will get a single. So he is now moved on to 13. Total has gone on to 143 for 8. Prince now comes into strike. So Kubir was caught Bartholomew of the Bull of Alexander for 20. And Boudoir was caught Burton of the bowling of Edward for 48. He was the pick of the batsmen, really batted very well. As here he is once more, balls, comes forward, is Prince, plays the ball out on the onside to just to the left of the bowler who runs across, picks up on his follow through. It has become rather dull now. The cloud is basically canopied the ground as it's once more Prince in bowls outside the leg stump, left alone wide, confirmed by the umpire. So one more to the total. Extras have gone to 45 now, and the total has gone to 144 for 8. Alexander is in again to bowl to Prince. Prince gets one that keeps a little low, lets it go by. Total remains on 144 for 8. So Ramda was leg before to Edward for 5. 23 balls, 23 minutes at the crease. Hetmar was caught Daniel Bolvena for 6. Here he is again. Well, he bought his approach. The batsman was not quite ready. Prince took quite a long time to settle into his stance. So he's there now. Settles as Alexander is in. Bowls to Prince. Prince is off the back foot. And hits the ball out to short extra cover. That completes the over. So with some 41 overs gone, 144 for 8 Guyana under 15. And the Windwards Ali could be very happy with how they have pulled things back.
Yeah, definitely. And again, probably give credit to the spinners at this stage that they came in and really attacked the stumps, put a doubt in the mind of the Guyana batsmen, who at one stage seems to be only trying to hit the ball that was off the stumps. And so when the spinners came on and attacked the stumps, they had sort of confused them as to what to do and found themselves losing many wickets at crucial stages. And 144 for 8 probably is not the position they expected to be at this stage of the game.
No, I think when being 106 for 1, they obviously were thinking about 220, maybe 225, maybe 250 optimistically. But with wickets tumbling all over the place, just to go a little further down, we had Javier was caught St. Clair of the bowling of Fontenelle without scoring. Our own Gainda was run out. Really, that was a poor piece of judgment. And he went for 5. Danish Rampasad was bowled Edwards without scoring. And Sohail Mohammed was bowled by Venna for 2. So 144 for 8. You're not missing any cricket. The players are refreshing themselves. Prince is yet to score. And Lovell is 13. A lot would depend upon these two, Ali, to maybe add another 20-30 runs for Guyana and bring this maybe as close to the 200 mark as possible.
Sure, they will like to do that, but watching the scorecard past, it's quite amazing. Only the 2 opening batsmen actually got into double figures until the one now who is not out on 13. So really, after the open batters went, the situation really turned on, in favor of the Windward. And again, it was the stage where the spinners came on and created some real doubt in the batsman's mind, and wickets began to fall. So good position, 144, a good score now. I think they're probably looking at a 160, 170 to sort of make the game probably as competitive.
Well, your former colleague in the late Kenny Hobson would say the runs are already on the board. He said that very often.
Yeah.
Glasgow 2 overs, no maiden, none for 12. Sinclair 3.1 overs, no maiden, none for 17. Venner's picked up 2 for 20 of 7. Bartholomew just 5 deliveries for 13 runs. Aidan Borton was he's bowled pretty well. 7 overs, picked up none for 14 of 2 maidens. Leon Alexander 10 overs, 1 maiden, picked up 1 for 34. Theo Edwards 6 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 16. and Cody Fontenelle 5 overs, no wins, 1 for 13. So the spinners have done a pretty good job too.
But Pastor is, quite to note that Bartholomew came on to finish the over for
St. Clair.
For St. Clair. Now the runs that he conceded goes to St. Clair name.
It goes to his name really.
Goes to Bartholomew.
Yes, it goes to his name really.
Because he's finishing the over 4.
Yeah, but it's not he bowling, it's him bowling. It goes to his name, 0.5. Well, here once more is Venner coming in. Well, he's missed his approach and will have to go all the way back. But it's nice, of course, as I said early on in the broadcast, to introduce these youngsters to the game, how important for these under 15 players to get a feel of competitive cricket. It augurs well for them as Venner moves into bowl to Lovell, way outside the off stump, confirmed as a wide. Well, that really went, that was almost a double wide. And the umpire extending his arm to suggest that was the wide. That was an easy call to make. Total has gone by 1 to 145, 145. And it's quite possible that extras may go up to the 50 mark. It's now 46. It's a long time I haven't seen so many extras on a scorecard. In fact, being the second top scorer, Budwa got 48. Here's a delivery, opens the face of the bat and spars the ball down to backward point. So Lovell, who's on 13, a lot would depend upon him now. Just walks away to a short square leg, I guess, just to maintain concentration, as it's Venner once more. 2 for 21, passes the umpire, bowls outside the off stump, has a flashing driver. That one doesn't make contact. Keeper collects behind the stumps. Total remains on 145 for 8. It's been a cat and mouse sort of battle with the weather this morning. The rain coming. Did you have rain by you last night, Ali?
Some early this morning, quite a heavy shower.
Delivery outside the off stump, wide again by the umpire. Signal. Total has gone by 1 to 146 for 8, and wide. The extras have gone to 47.
Well, I was predicting that probably only in the stadium they might have cricket, and the kind of showers that I heard falling. That unfortunately, I'm not sure what happened in St. Andrew, but there isn't any in St. David's. The two teams are down here.
Interesting that. But this is a remarkable ground, we should say.
Yeah.
Here once more is Venner in now, and bowls. Oh, that's going to be called a wide again. This is turning out to be a horrific over by Venner.
Just wondering, Pastor, if the spinner still doesn't have overs left, because the pace bowlers were so much offline, and the spinner seems to be on target, and now they have brought back the pieces. Really, in a situation with just a few overs left, probably the spinners could have continued.
Yes, all of them. They do, in fact, have overs remaining, so that could be considered. Here is a delivery that is closer to the stumps, pushed down to open the face of the bat and gets it down to third man, will get a single. One more to Lovell's total, who's now gone on to 14, and the total moves closer to the 150 landmark. It's 148 for 8, brings the left-handed Shane Prince into strike. He's yet to score, and the field just changing over, inclusive of the umpire to accommodate the left-handed Prince, who seemed to take his time about everything, never seemed bothered, never seemed busy to settle. As Venner into Prince is stylishly in defense, pushes the ball back along the track for the bowler to pick up on his follow through, and there is no run, still 148 for 8. Ali, you did any form of agriculture at all this year?
Yeah, I plant my peas and sorghum.
Yeah. Any corn included?
No, the rats have a feast on them too often.
Here he is again. Venner is in the ball outside the off stump, wide. Signaled by the umpire. It's gone to 49. I know. I predict that we're going to get up to the 50 mark. So the extras are the top scorer now, 49.
It probably would have been not a bad move to bring back the pace, but show now tells you that probably is an error there.
Here is wide again, confirmed, and they will in fact go through for a single. So this is getting a bit scrappy here for the Windward Islands, really scrappy. And but I think you're right, Ali, that the spinners, they were doing the job. If it's working, then don't change it.
Yeah.
Should you?
There was
No,
no
not
need
at
to.
all. 150 posted, 151 for 8. As here once more is Vena, 2 for 27 up 7.4 so far. Would move in now to bowl to Lovell, who is driving the ball up to mid-off, will get a comfortable single. He's looked good. Lovell has now gone on to 15, beg your pardon, and the total has gone to 152 for 8. Brings the left-handed Prince into strike. One of the things that is rather special to us, Ali, here and unique. I'm going to tell you what it is shortly, Mrs. Ronald. We, over the years, we've had an all-female scoring cast here. They've done such a great job. Absolutely wonderful. On the ball, they know their game, don't they? Here he is again outside the off stump, well, onto the pad rather, than clips the ball up to mid-on, gets a single. Is Shane Prince finally off the mark after how many deliveries he faced? He faced 7 deliveries. Total has gone to 153. He's going to be taking strike as the over comes to an end. 153 for 8. It's 42 gone, 8 remaining. And one of the targets, of course, for the Guyana under 15, they would want to make sure that they bat out the full quota of 50 overs.
The two things, I think Prince look pretty comfortable. He stays a bit long to settle himself, and a number of times the bowlers had to readjust the run up and so, but he looks pretty comfortable. He plays solid, so maybe it could be a sort of the position he batting probably is a bowling all-rounder because he looks pretty comfortable. The question here past, normally when you get to the 50, you get a round of applause. When the extras gets to 50...
Well, you can have an ironic round of applause. That can work, I reckon.
But I don't think I've been in many games when there were 50 extras.
I can't remember one that I've been in at all.
Yeah.
That's just far too many. So it's gonna be Theo Edward. He's picked up 3 for 16. Moves in to bowl to Prince. Prince is leaving that alone outside the off stump. Collected behind the stumps. Total remains on 153 for 8. So I'll try to give you a couple of scores of matches played around the globe. Zimbabwe playing against India. Zimbabwe 161 and India 167 for 5. And they scored that in 25.4 overs. Pulled out to mid-wicket and would get a single. So Prince has moved on by 1. He's got to 2. It's 154 now for 154 for 8. And of course West Indies were rather inconsistent, weren't they? Won a couple of games against New Zealand and then lost badly in the third match. Here is a delivery that is outside the off stump, lazily pushed out to squarish, behind square on the offside, and there is no run. Still 154 for 8. Moving in again is Edward. Is there and bowls. Ball slanting down the leg side. Really would feel a bit disappointed about that. Should have maybe hit that much harder. But picked up the fielder just by squaring the leg side. Here once more is Edward in and bowls. And Lavelle is coming forward and just pushes the ball up to mid-off. But can't score. And so the over has come to an end. Yes, it has come to an end. 43 gone. It's 154 for 8.
But I think it's obviously that the Guyanese are now ensuring that they bat the 50 overs, 154 for 8, not the position they expected to be in at this stage. But the two batters looking pretty comfortable. They could be just bowling all rounders. They are ensuring that that they survive the 50 overs, and we're not too sure they move to bring back the pacers. Created a number of wides. Let's see if they were going to continue with the pace or back to spin.
Yeah, be back to spin. Just going back to that match, New Zealand versus West Indies. Second one-day match that was played at Bridgetown a couple of days ago. New Zealand 212. And one thought that the West Indies would get that rather comfortably. In fact, they fell short by 50 runs, Duckworth-Lewis method. 161. Finn Allen, a name that you probably will hear about in years to come more in his batting. 96 of 117 delivery outside the leg stump that he pulls well down to backward square, that's forward square, that's 4 runs. Short onto the back foot he went, as Bartholomew was guilty of being too short. Now he is into his second over. He's none for 17. And I'm kind of surprised, really. I'm bemused by the fact that he's called into the bowling attack. Maybe they're saying, hey, we can't have you just bowling 1 over. But he has produced 17 from just a 1.1 overs already. So that's wondering why is he into the attack now. Delivery that is pushed up to mid-on, and there was a chance for a run out, and they will come back for the second run. The return comes into the non-strikers end, and they get there. What should have been maybe no run turned out to be 2.
It should have been 1 probably in his stage, but the batter seems unconcerned with taking. Probably he wants to face the bowling, and at the last moment he decided to go through.
Wow.
Not good feeling.
Yeah, once more is Bartholomew in now and bowls outside the off stump. The ball peels off the outer edge of the bat, goes down to third man. They've hustled for 1, won't come back for the second. So a bit of aggressive intention here by these two, mainly so by Lovell rather. He's gone to 15. Partnership so far is worth 20. These are invaluable runs for Guyana on the 15. 161 for 8. So 6.3 overs remaining in Guyana's innings, as is Bartholomew in once more there and bowls. He is driving nicely out to extra cover. That's Lovell. Doesn't pierce the outside field. The ball didn't travel quickly either. Total remains on 161 for 8. Prince is 9. Lovell is 15. As it's once more Bartholomew in and bowls, and he turns that up on the onside. The bowler was coming on his follow through, and the fielder there at short mid wicket says, it's alright, you go right back, I'm gonna bend down and pick it up for you. 161 for 8. You preferred to do it off your own bowling, Ali, as a spinner, or you like to be aided back then?
I prefer to feel it.
Your own self.
Get the ball in the hand, man.
Yes. Here is Bartholomew again and bowls to Lovell. Lovell is getting a short delivery that he pulls down to the deep backward square area. They've gone for 1. Are they going to come back for the second one? They won't. The return comes in. I thought that they could have put a bit of pressure on the fielder down the backward square, but elected rather just to go for the single. So the over has come to an end. It's 162 for 8. 44 was gone. 6 remaining. Lovell is going to be taking strike. He's on 16, and Prince is 9.
Well, I think 162 for 8, probably a slight recovery from the couple of overs ago. They seems to be getting some runs. Of course, to probably surprise, we saw that the pacers are being introduced, and that creates just runs coming, but also extras. And one of the big issues with the Windward team, over 50 extras. I think Podgy Hood.
Yes.
He said once he wicket keeper in a match, and he allowed 99 byes. So
Here is a delivery that is pushed back to the bowler, and Edward picks up and is follows through, and there is no run. So 162 for 8 as a delivery that beats the batsman outside the off stump, collected behind the stumps. As Ali departs, Larry Edwards has just replaced him. Here's a delivery that is bringing the batsman forward and pushes the ball just in front of square on the offside. Can't score. Total remains on 162 for 8. These two doing a pretty good job, as it's going to be Theo Edward once more in and bowls, and he is looking to hit that, maybe hit that over mid-on. Didn't make proper contact. He might have gotten and nick onto it. Did he? Not sure.
I'm not
Larry.
sure.
Well, here he is once more in bowls to Lovell. That's Edwards, and he's trying to sweep against the turn, and the appeal goes up. The finger goes up. Gone. Leg before. Well, that was pitched on about the middle and leg maybe thereabout, and looking to swing across the tide, and that was adjudged leg before. So Lovell goes leg before to Edwards for 16. He has picked up his fourth wicket, and Guyana now, they've plunged to 162 for 9, 162 for 9, and the Windward Islands could be very happy with the great comeback, considering that they have some 51 extras on the board.
Yeah, the captain late in the front. The pack haven't gotten that wicket pretty much in line, and the score now is 162 for 9. Needed that wicket, and they got it. And Theo, like I said, is leading the pack once again, 7.5, picking up his 4th wicket, with only conceding 17 runs.
Yeah, so, well, the spinners, they've done well. They certainly have. So the incoming batsman, Arif Khan, is going to be joining Prince, who is on 19, and Theo Edwards, 4 for 17 of 7.5. Will he get a fifer? That'll be very interesting indeed. So
Game 1 looking for the fifer.
moves in now to bowl to Khan, and he is feeling for that outside the arse stump. Might have been struck maybe somewhere outside the arse stump. So the end of a successful over there by Edward. So he's 8 overs 3 maidens. He's picked up 4 for 17. His tail is right up, and Guyana sent into bat by the Windward Islands on the 15. There are 162 for 9.
Yeah, it's the sort of way that the Windwards would have liked to pull back the game from the beginning. Only 162 for 9, which is a good sight for the Windward Islands on the 15th.
Yeah, well, how good these Windward Islands batsmen are, that's going to be very important. Can they chase this total down, whatever it would be? Can they chase it down? Do they have the kind of batsmen who would stay there, and it's a good working total, not a big total, just working. And it's going to be Bartholomew who will move into bowl to Shane Prince. Here he is now, settles over his bat, neat organised stands as Bartholomew there bowls to Prince. Prince is opening the face of the bat, drives it nicely, gets it down to cover, comes off the boundary while sweeping, and sends the return to the keeper. 1 to Prince, who's gone into double figures, and exposes Khan now into strike. Will be taking up his first delivery. The fact that he's batting at number 11 rather. I don't think that he's the best batsman in the world. I doubt that very much. So, the third man is in. I thought that there would be a slip in, but they decided against this. He's there now and bowls, and he is off the bat, but spars the ball nicely down to short third man and gets off the mark immediately. So 1 to Khan, who's now, he's off the mark. He's gone to 1, and the total has moved on now to 164 for 9. Brings Prince back into strike, who's on 10. I think you would want to take as much of the strike as possible.
Yeah, they'll surely He'll surely want to take up most of the strike.
Bartholomew is it now on bowls to Prince, who is lifting that inside out. That's going to go all the way to the boundary. It does so now, 4 runs. Beautiful shot. It was pitched up. And not that it was the most stylish shot in the world, but he opened the face of the bat slightly. Didn't try to hit it down the ground. And hit that between the wideish long off and the extra cover. It went across the turf over the boundary line for 4. He's now moved on to 14. It's 168 for 9. And the mid-off is now being dropped back to the long off. As it's once more Bartholomew in bowls to Prince. Prince covers up nicely and pushes the ball out to mid-on. And there is no run. So I think that's good batting. Doesn't try to hit everything. If it's in the slot, it's going to go. But if it's a good delivery that warrants respect, then that's what should be done. So he's got to understand how important this innings is to him and his team. He's there, Bartholomew bowls, slow delivery outside the off stump, well bowled. And he was maybe sort of playing down the wrong line. But in the end, didn't really play a shot at it. But you could see him looking, maybe hoping the ball will come straight to him. And it was pitched a little bit wide outside the off stump and with less space. Bartholomew again is in to bowl to Prince. Well, he's missed his run up.
That ball signal.
Yeah, it's got to go right back.
The Guyanese, they'll definitely try to make as many runs as they can with the last wicket. So I'm pretty sure that would be the aim that they'll be looking at.
He's there now. Bartholomew bowls and he pulls that in the air, and that goes down to the deep straight. Oh, it's gone for 6. Actually gone over the boundary line. Oh, that was a good shot. It was shot off the back foot. He went and he lifted it over the mid-wicket area. The young man is strong. And that went all the way for 6. So that was a good mighty blow by Prince. He's now gone on to 20. And the total at the end of the over, 174 for 9. And these are very valuable runs.
Indeed, it's valuable runs. Like I said, they will be trying to maximize as much as they can in the last 4 overs, knowing it's the last batsman as well. He moves on to 20. He's definitely going to try to take as much strike as he can, I would believe, in this last 4 overs.
Yes. So the Windward Islands would want to say, hey, we did a great job in restricting the Guyanese on the 15 batsmen. Now we cannot take our feet off the pedal of pressure.
Yes,
To try to restrict them as much as possible. Just find, however, that they can put a little bit more pressure on Arif Khan, who is relatively new at the crease. Is just a 1. Maybe have a slip in. I don't know. I believe in a slip in very much for these.
Got a change of field.
Yeah. So they've sent the backward square right back on the boundary. Here's a delivery that keeps rather low and collected behind the wicket by the umpire. So Glasgow, he'll run Glasgow. Opening spell was not good. Had none for 12 of 2. Just thought that he didn't control that new ball very well at all. But you could see that he was getting movement. Glasgow is in once more. Balls way outside the off stump, hit through the offside. It's not going to go all the way. They've gone for 1. We'll come back for the second. As the return comes into the bowler's end, they get 2. So 2 more to Khan, who's now gone on to 3. And the total has moved on to 76 for 176 for 9. Noticeably, there is no question about the young man. That's Glasgow. He does get the ball to move, both in the air and off the pitch. Here's a delivery, pull back in length, and
that's the stumps.
Yeah, he was. He was cramped. Really, he was making room, seemingly as if wanting to push the ball inside out on the offside. Cramped him, and the ball went not very far away from the off stump.
It's nice to see that he's still getting the ball to swing
Yes.
at this stage of the innings.
Yes. Glasgow again is in bowls.
Ooh.
Oh, no, look. They're not going to scamper a single, but again, Larry, when I see these things, they're young, inexperienced, but if you see a young man, a left arm, swinging the ball, it means that this guy's got potential. There's no question about it.
Definitely.
Yes, they've got to work on him.
And he's
So
got
that
some pace
He's
as
got
well.
a bit of pace too.
Yeah.
And he's got to understand his swing. So let's see, moves in, balls. Oh,
will it be
in
taken?
the air, the catch will be taken. No, it won't. It won't. That stayed in the air for quite a long time. One thought that there was sufficient time to take the catch. Why didn't they really scurry after that? And you can see that Glasgow is not very happy at all. It was rather disappointed. When the ball stays so long in the air, you've got to get closer to it.
Just a
You've
little
just
bit
got
more
to-
effort. And
Yes.
Okay.
But I like what I
Yeah.
see. Do you know anything much about him, Glasgow? Do you?
Not
No.
not really,
What
but
if-
I'm
Wonder if
enjoying his
Kavim
ball.
knows anything. Kavim, do you know anything? No, he doesn't. Oh,
But
what a shame.
it's good to see that we're producing fast bowlers.
Yes.
I think he's from St.
St.
Vincent.
Vincent and the
Yes,
Grenadines.
yeah.
Well, here he is now, balls. Oh, he lifts that. That's a
Will
shot.
this be
Will it be
taken?
taken? No. Drops inside. They will come back for the second. The return comes in. They get two. Well, good hitting there, I must admit, by Shane Prince. Got underneath it and lifted it. And he does have a bit of power too. And the over has come to an end. 47 gone. It's 179 for 9. And Prince has got to 22.
Yeah, but I've realized a little bit of a trend in St. Vincent have produced quite a bit of fast bowlers.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Definitely got about 3 fast bowlers, I believe, on the team. As we saw the left-hand fast bowler, very promising indeed, and getting into swing, and with some good pace as well.
Yes, of course. If you talk about bowlers who came from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you got to think about Winston Davis, who, of course, did hold the bowling record for quite some time in World Cup for the West Indies. And then, of course, Ian Allen, who
Yeah.
played for the West Indies back in 1995. I think he had his debut then. It was in 1991, I think it was. Sorry, Alan, I spoke with him a couple of days ago. Here's a delivery down the leg side.
Is this
That-
the wicket?
And
Yet
that-
again, falls
that
in no
was
man's
airborne
land.
for quite some time, yes. So had the fielder coming in from third man, maybe he picked it up late. The keeper had to run all the way back, but couldn't make sufficient coverage to turn it into a catch. 179 now for 9.
Valuable runs for the Guyanese, aren't they?
Yeah, certainly are. So, partnership now worth 18. Here once more is Benna, 2 for 30. Would move in to bowl to Prince, who's on 22. Then we had Cameron Coffey.
Right.
I'm going to talk a little bit about him in bowls and get in far inside the line. Won't be called a wide by the umpire. Cameron Coffey.
Definitely would have been in your time, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Did commentary during my time and was an outstanding fast bowler for St. Vincent and the Grenadines and, of course, the West Indies. Then, of course, McNamara,
Ooh.
wrapped on the pad. Alexei McNamara McLean. He also
McLean.
played for the West
Nixon
Indies.
McLean.
Nixon McLean.
Nixon McLean.
Yes. I always remember his name as his 3 name Nixon McNamara Alexei McLean. Good old Nixon, if you're listening to us, well, good afternoon to you. His
Wherever
father
you
was an
are.
ardent cricket lover back then. Met his father many years ago in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Here he is once more. Is Venner in bowls, lift that in the air over the mid-on fielder, and that's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4. That's a good hit, really good hit. Got underneath it, that sprints and lifted it over mid-on to the boundary for 4. He's gotten quickly to 26. It's 184 for 9.
Current run rate climbing, and now to 3.86. Definitely, the Windward Islands would definitely try to see how they can reduce this within the last 2 overs.
So here's once more Venner. 2 for 34 in his ninth. Will begin to move in. There's a change. The third man was being brought up into the circle, and then they aborted the idea and allowed the fine leg to come into the circle. As Venner once more in bright sunshine, very much in contrast to what we had this morning when it was rather cloudy. In now and bowls, and he is lifting that down to, well, pushes it down rather onto the long on area and got a single. One more to Prince, who's gone to 27. It's 185. There was in fact a name, I don't think you would have seen him, Casper Davis from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, played for the Windward Islands alongside people like Cameron Coffey and others. And he had such a beautiful approach to the wicket and was also a very good fielder. Didn't play for a West Indies team, but he was an outstanding fast bowler.
Yeah, I think they also had. Oh,
Would it be cut off into the boundary for four? 4 wide signal by the umpire. So they're getting a bit scrappy here. Windward Islands on the 15. That was sinking down the leg side. And there was a half-hearted attempt by the keeper. You've got to sprawl yourself. You've got to dive. If you're a keeper, you've got to learn to dive. Throw your body about the place to stop valuable runs. They may turn out to be rather crucial in the end. 190 now. Guyana on the 15.
they would have had also Dylan Johnson.
Yes.
Yes, a left-arm fast bowler. Currently still playing.
Oh, he is still
Yeah,
playing.
he's still playing in St. Vincent. It's a really good sight to see.
Yes. I am. There's somebody else I just feel that I'm missing. If I have missed out any of the outstanding ones, well, my humble apology to you. But they have produced
Quite a bit of fast bowlers.
of
along
all the
way.
Windward Islands. So the Windward Islands, in fact, have been known to have produced good fast bowlers. It started back then with Grayson Shillingford, who played for the West Indies, who toured England back in 1969. And well, you obviously wasn't anywhere wrong.
You only see it on TV.
Yes, but a wonderful player he was, and did hit the ball rather hard, Grayson Shillingford, along with Norbert Phillip. Also outstanding Dominican fast bowler, As here's an over by Glasgow in Rapson and Pardon, the people like me for gone. Gone. We knew he was gone. Trapped under the back foot. And it was well bowled there by Glasgow. So he did in fact pick up a wicket, and you could see how elated he was. He just threw himself on the ground as if to say, at long last, I've picked up one. So the innings closed. Guyana under 15 closed at 190 all out. The last batsman there, Shane Prince, was leg before to Glasgow for 27. And well, that little partnership finally broken.
Yeah.
And so Arif Khan was not 5. So 190 all out, 190 all out. I think Guyana would be. This is a very interesting matchup here. Guyana would be very disappointed with that total 190 when considering that they really was 106 for 1. So the last 9 could not really produce 100 runs, and I think the Windward Islands would be very displeased with the extras being 56. That was way
indeed.
too many.
Yeah, we saw quite a lot of extras at the beginning of the innings in the first power play. Roughly it was about 30.
That was really too many. So let's go through the scorecard for you. That's the Ghana under 15 scorecard. Razam Kubir was caught Bartholomew of the bowling of Alexander for 20. 1-4, batted for 79 minutes, 67 balls. Navim Boudvois was caught Burton of the bowling of Edwards for 48, 83 balls, 110 minutes, 5 fours in the process. Ramaria Ramde was leg before to Edwards for 5. Adrian Hetmar caught Daniel, bowl winner, 6. Dave Mohabir was caught Sinclair of the bowling of Fontenelle. He went without scoring. Aaron Gainda was run out by Fontaine. Fontaine, he went for 5. Danish Prasad bowled Edwards without scoring. Nicholas Lovell leg before to Edward for 16. Sohail Mohammed bowled Venner for 2. Prince, who just went, leg before to Glasgow for 27. Faced 24 balls, 42 minutes, 3 fours and a 6. And Arif Khan was not out 5. So extras were 56, 4 byes, 11 leg byes. We had 44 wides, 1 leg by, 44 wides, 7 no balls, and that tallied it to 56. 190 all out in 48.1 overs. Glasgow 3 overs, no mids, picked up 1 for 17. Aaron Sinclair 3.1 overs, no mids, none for 17. Tyler Venner had 2 for 40 of 9 overs. Bartholomew 2.5 overs, no mids, picked up none for 33. Aidan Burton 7 overs, 2 mids, none for 14. Alexander, that's Leon Alexander, 10 overs, he the only bowler to bowl his quota. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34. Theo Edwards, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 17. Oh well, he is bowled. And Cody Fontenelle picked up 1 for 13 of 5. So how many bowlers we had used there? There were 9 bowlers used, I think. 8 of them used, and Guyana 190 for all out, 190 for 10. And so it means that the Windward Islands under 15 would need 191 for victory of 50 overs to get there. And they would, of course, would fancy themselves to do that. But as we've all said, we always say that the runs already on the board. 190 all out. And of course, when the Windwards, when they take their turn at the crease, they'll have to score 191 for victory. We'll be on hand, of course, to describe the play for you when the Windwards take their crease. Until then, have a cup of coffee or maybe something to drink until you rejoin us.
Hi, Papi. Enjoy the vacation, Papi?
Yeah, buddy, I am.
How about the necklace? Coral necklace?
No thanks. Not today.
How about the coral bracelet?
Maybe later.
Oh, God, man, buy something, man. I'll give you 2 for 1.
Look, man, I'm just trying to relax on my vacation. Can't you just leave me alone?
Oh, God, take something, man. Buy something, man. Then you could relax, man. All right, take the bag for your wife. Take the bag for your
No, thank you.
Boy, you real cheap, boy.
Let's all respect each other. Service with a smile. Hi.
Hello. Can I help you?
Sure, yeah, I'm looking for a souvenir for my wife.
Oh, please come in.
Thanks. This is beautiful. A message from the Department of Tourism and the Grenada Tourism Authority.
Grenada's top-notch dive product was celebrated at the 2022 Grenada Dive Fest with a keen focus on conservation. While dive enthusiasts discovered and enjoyed Grenada and Carriacou's healthy reefs, amazing wrecks, and diverse marine life, each activity was framed with a conservation and educational component, dubbed Conservation Conversations. On opening night at Victory Bar, CEO of the Grenada Tourism Authority, Petra Roach, welcomed all participants and highlighted how important conservation is at the core of the work of the GTA.
We believe that at the core of everything we do in this country, in this amazing island, there has to be a legacy that is left. There has to be a focus on sustainability and conservation, because we're really privileged at the GTA to have some amazing stakeholders within the dive industry. We recognise that diving is one of the strongest competitive advantages that we have. But we know that there are lots of diving sites everywhere in the world, so we want to make sure that we do ours with a difference.
President of the Grenada Scuba Divers Association, Tom Gare, says conservation needs to be a nationwide effort.
Conservation is something that has been sort of a life piece for myself. It's a life piece for my children and my wife, and it's fantastic to see something that we can continue to move forward as a group. It's a nationwide effort. It's something that we all are taking part in. And then the best part to me is that the Scuba Diving Association, we're the educators. We're the ones, we're your first contact. We're the place where you get to go learn, you get to go play, you get to laugh, you get to do all the other fun stuff.
The first conservation conversation was centered around the impact of wrecked dive sites on the marine environment. Day 2 of the Dive Fest at Mount Cinnamon focused on storytelling and inspiring people to join conservation movements. Former fisheries officer and member of the Grenada Coral Reef Foundation, Roland Baldio, says it is important to get communities involved in the storytelling. He gave an example of this in the fishing village of Grove as it relates to the importance of marine protected areas.
The whole program itself, you try to get the whole community involved in conservation. And there was a competition in the OECS. And in Grove, we have the most popular soca artist in Grenada. So we involved him in what was happening in conservation. And this is Mr. Keeler here. I remember we brought him in the Molyneux area. We gave him a crash course to do scuba diving. He went down, saw the bottom and so. And we had to produce a video. And we used in local schools in the area. And that was a local school in a video on conservation in that community.
Conservationist and international presenter Miranda Krestovnikov said the beauty of storytelling is finding a link to your audience.
So important, and people are so innovative about their ways of storytelling. So I'm sure a lot of you have seen the amazing Netflix My Octopus Teacher. I mean, that is the prime example of the best story ever, the best connection. A person having this personal connection with an octopus, and I think we all were weeping at the end of it. It's just really emotional.
Octopus friend.
That's what we need to do with nature and conservation.
Day 3 of the Dive Fest focused on the invasive lionfish, how they affect the marine environment, and what is being done to address the growing problem. Participants were treated to a demonstration of how to properly and safely clean lionfish by Aquanauts dive master Crispin Mitchell. At the culmination of Dive Fest 2022, 2 participants gave glowing reports about their time spent in Grenada.
Amazing speakers, and we've also gone diving. The diving was amazing as well. We did a little bit of wreck diving and some lionfish hunting. Overall, it's been an amazing experience.
The conservation conversations have just been so enlightening. I've learned a lot about marine protected areas and artificial coral reefs, which I think are so important in maintaining corals and the life around them. And also this evening we were learning about lionfish and invasive species, which was also so interesting, just learning how predators are adapting or not adapting to them. So it's been a really enlightening experience, and I've had some wonderful dives as part of it, so it's been a real privilege to experience Grenada in this way.
To find out more about Grenada's dive product, visit www.puregrenada.com.
Hi, Papi. Enjoy the vacation, Papi?
Yeah, buddy, I am.
How about a necklace? A coral necklace?
No thanks. Not today.
How about a coral bracelet?
Maybe later.
Oh God, man, buy something, man. I'll give you 2 for 1.
Look, man, I'm just trying to relax on my vacation. Can't you just leave me alone?
Oh God, take something, man. Buy something, man. Then you could relax, man. All right, take the bag for your wife. Hi, Papi. Enjoy the vacation, Papi?
Yeah, buddy, I am.
How about a necklace? A coral necklace?
No thanks. Not today.
How about a coral bracelet?
Maybe later.
Oh God, man, buy something, man. I'll give you 2 for 1.
Look, man, I'm just trying to relax on my vacation. Can't you just leave me alone?
Oh God, take something, man. Buy something, man. Then you could relax, man. All right, take the bag for your wife. Take the bag for your
No, thank you.
Boy, you real cheap, boy.
Let's all respect each other. Service with a smile. Hi.
Hello. Can I help you?
Sure, yeah, I'm looking for a souvenir for my wife.
Oh, please come in.
Thanks. This is beautiful. A message from the Department of Tourism and the Grenada Tourism Authority.
Grenada's top-notch dive product was celebrated at the 2022 Grenada Dive Fest with a keen focus on conservation. While dive enthusiasts discovered and enjoyed Grenada and Carriacou's healthy reefs, amazing wrecks, and diverse marine life, each activity was framed with a conservation and educational component, dubbed Conservation Conversations. On opening night at Victory Bar, CEO of the Grenada Tourism Authority, Petra Roach, welcomed all participants and highlighted how important conservation is at the core of the work of the GTA.
We believe that at the core of everything we do in this country, in this amazing island, there has to be a legacy that is left. There has to be a focus on sustainability and conservation, because we're really privileged at the GTA to have some amazing stakeholders within the dive industry. We recognize that diving is one of the strongest competitive advantages that we have. But we know that there are lots of diving sites everywhere in the world, so we want to make sure that we do ours with a difference.
President of the Grenada Scuba Divers Association, Tom Gare, says conservation needs to be a nationwide effort.
Conservation is something that has been sort of a life piece for myself. It's a life piece for my children and my wife, and it's fantastic to see something that we can continue to move forward as a group. It's a nationwide effort. It's something that we all are taking part in. And then the best part to me is that the Scuba Diving Association, we're the educators. We're the ones, we're your first contact. We're the place where you get to go learn, you get to go play, you get to laugh, you get to do all the other fun stuff.
The first conservation conversation was centered around the impact of wreck dive sites on the marine environment. Day 2 of the Dive Fest at Mount Cinnamon focused on storytelling and inspiring people to join conservation movements. Former fisheries officer and member of the Grenada Coral Reef Foundation, Roland Baldio, says it is important to get communities involved in the storytelling. He gave an example of this in the fishing village of Grove as it relates to the importance of marine protected areas.
The whole program itself, you try to get the whole community involved in conservation. And there was a competition in the OECS. And in Grove, we have the most popular soca artist in Grenada. So we involved him in what was happening in conservation. And this is Mr. Keeler here. I remember we brought him in the Molyneux area. We gave him a crash course to do scuba diving. He went down, saw the bottom and so. And we had to produce a video. And we used in local schools in the area. And that was a local school in a video on conservation in that community.
Conservationist and international presenter Miranda Krestovnikov said the beauty of storytelling is finding a link to your audience.
So important, and people are so innovative about their ways of storytelling. So I'm sure a lot of you have seen the amazing Netflix My Octopus Teacher. I mean, that is the prime example of the best story ever, the best connection of a person having this personal connection with an octopus. And I think we all were weeping at the end of it. It's just really emotional.
Octopus friend.
That's what we need to do with nature and conservation.
Day 3 of the Dive Fest focused on the invasive lionfish, how they affect the marine environment, and what is being done to address the growing problem. Participants were treated to a demonstration of how to properly and safely clean lionfish by Aquanauts dive master Crispin Mitchell. At the culmination of Dive Fest 2022, 2 participants gave glowing reports about their time spent in Grenada.
Amazing speakers, and we've also gone diving. The diving was amazing as well. We did a little bit of wreck diving and some lionfish hunting. Overall, it's been an amazing experience.
The conservation conversations have just been so enlightening. I've learned a lot about marine protected areas and artificial coral reefs, which I think are so important in maintaining corals and the life around them. And also this evening we were learning about lionfish and invasive species, which was also so interesting, just learning how predators are adapting or not adapting to them. So it's been a really enlightening experience, and I've had some wonderful dives as part of it, so it's been a real privilege to experience Grenada in this way.
To find out more about Grenada's dive product, visit www.puregrenada.com.
To the National Stadium, very good afternoon to you wherever you are following us. We are looking at the reply of the Windwards as in this CWI Rising Stars under 15 Super 50 Championship. The Windwards trying to get up to 191 for victory after Guyana was dismissed for 190 in 48.1 over. Down the leg side, ball there, and taken well by the keeper, moving to his left. The opening pair, Leon Alexander and Theo Edwards. Ali, I don't know if you saw him picking up some 4 wickets for 17, but we looking at him opening the batting. It's Alexander facing, and he's the score is 1 wide, and Can having him coming forward and pushing on the offside. And the Windwards 1 without loss, trying to get up to 191 for victory, which we would think Ali a good challenge.
Yeah, I think at that level, 190 is a score and just about average.
So Kenneth is right arm over the wicket from the southern end. Again, Alexander looking to swing. This one just seemed to probably hit him somewhere around the thigh there, but looking to play the pull shot. And just to look at the field for Arif Khan. There's a third man on the boundary. One slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, and a mid off. On the leg side, just 3 feelers. Mid on, mid wicket, and a long leg on the boundary. Again, good delivery as he's beaten there. Can Alexander looking to come forward, and the ball just seemingly just leave the right-handed batsman. Sort of overcast condition, no threat of rain, but it has been that sort of day for the opening of this tournament. Can once again, so again he's looking to play somewhere down the leg side again, not getting into the right position, and the ball going into his pad. He's seemingly taken high up on his thigh.
He might be tempted to the fact that there is no one square or just backward or forward square the umpire, so to be trying to cart it away into that position.
Alexander still not off the mark, and Candy just missing his mark. Really good condition for swing bowling, really.
Yeah, he's been bowling a pretty good line. He had turned straight a bit, but I think generally first over, pretty good line. And as I said, nice condition if you could swing the ball.
Yeah, so important that you keep it up, give it a little time. And a good delivery again, just played down to the fielder at first slip, no chance of a run. And that concludes the first over. It's one without loss.
Reasonably good first over. Looking at the first inning, we had the Windwards who had their first spell. The bowlers were all over the place. Good line, good length, reasonable pace, got a bit of swing. And as Crony said, the condition is suited for that. So reasonably good first over.
Yeah, just one run from the first over, being a wide. But other than that, he really has been and really on target. Bowling keep as straight as possible. Just to look back at the Guyana innings, good start of 106, and then they probably would have lost some 6 wickets very quickly, or 7 wickets very quickly. At quickly 142 for 8.
Yeah, but I thought that the two batters although they batted solidly and song, the key thing there was extras. There was some 30-something extras in that 80-something run partnership.
Shane Prince picking it up with the shot number 33 from the this one is played to mid-wicket, again looking for a run, but again the fielder moving pretty quickly. Prince, who himself got 27, played a good hand coming down to the end of the Guyana inning.
Did hit probably the only 6 in that inning, and some 4s.
Yeah.
It looked like a type of all-rounder, maybe. Surely had some batting ability.
So Edward, it is the right-handed Edwards. Pitched up and just come down on it, push it back along the wicket. Edward from St. Lucia. As he faces Prince bowling from the northern end. Right arm over the wicket to Edward. Again, Edward plays this one nicely down to backward square. He's going to come back for 2 there. Mid-wicket fielder has some running. He's going to go close, goes over the rope for 4. Really good shot. Good time in there as the ball came into him. Backward square position, which was vacant for 4.
You know, Grenady, there were previous tournaments when we spoke of the field placing, that field placing sort of direct, you must bowl outside the off stump. Even on the stumps coming into the batsman could referee runs because there's only 3 people on the onside.
Well, I guess it tell the bowler where he should be bowling, his line should be bowling. But he seemed to be able to get the ball to cut into the right-handed batsman. His next delivery outside the off stump. Again, keeping a bit low there as Edward was maybe trying to play it somewhere down to backward point. But that seemed to be the style in that you want to focus quite a bit on the off stump just outside and give the ball the opportunity to probably move away much more than coming back in. But there's only quite a lot of space on the leg side, just 3 fielders on the leg side. And he plays this one down to mid-on, taking a few steps down is Edward. The score remains 5 without loss. We are in the second over. Prince. Shane Prince. Pretty quiet period. He's pitched up again. This one played down to a backward square. You're going to pick up another 2 there. Again, square leg being vacant, so the mid-wicket had to do some running to his right. Give the batsman the opportunity to pick up 2 more. So Edward moved to make it 6. Score being 7 without loss after the second over.
Comfortable start by the Windward. No alarms just yet. That Guyana bowlers, not probably see extra pace, but more trying to get it on the right line and length. And they were not by batsmen negotiating it pretty well.
Yeah, what is very evident is that they are looking to bowl a straight, so not strain to bowl too many wides. Just one wide, they bowl in first 2 overs. Alexander, and this one is swung. Where does this one go? Over backwards square, and that's going to go down to the boundary for 4. Again, good, impressive shot. They ball fairly pitch up a fairly good length. Maybe just strained down the legs, and he went down and swung it over backwards square for 4.
I think I'm not too sure if there was any risk in it, where in relation to where the ball pitched. But again, acres of areas there, and so you just utilize it. And what we were commenting on in the previous over, there were only 3 people on the side. You're telling the bowler that he must bowl wide outside the off stump.
11 without law to Windwards. We are in over number 3. Again, the same shot played to mid-wicket. I just seem to favor that shot. He picked up a single this time, played a bit straighter. So the mid-wicket had to move to his left. So that's 1 more to Alexander, takes his score on to 5. Edward is on 6, comes into strike. It's 12 without loss. Irene over number 3. Windwards trying to get to 191 for victory. Edward faces scan. Good delivery. Pitch just leaving him outside the off stump. I think Edward really picked up the line and allowed it to go through.
A bit short, and I thought he saw it swinging away and just kept the bat in tuck. He didn't really play at it.
Uh, 12 without loss. Playing this one down to third man, who had to move to his right. So yet again he picked up another easy single. Ball pitched up, and he just opened the face of the bat and steer it down to third man. So he moves by 1 more. It's 13 without loss. And Edward moved to 4. Right-handed Alexander comes back into strike. And again, this one plays to mid-wicket. Have the opportunity for a run, just played it slowly as it came into him, and the mid-wicket having to do some running. So just taking it by the singles, there's no rush. It's 14, 6 to Alexander, 7 to Edward. And condition again very overcast. And this one is choked nicely through square cover, and good shot played there by Edward as he came forward and just push it nicely to cover and pick up another run. That completes the third over, 15 without loss. The Windwards looking to get to 191 for victory.
I think one of the difference between the Windward openings spell and the Guyana is the fact that I've only bowled 1 wide ball so far. They are definitely on target, they're on line. I think the batsmen have been negotiated pretty well. Not much swing or movement, just line and length with a little bit of movement off one of the bowlers. So pretty good start right away. They look pretty comfortable.
Yeah, none of the batsmen seem to be in any great deal of difficulty. Shane Prince pitched up and good slow delivery, and the batsman, the Edward, was really equal to it as he came forward, played it on the onside. But at this level, at under 15, Ali, one would think it's one of the areas that maybe a lot of work should be focused in terms of the bowlers being able to bowl a line.
Good line and
good line and length, and as Prince wide hit down to again third man, ball pitched up. He didn't get hold of it, but get it down to third man for another run. 16. and Edward moved to 9. Yeah, a lot of time, normally have to be spent to be able to get them to bowl online. And maybe target bowling is really essential even at this early age.
They have been doing pretty well so far. And that's the Guyana bowlers. The Windwards was a bit all over the place, but they have been run pretty much online and length.
Yeah, seemed that they probably would have done quite a bit. As Alexander comes back into strike, this is wide out the off stump, and now we signal wide.
And as you say, our commentators, course, as you talk about the fact that they are bowling well, there comes the wide.
17 without loss. We in the 4th over. Again, the field for Prince, just similar to Can. 1 slip, third man right back on the boundary, backward point, cover, extra cover, and a mid-off, pitched up, and this is driven well, firm shot, and they're looking for a single. There's going to be a run out here. Will be a run out there, and really a bad mix-up there. That ball was really struck really well by Alexander, and Edwards was off for a single. It was well fielded by the mid-off fielder, but the ball was traveling really quickly, and both batsmen almost ended up in the same crease.
I think he turned back, but the command there and the calling had to be precise because the ball was struck pretty hard, and so there was not much time between after the ball was struck in terms of instruction. So I'm not too sure what happened, but the one who had to call, he didn't move. So the non-striker probably should have waited on the call, but these things at that age is a learning process. He took off pretty quick. The other batsman started, but realized that the ball was going pretty straight and pretty firm, and so they lost out the first wicket.
Yeah, I agree with you. And that looked to be the best shot we have seen from the batsman so far. This was really struck really nicely to mid-off. He's traveling really quickly, and over pitch delivery. I guess with the shot that had been played, and I think he was just off. And as you rightly said, should have waited. So Edward run out, and this one is played on the onside. And certainly, Edward was looking pretty okay. He was really stroking the ball well.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Again, the Windward team and not practice too long with each other, and does not, it will take some time.
And that's a difficulty we seem to have even with the Windwards. Full toss, hit down, let's say in the air, just over backward point by Alexander, and they're going to come back for 2. Just a little bit of unsurety as we see the run in there, but they was able to pick up 2 runs from a full toss. So Alexander moves to 8. It's 19 for 1, and we are making the point that the challenge and the difficulty with the islands coming together to select the team, it always has been a big challenge. You had to meet in one area, and then you probably had to get to know each other and go through the whole routine. This ball is pitched up, lifted in the air. Let's see, mid-off comes around just to his left there, and they're looking to come back for 2. Let's see, they're going to be trouble. And again, they're going to get an overthrow. Just a little bit of erratic running there. But Alexander was able to pick up 3.
Well, all sorts of things there, because I thought that the fielder misjudged the shot. He probably had a good opportunity to catch the ball, and then his throw was a pretty wayward one. And whilst that was happening, the batsmen were confused as what should happen. So, an era where a number of things went wrong, but all ends well, no wicket loss. So the Windwards still just 1 wicket down. But as you said, Edwards was looking a pretty solid batsman. Yeah. And just probably unfortunate, but that's the way the game goes.
Yeah, and you're right in saying that you need to get to know the players from the different islands. You need to spend time, so you understand each person. So really, it's not as easy as it looks, but certainly a challenge. 22 for 1 after 4 overs. This is wide, and first delivery ball there by Khan. The batsman Alexander looking to hit it somewhere to point. 23 for 1. Jonathan Daniel replaces Edward, and Daniel has good delivery, beautiful delivery, and Alexander coming forward here, and he was beaten as the ball left him outside the off stump. Still a slip and a third man backward point cover. Extra cover and mid off. We are into the 5th over. Pitched up and is driven straight to backward point, and they coming quickly for a run. Daniel was quickly off the mark, so that's one more to Alexander. Takes his score on the 12.
The Guyana field so far has been looking pretty okay. There has been collecting the ball pretty good and throwing in. And Windward will have to be pretty careful with their running between the wickets.
Yeah, just a bit of unsurety in the running. So Daniel gonna face his first delivery, and he's looking to play on the onside. Hit on the pad, and the finger goes up, and he goes looking to play across this delivery, which seemed to have stayed down just a little bit, but playing across, really the umpire had no difficulty lifting his finger.
Well, there from here he looked pretty close, but I think Windward would be pretty much disappointed. He got a century and 350s in the trials, and so I thought probably one of the men they were looking for to really get some runs, and but of course there are a number of other players and things. But a good ball, one that came back a bit. Thought that he caught him on the crease, and you were not playing straight. You were trying to turn it away until the onside missed, and was a judge leg before.
Yeah, he looked very, very disappointed that he walked off.
Well, I saw him look as equally disappointed when he out after scoring 100. So that is probably just his way. But a crucial wicket when knowing the batting lineup of the Windward, that's a big wicket, really and truly.
So Jordan Charles, and he's just marking out his guard, left-handed batsman. So success for Khan as he comes around the wicket to bowl to Charles. Allowed this one to go outside the off stump. A bit of lift there. Came across and orthodox way just allowed it to go through outside the off stump. 24 for 2. We're still in over number 5. Still one slip as Khan. Again, ball comes into him and comes off the edge, and he's not in control of this one, but he gets off the mark. As that ball came into him and probably dropped pretty close to the stumps as it went on the onside. He's off the mark with 1. It's 25 for 2.
I think that the bowler has that ability to move the ball both ways. Charles from St. Vincent, I think that one came into him and the previous set went away. So he sort of caught him on the crease again.
Yeah, you're right. Sometimes we had to give some credit to the bowler. He just moved it both ways. And that's conclude the 5th over. The Windwards, as I said, trying to get to 191 for victory there, 25 for 2.
25 for 2, but not what they would have expected, particularly losing the previous wicket there. But good bowling. I think you got to give the guy bowlers, spacers some sort of credit. They have been pretty much online and linked 2 or 3 wide deliveries, but pretty much on target, and they're moving the ball both ways and at all levels. When you get a bowler that can move the ball in different direction, it will create a little bit of concern to the batters. So I think you just had probably at this moment, Guyana just having the edge. They seems to be a little bit upbeat and doing well.
Yes, certainly. They have been bowling a good start, keeping the ball online, have been limiting the wides. Prince in his third over. Full toss, which is stroke, but straight to that short cover. And Charles probably would be a little disappointed, didn't do much more with this delivery.
Oh yeah, full one outside the off zone. You get these opportunities, you got to make use of it. But it's stroke it pretty okay, but just straight to the fielder.
Again, well packed offside field. He's coming forward again, push it to that same field and short cover. Fielder with number 8 shot. Windwards 25 for 2. And that's Mohammed, and this one is clipped nicely, and this is going to go down to the boundary for 4. Good shot. The fielder at long on really had no chance, and he came forward and clipped it nicely between the mid wicket and the long on, and goes down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, he didn't really go for power. There was no big sign of aggression. He just timed it beautifully and got it between straightish middle wicket and the mid on and down to the boundary for 4. Very, very well. And probably the second really good time shot that we have seen.
29 for 2. And Charles again on top of this one, push it out on the offside. And that fielder there, Mohammed, in that short cover. Shot number 8, and just verify really if it is Mohammed that is in that position. But the score moves to 29 for 2, and Charles on 5. Windwards looking to build full toss, driven down to mid-off, and not feel cleanly by the mid-off field, and Charles pick up another run again. Probably a little disappointed, could have done a lot more with that full toss, but he pick up another single, and the score moves on to 30 for 2. Welcome.
Yes, a bit of aggressive start by the Windward Islands batsmen. Unfortunately, they've lost too many wickets. A bit of ball watching and indecisive calling.
And this one is turned on the underside. Let's see, probably come off the pad. We'll wait for the signal, Alexander. And let's see. Leg by signal. 31 for 2. Kavim, I know you have seen most of the morning play. And obviously you've seen the Guyanese bat. Maybe some chance we have seen maybe 2 batsmen. We saw 48 being made by Boudoir, and what we have seen Prince got 27. But how generally you read the batting? Is it because the winner didn't bowl as good as they can, or Guyana would have batted well? And we come back to that as Kano goes over the wicket, and this one is swung. This go high in the air. Let's see if anyone is going to get close to it. No, he's going to drop backward square, and the batsman pick up 2 runs. Alexander, they just look at the pick this one up, but it just seems to be slightly going down the leg side.
Yeah, I must say the Windward Island batsmen, they have come with an aggressive intent. They're really looking to put bat to ball I mean, obviously in this format, that's just what you're looking for. It's also important that they go about it smartly. But I'm really happy to see with how their mindset is. I must commend the Guyanese bowlers. They're bowling at the stumps. They're very much more disciplined than the Windward bowlers.
Yeah, again, Alexander looking to cut square, made no contact. But I certainly agree with you. They're really bowling at the stump and not really straining it. Even that shot that was hit down the backward square, there just seemed to be a little bit of danger in it. But, as was said by Ali, that vacant position, but, good positive start, as you see, in that they're not afraid to. And maybe with the kind of start like that, you put pressure on the bowlers. And at this level, so many things can happen.
Yeah, the start is important. You want to set a good foundation for the guys in the middle. You don't want to, hang around too long and not get runs, because that's the most important thing.
Again, this one is wide, not wide enough to be called a wide.
Yeah, Arif Khan, he comes across as a skiddy bowler. He's very accurate. He doesn't give much either side of the wicket, and we saw that from the LBW wicket that he got. He's attacking the stumps and he's quite skiddy. Doesn't get much bounce, but he's always coming at you.
Another did a replay down to long leg and the amble another single. Alexander takes his score to 15, and it's 34 for 2. Windwards looking to get to 191.
Yeah, it looks like it is a pretty good surface for batting. We saw that the Guyanese batsman, once the ball was in the area, they hit nicely through the line. There was no inconsistent bounce, no balls rolled or anything like that. So it's pretty good for batting. Once the guys apply themselves and just keep that intent, then they should be good. Left-handed
Charles as Khan goes around the wicket. Again, he's beaten. Again, looking to push this one there, and you, as you rightly say, you can see the extra bounce that he's getting there. Just a little away movement. Charles not making contact. As the condition once again remains pretty overcast, probably just a little brighter. Pitch up and it's choked down to mid-on, and that completes another over by Khan. It says 4 overs, no maidens, 15 runs, 1 wicket. Prince 3 overs, none for 18 at the end of the over. End of the 6th over. The 7th over is 34 for 2.
Yeah, the Windwards batsmen are going at a very healthy run rate. They're going at 4.8 runs and over, so it shows that the scoring is not an issue. It's just a matter of making sure that they don't lose too many wickets in clusters. Unfortunately, we saw a run out and LBW. So there's one thing about a run out, it always sets a team back. It's a surprise wicket. You don't expect it, so when it do happen, it sends a bit of a shock to the dressing room. So it's just a matter of these guys settling in again and just keeping the intent.
Yeah, and certainly you'd have gone through that.
Yep.
having run out, particularly when the players are looking pretty good. That shot was really a beautiful extra cover drive that was played, really, and you would have given the batsman all the confidence in the world. And Edward, in my view, was playing pretty well. Played a good shot down the backward point and really was looking the path.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. There was a bit of ball watching by the striking batsman, but it's something that they need to work on. I mean, it's the first game playing together, so.
Pitch up and hit down to mid-off again. Didn't seem to time that one that well. Went slowly down to mid-off. Score remains 34 for 2.
Yeah, I think if you look, the Guyanese bowlers are following in the same vein as the Windies bowlers. They're bowling at the stump. They're not giving much width. And again, at the stump, nice and full. The bowling to his field. So we have a fine leg, the 2 men out of the fine leg and 3rd man. And then we have backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and the mid-wicket.
And it certainly calls for a degree of discipline to be able to bowl to your field, with 6 on the offside, 3 on the onside to keep it there. Once again, this one is looking to play down the leg side. I think yes, he's out leg before wicket, and again decision really take a long time to come, but it just seemed from away as though well, we just seen the umpire just put his hands up. I don't know if he was signaling.
I think he was signaling to the square leg umpire.
Yeah, probably signal, because he looked to play down the leg side, and for one bit he was a little bit fooled here.
Yeah, Shane Prince bowling very straight. He's bowling out to Leon Alexander, and again straight at the stumps. He just comes forward and defends that. No run added to the total.
Yeah, good line. Really, really good line. Windwards will be hoping for a really good partnership. Another good delivery, slower delivery, and they have been a really good over bowled by Prince, and it's 4th over, none for 18, and the Windwards remain at 34 for 2.
Yes, the Guyanese bowlers are very accurate. As we see, a slower ball that one pitch on the slump. It's a slight leg cutter, and it's good to see some skill from the bowlers, but they're not giving the batsmen anything to work with. They just keep coming at the stump. So any slight error by the batsmen, that could cost their wicket. So they really have to remain on the ball. But I must commend the Guyanese bowlers, even if they went for a couple early boundaries, and obviously they saw the aggressive nature of the Wimbledon batsmen. They still keep to their plans of bowling the ball, at the stump. So it'll be interesting to see how they continue in that vein.
Yeah, they certainly want to really cut down the extras. Windwards having some 56 extras really is a healthy part of the score.
Yep. I mean, it's a lot, and it's the first game, so hopefully, as time goes by, they can reduce that significantly.
So Charles prepare to face now Adrian Hetmer, and this one is played down to mid-on. Hetmer coming around the wicket for his first over. Again, the field remains the same, a 6-3 field. As he's again misses his run, not a very long run, but again, as you see, that they will really focus a lot on the line, and keep it as straight as possible.
Yeah, there's not much swing being offered at the moment, so finishing the ball on the stump will be key.
Good line again, pitch up, and it could only be played straight back to the bowler.
So we see Jordan Charles on 6 and Leon Alexander on 15. Jordan now, getting to the wicket, trying to get accustomed to the pace and the bounce, the conditions, and just work his way from there. But he's shaping up pretty well so far.
This one you sit on the pad, just steam them a little bit. They probably got some bat onto it.
Yeah, most likely.
Got some bat onto it. Again, good delivery, keeping straight.
Yep, straight at the stumps. That's the modus operandi from majority of the bowlers so far. They're as you can tell, the opening bowlers are a lot more disciplined than the Windward Island bowlers. So it's creating some pressure at the moment.
Again, another good delivery. Charles from St. Vincent. Very quiet period.
Yeah, I think the score has been on 34 for the last couple overs, so the Guyanese bowlers are really tightening up things a bit.
Yeah, they would want to build the pressure, make runs difficult. So Hetmer, right arm around the wicket. This one is played down to the third man area. and he picked up a single. And you could see that the variation in the bowling, the slower delivery and so forth, and he attempted that slow one there. So just a bit wide, and Charles was on top of it and steered it down to third man, pick up a single.
Yeah, I think it's important that the batsmen, keep rotating. Obviously, it's early days, but whenever they're not getting the boundaries, getting the ones and twos are also important.
Alexander looking to swing on his ball, bad shot again, and I think it all good because of the pressure, and he just looked to swing across a ball that was not short enough, missed it, and was bowled.
Yeah, and credit to the Guyanese bowlers. Like I said, they're bowling everything at the stump. So any slight error by the batsman, is gonna be their downfall. So it must be, the bowlers must be commended. They're not giving the batsman anything to work with. So we see the fall of the third wicket. The score is 35 for 3. Leon Alexander goes for 15.
And we could have seen that pressure building, and I guess he was pretty anxious. The ball just looked slightly short of a length, and he really he went for the big shot, looking to hit right across it, and missed it, and it really crashed into the stumps. Another important wicket for Guyana. 35 for 3. The opening batsman, Leon Alexander, 15. He faced 28 deliveries for 37 minutes and hit 1-4. Theo Edward, who opened it, run out for 11 deliveries, 14 minutes. He also hit 1-4. So Daniel didn't face much delivery, just one delivery. He went LBW. So Khan picking up his Hetman picking up his first wicket in his first over.
So the new batsman is Tyler Veneer. So Nicholas Lovell is about to start his first over. Score is 35 for 3.
Just about medium pace is Lovell.
Yeah.
He's coming around the wicket. The left-handed Charles, who have been shaping up pretty well on 7. And a good line. Again, not looking to try to bowl too fast, but to get the ball on the right length and line.
Yeah, and that's the key, just limiting the freebies, keeping the ball at the stumps, forcing the batsman to try something, as we saw Alexander, just before he got out, ball straight at the stump and swinging across the line. So here we have Lovell to Charles.
Charles is hitting this one straight. Where does this one go? They just going to go over the boundary for 4. A good shot.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. His execution was really good. He didn't try and overhit the ball. He just timed it, kept his shape, and he got 2 bounces into the boundary.
Yeah, what was good about this, he played straight. He didn't try to hit across it, and played it very well over long off, or over the bowler's head straight for 4. Charles again is stroking us one down to mid-off, and again we see the variation, not very far. Charles was equal to it and just played it nicely to mid-off.
Yeah, Charles is shaping up very well. It's important that he gets a start and push on, look to anchor the innings.
Not a good delivery and push it on the offside. He has so far faced some 19 deliveries, and he's on 11. Certainly, it looks the part. Short delivery, and he's looking to pull. Again, didn't get hold of this, and they're going to pick up a single. I think it was good non-striker. Just seemed as though there wasn't this call in there, but
I mean, it's a little bit expected, coming from different islands. This is the first official game together, so it's just a matter of them, trying to understand each other out in the middle and still have that intent, look to communicate as much as possible.
So it's 40 for 3, after 10 overs. And he picked up a leg by with that final delivery. So the win was 40 for 3, still 151 run adrift.
Yeah, they're scoring at a pretty healthy rate. They're going at 4 runs and over, so the scoring is not a problem. Like I said, it's just a matter of making sure they don't lose too many wickets in clusters. Generally, we could see that the Windward Islands are much more attacking than the Guyanese batsmen were.
It played straight to mid-off. Lovell in the second over. I had a chance just to see a few of them, and I know that I looked at some of the St. Lucians batting. There seem to be pretty attacking players, really good players. Short and wide signal. But as you said, there's no need to rush. Just to make sure that you keep your wickets and you can get up to that score. It's not very difficult.
Yeah. Whenever the ball is in your area.
Wicket. Quickly in mid-wicket, no chance of a run. And Lovell, right arm coming around the wicket, just about medium pace. Another good delivery. That could only play to the short cover.
Yeah, so far Hetmeyer he has been very accurate. He's not giving any width. Just wait, that's
Clip,
a lovely
beautiful
shot.
Wicket. Goes and played beautifully by Charles as he clipped it to square leg, and it really travelled quickly across the boundary for 4.
Yes, Hetmeyer just straight on that middle and leg stump. And Charles, needed no second invitation. He just flicked that through mid-wicket. And like I said, there's nothing wrong with having an aggressive intent and just making sure that you execute every time the ball comes in your area. So Charles has been doing that very well. We see him striking a ball straight down, back over the bowler's head and not through mid-wicket. So he's seen the ball pretty well. It's just a matter of him carrying on and, not trying to premeditate too much.
I see some adjustment. I'm strengthening of the leg side field. Outside the off stump, no shot offered. So we see the mid wicket and we see the backward square just to the left of the umpire and a long leg. Just a bit more protection on the leg side. Lovell in his second over. Again, Charles comes across and allow this one to go to outside the off stump. That completes the 11th over. The win was 45 for 3.
Yeah, not a bad over by Hetmeyer. Just only one blemish where he straight down the leg and got clipped for 4. But other than that, he's been pretty steady. Good carry to the keeper. I think the bowlers will also realize that the aggressive nature of the Windward Islands batsmen, so they have to be on the ball all the time. They can't be too full or too short, or they'll be put away. So it's very important that they try and be as steady and keep the ball on the stumps as much as possible.
And they certainly have been doing that, really keeping it tight on the stumps and not giving much away. At 45 or 3, are we going to see the first spinner?
Yeah, so the captain, Dave Mohaber, is bringing himself into the attack. So we have a long on, short mid wicket, deep mid wicket, a square leg, slip, point, cover, extra cover, and a mid off. So classical off spinner feel. And he'll be bowling to Tyler Veneer. Tyler is yet to get off the mark, so he'll want to get some kind of a start and get the ball rolling for his team. That's a wide first delivery by the captain.
Yeah, and every batsman would want to know that would give them some confidence to get off the mark. Again.
Ooh, a bit of turn there by the captain. That's very well bowled. It's a steady start from Mohaber. He's just looking to give the ball some flight and turn. We saw the second delivery turn just a bit. But we know Tyler to be a very aggressive batsman, so he'll be looking for anything straying in length or line that he could put away.
Yeah, he looks very, very cautious. He pushes that delivery to a backward point.
That's well played out to the cover region. A steady start from Mohaber, just the one wide of the first delivery, but so far he's been very steady on that off stump line. The length has been very good, not allowing the batsman to get under the ball. So wide again, bit of naughty bowling, seems like an arm ball. Beat the batsman, beat the keeper, and it will make its way to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, quicker delivery there, wide and quicker. They just miss the keeper. They go down to the boundary for 4 wide. Well, will be 5. Well, that's welcome runs for the Windwards. It bring the 50, 51 for 3. 11.4 overs. But you can see that Venner very cautious, not looking to take more chances.
Yep. That's a wide again. Outside the pitch. So Mohaber is having a bit of trouble with his line. There's a bit of drizzle around, so I'm not sure if he's having some problem with gripping the ball. And the fact that it went in the outfield will not help as well. So he's just trying to get back on the ball, you know.
Again, his line have been consistent all outside the off stump.
Yeah.
Just 2 deliveries in over, just been a bit wide, but
yeah, the ball seems to be sliding through now, so the batsman just has to be a bit cautious of how he's going back. But so far, a steady start from the captain. That comes to the end of the over. It's 52 for 3 at the end of over number 12.
yeah, and still scoring above 4, which is really good. They need to get 191 and 50 overs, so really at 4 is really good going. This first over from captain going for 7. Charles continue to bat well on 15, and Venner not yet off the mark. At the end of 12 overs, the Windwards are 52 for 3.
Yes, a very bit of a tricky period. Like I said, it's very it's dark out. There's some drizzle going on, so it'll be interesting to see how the ball behaves on the wicket.
Charles looking very confident as he stroked this one to short cover. No attempt of a run. Hetmeyer continues around the wicket in what is a really overcast afternoon. We haven't seen the sun for quite a while. Again, Charles is on top of the zone and played on the offside. Look, very compact player.
Yeah, he's very watchful, and that's important. You know, if he's playing the ball on his merit. And the important thing is, you know, once the ball comes in this area, he's scoring. He's putting away the bad balls. So in the meantime, once the ball is on the stumps, he's defending, and that's important. There's more than enough time.
Again.
Well bowled again by Hetmeyer. He's very steady. He's hitting the ball on a good length and straight, not giving the batsman any width to work with.
Well, what do you think at the Windwards? Guyana at 142 for 8. They probably were allowed it to slip to get up to that. I know that and is he looking to drive again, not getting hold of it. I know that there was quite a number of extras, and then we saw some hitting just coming down to the end, bring it up to that 190. But you know,
yeah. I mean, they would have wanted to get this guy's ball load for a lot less.
Again, it's probably speak to the discipline of the bowling. It wasn't as disciplined as it should have been.
Yeah, and also, I mean, you must give credit to the low-end batsmen. They were able to hit a couple boundaries and stick around, you know, to add some value in the back end. So, I mean, that's how it goes. It ebbs and flows. As much as you want to out them, they're going to try and fight till the end. So, that's how the game is played. As you see, Hetmeyer pulling out of his run, missing his run-up. Quite steady so far.
We are into the 13th over. This one again down to leg side, signal wide by the umpire. Charles inside of this one again, looking to clip it somewhere between the long leg and the backward square. Be no contact.
Yeah, you see Hetmeyer very steady again, trapping the front pad, but given not out by the umpire. He's very impressive. He's bowling everything at the stump. He's not giving any width. Outside off stump, down the leg. You know, the batsman has to be on the ball at all times when facing Hetmeyer.
So it's 53 for 3 after 14 overs. The Windwards. Really, we're hoping that this pair is really going to give them this sort of foundation. Get up to that score. Hetmeyer, 3 overs. And his 3 overs picked up 1 for 7. Mohabia, and he's just bowled 1 over 7. He's going to continue from this northern end, bowl into the right-handed defender.
So well bowled again by the captain Mohabia. He's steady on that off-stump line. He's not giving Vinay anything to work with. He's not coming to full. He's not bowling it short and wide. He's just steady, a good length on that off-stump, forcing him to come forward all the time. But Vinay is just looking for the opportunity to get his hands through the ball, play an attacking stroke. And again, dot delivery well bowled at the stump. So Vinay would have faced 7 deliveries and is yet to get off strike. So some pressure being built here. Be interesting to see how is he going to go about this. And again, that's 8 deliveries. And again, dot ball up to mid-off, unable to get a single. So definitely some pressure building here. Oh, and we see that ball edged past the keeper. There's no slip in place, so they come across for 1. So after 9 deliveries, Vinay finally gets off strike. And the score moves on to 54 for 3.
Yeah, really good line bowling by the captain there. But when they're not taking no chances, we're just looking to push this one on the offside and come off the edge. And with no slip, he was able to pick up a single. We've seen for the left-handed Charles. Cover comes up, and also the long off comes up to mid-off.
Yeah, so there's a mid-off, cover, extra cover, point, a man at short third, short mid-wicket, square leg, deep mid-wicket, and a long one. So, classical off spinners field. And he'll get a one on the ground. So that's well played by Charles, rotating the strike. And we also see Mohabir bowling at the stumps. He's not giving any width outside of stump or bowling too full. He's operating at the stump. Not much spin. There has been a little bit of drizzle around, so the ball seems to be sliding through.
Yeah, just a bit tough as outside. Continues to be very overcast, and you're seeing some spots here and there, but I think nothing that would signify that we will get rain right now. As we conclude the 15th over, the Windwards looking to get to 191. They are 55 for 3. Vinna just coming off the mark, and he would have come off the mark after some 10 deliveries. And Charles, who in our view look pretty compact, pretty impressive, 16, and is 16. He had been there for 33 deliveries, 55 for 3. Now after the end of some 15 overs.
Yeah, Charles has been pretty circumspect in his approach. He didn't take any undue risk. He was just willing to wait for the bad balls to come in his area to score. So that's some good signs. It's just a matter of him continuing to occupy the crease, keep rotating the strike, and being positive. I think running between the wicket is also very important. Unfortunately, there was a mishap, between the opening batsmen where one of the captain got run out. So that's something they would try to avoid moving forward. But so far, they've been going pretty good. Like I said, the run rate is healthy, 3.9. Obviously, chasing 190, it's not a tall ask. It's just important that they don't lose any wickets. But you must give credit to the Guyanese bowlers. The pacers have been very disciplined, bowling the ball at the stumps. The spinners have been straight. So any mistake that the batsmen have made, they've perished. So it's a really good contest between bat and ball. Good conditions for bowling, but not much of a big target that the batsmen are chasing. So it'll be interesting to see, how this game unfolds. It's pretty much in the balance so far.
Yeah, you're certainly right. We have to give credit, as you rightly said, to the Guyanese bowlers. I think really they have been bowling on target, really not giving anything away. And the wicket of Alexander to me was because of the pressure, in that they were keeping things very tight. And he saw a delivery that was slightly short of length, and his eye lit up, and he just swung right across it. But they have been keeping things tight and really not giving things away. And I think it's so important at that level that you learn to be able to put a ball on the spot consistently. And if you could do that at this level at under 15, it all goes well in you moving forward to develop being able to bowl consistently line and length.
Yeah, now we're about to see the resumption after the water break. First water break, 14 overs gone, 55 for 3. Tyler Vinay on 1, and Jordan Charles on 16. You have Adrian Hedmire bowling 3 overs, no maidens, 7 runs, 1 wicket. And Dave Mohabir, the captain, 2 overs, 0 maidens, 9 runs, and yet to have a wicket. And normally we always say that after the break, the break brings wickets. So when the Guyanese team had their second water break, they lost like 4 wickets in the space of half an hour. So it'll be interesting to see what this start is going to be like. Hedmire comes into Charles. Back of a length and just hitting the pad, not out by the umpire.
Hit it high up on that left leg. Just seemed to hurt him a bit. And he's just down for a while. probably he looks a little more serious than we think, but he's
Yeah, just hit him on the soft spot. He probably didn't have any inner thigh pads, so.
so we just have a little break there as the physio is probably gonna run out, and maybe I don't know, maybe just a magic spray or something, but Charles is down. One of the players just got around him.
Yeah.
It's 55 for 3 Windwards, and he will really want to continue to play an inning, because I think it's essential that one person stays, and he looks the part. He's the one that can stay and bring the team us home to victory or close to that score.
Yeah, also Vinair is also known to hit the ball very hard and a long way, so I think I like his approach in terms of making sure that the ball is in the zone before he try anything. It's just a matter of rotating the strike as much as possible. But this partnership is very important. I think once they can get a start and move the score along, then you could set it up for the guys in the back end. But the Guyanese bowlers are making the job very difficult at the moment.
Yeah, they have been very consistent, keeping it very tight. So you're not missing any cricket. There's still the players that just got around with probably the physio and attending to Charles, who seemingly was hit high up on the thigh. Seeing still some signals from the ground. And he seemed to be coming off. Yeah, it really didn't look that serious, but probably where he was hit.
Yeah, probably just above the knee.
Yeah, still have to be helped off. But one would think that he would probably just need to take a rest. He would probably be able to come back to bat.
Yes, most likely.
So 55 for 3, and Jordan Charles probably would just retire. Hurt for a while as he's been hit high up on the left thigh, or just above the left knee, and you can see him just trying to lift that knee and probably get it moving again. Feelers are now getting back into place as we now see the incoming batsman to replace Charles. We are in the 15th over. 14.1 over has been bowled. It's 55 for 3. As Hetmeyer, who have been really bowling a pretty good spell, he's already into his 4th over, only 7 runs, and picking up 1 wicket.
So the new batsman who replaces him.
Wide out there, so very wide. Batsman just allowed it to go through. 56 is score. Just trying to confirm. Number 6.
Fontaine. Rosino
Seemed to be
Fontaine.
Fontaine.
Yes.
And so on the stroke down to mid-off. Fontaine just moving it into this one. But Guyana will feel pretty confident, feel they have the upper hand. 56 for 3 with Charles just retiring hot into the 15th over. Again, this one pitched up and Fontaine looking to drive.
Yes, Fontaine is a pretty aggressive batsman. I saw him in the nets a couple of days ago, and he played a lot of shots, so it's always good to see. Just hope that he could, give himself a chance to get in and, get acclimatized to the conditions and then open up a bit. But once these two get going, then it should be very
Interesting afternoon.
Yes.
Really, it was a delivery that was pitched up and really looked to be in a slot. I think he just needed to get across it a bit more. He picks up a single in this one. He's straight down to third man. He's off the mark. It's 57 for 3.
Yeah, Sunu Fontaine is from the island of Dominica as well.
So you know quite a bit about him.
Probably not. He's new coming up the ranks. So, but yeah, very exciting player.
A lot of Fontaine in Dominica.
Yes,
that's surname that is.
Could be related to Nasir Fontaine, the singer. And that's a lovely shot by Veneer for no run.
Well, he's Dominican and Nasir.
Yes, Nasir Fontaine is actually Dominican. A lot of individuals, a lot of Dominicans don't know that Nasir Fontaine is from Dominica.
Okay.
Yes.
A
lot of people don't know who is Nasir Fontaine.
I haven't heard about him. He's still singing?
I don't think he makes music anymore.
Okay.
And that's a attempted slower ball by Adrian Hetmeyer, and just tap down to the third man. And come across for one. This moves to 58 for 3.
Yeah. You're saying he's not singing again?
No, I haven't heard any music from him for a long time actually, so I'm not too sure.
Is he in Dominica or what?
I'm not sure, but yeah, he has a very large estate in Dominica actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we go back to the cricket. End of the over, 58 for 3. Got 15 overs completed. At Vinner on 2, Fontaine on 1. Still quite a bit of overs to go.
Yes, there is. And the bowlers are doing a very good job so far of keeping things quiet. When that happens, you find the batsmen tend to get a bit on edge and try and manufacture shots. So it'll be interesting. These guys, the two batsmen here, are stroke makers. So it'll be interesting to see what their approach is. But like I said, once they get going, then it should be an interesting passage of play. And that's a key partnership here in terms of that's a nice, lovely shot by Veneer. And they will get one, which brings Fontaine on strike. This score moves to 59 for 3. Mohabir, the captain, has been bowling very well so far. Into his third over, the score he's conceded just 10 runs, but he's been pretty steady. He's been bowling at the stump, nothing short, nothing wide, always bringing the batsman forward. So he's doing a pretty decent job so far. Yeah, we see bringing Fontaine forward, just drives it up to mid-off. Does no run. It's a lovely shot through the covers. No run again. Mid-off will run wrong and collect this delivery. So the captain is bowling to his field. He's keeping it nice and full on a good length, forcing the batsman to come forward. It's a lovely shot by Fontaine through the covers, going through the field, a bit of naughty field in there. They will scamper across for one. The score moves to 60 for 3. So I think this is important, even though these two are stroke makers, it's also important that they keep, just keep rotating the strike, get themselves into the game. A bit of miscommunication there. Inevitably no run.
Yeah, and we have seen that more often. But we're not sure. Okay. Again, that completes another good over bowled by Mohabir. His third over, he gone none for 11. The win was 60 for 3. Both Ven and Fontaine would be really looking to set this sort of platform. But again, good bowling by Mohabir. I see just there and thereabout, and you could see the batsman reaching for the delivery most of the time, and not being in that position, the full assurance of playing the shots.
Yeah.
So there will be change from the southern end.
27. Yes, Ganesh Prasad is the new bowler being introduced into the attack. So the captain ringing the changes. Seems to be another off spinner. So we have deep mid wicket, backward square, short mid wicket, long on. Oh, it's actually a leg spinner. So we have a slip in place, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off. So it'll be interesting to see how he starts his spell. Prasad comes into Fontaine. Short ball and he pulls that to deep mid wicket for only one. The score moves on to 61 for 3. So here comes Prasad into Veneer. Well, bold delivery. Just about middle of stump on a good length, forcing him to come forward. So the bowlers are keeping Veneer very quiet, not allowing him to free his arms. Quietly played back to the bowler, so not a bad start from Prasad. His four deliveries going for just 1 run so far. That was a short delivery that was pulled by Fontaine, so a pretty steady start from him. He comes again into Veneer. Ooh, just a bit of turn there, spinning past the slip, and they will scamper along for 1. Not a bad start by Prasad. The captain will be very pleased with that.
Yeah, it's not always easy for the leg spinner to come in and pitch immediately on a good length and line, but he has done pretty well. 5 deliveries in this over, and really has been able to pitch on good line.
Oh, that's a lovely shot by Fontaine. Shot by Prasad, and that's pulled to the deep backward square for 4. Lovely shot.
About a leg spinner being able to pitch on good line and length. This one a little short. Wasn't that all that bad?
It was
quicker
all that
delivery,
bad, but you could see the intent by the batsman. Like I said, I've seen Fontaine bat in the nets, and anything earning length or line, he's looking to go after it. So we could see the intent from him, and he's getting into good positions. He's hitting the ball cleanly. So, like I said, once these two batsmen, bat for some period, they should, be very interesting.
So it's 66 for 3 after 17 overs. And a run rate now 3.79 or 3.88.
Yes.
So still a good run rate. Muhabia. And this one again is stroke to short cover. Again, he has been consistent bowling that line there. And as you see, the cover, short cover, extra cover, backward point, mid off. 4 feelers in, really close. There's no sweeper. Right arm off spin, giving some again, and when I'm not taking any chances, push it out back on the offside.
Yes, they're bowling very well to Veneer. He's so far got just 4 runs off the 20 balls, so a bit of pressure being applied to him. It'll be interesting to see how he copes with it. And again, played forward, cover, no run. So the captain is doing a very good job so far. That's struck down to long on for 1. And it brings Fontaine on strike. Score moves to 67 for 3. It's played out to the cover, so the captain he has been very steady so far. Just 1 run in the over. It's another good delivery. Batsman could only come forward and play it back to the bowler, so A very tight over by the captain.
So 67-3 of the 18 overs. And Mahabir. And just concluded his 4th over and none for 12. But both batsmen look fairly comfortable. Again, not looking to take any chances. As you said, they are batsmen that can really strike the ball. But I think it need now just to build that foundation, get in and set the platform. And so far they have been doing pretty well, not taking more chances. Just need to continue the next few overs, just picking up the ones and the twos.
Yep, it's very important. Here comes Prasad. It's well ball on a good line, good length, just forcing the batsman forward, and he just pushes it out to cover for no run. So the Guyanese bowlers, they seem to be stringing a lot of good deliveries, building dots, and that's a key in defending any total. See Prasad again. That's a full toss, and he strokes it down to long on for 1, and brings Fountain on strike. The score moves to 68. So it's a pretty quiet passage here of play for both teams. There's a bit of tension building. Some dot balls, singles here and there, but the game is very much in the balance at this moment. Driven up to mid-off for no run. Seems to be striking the ball very nicely. Very confident young man. Prasad again into Fontaine. Ooh, tease outside off stump. Decided to leave it alone. That's another dot ball.
You're getting quite a bit of turn there.
Yes, a few deliveries seem to turn. Prasad, 1.5 overs for 7 runs. Quietly played back to the bowler again. So another tidy over by the Guyanese. They seem to be mounting on the pressure, No bad balls being bowled, nothing to get under, nothing to pull or cut. They've just been steady at the stumps. So after 19 overs, the score is 68 for 3.
Yeah, one would expect that they would just probably want to begin to just push it a bit more, look for the singles. I think they are trying to make sure that it doesn't lose another wicket now. Both Zona and Fontaine, who seem to be the more attacking of both players.
Yeah. But definitely you could sense a bit of tension building, The batsman wants to go, but obviously the bowlers are not allowing it. So we see the captain back on another delivery, back in the pitch. The batsman could only come back and punch it back to the bowler. Prasad. Mohabir, sorry. The captain is another dot delivery out to cover. So they're ringing in the dot balls. Veneer is just 6 runs from 26 balls. Ursano, Fontaine, 7 from 15. So a bit of pressure being built. Another dot ball. Back to the bowler. So the captain is very steady. And we see another dot ball. He's operating within the stumps. He's not bowling anything short or wide. He's just forcing the batsman to come forward, not giving him much time as well. Another quiet over by the captain. I think that's a maiden over. So maiden being bowled, so the pressure is definitely starting to mount. The bowlers are not allowing the batsmen to score freely. They're really mounting the pressure. So that's key in defending any total. So it'll be interesting to see what the approach is from the next end. We have a leg spinner bowling in tandem with the captain, so he'll also be under some pressure to keep things tight.
But one expects that something is gonna give.
Yes, one way or the other,
pressure.
something is gonna give.
Over number 21, and it's Passad. Again, Fontaine is back and just push it on the offside. But as you know, the overs continue to go and not much has been scored. One would expect that something will give tossed up, and he's driving
back to the bowler. So we see a second dot ball in the over, 2 dot balls so far. Fontaine is bowling very well.
Yeah, really good line. Good link.
Yes, he's at the stump. He's not giving any width, any room for the batsman to work with, to cut or pull. He's pitching within the stumps, forcing him to come forward. That's a lovely shot from Fontaine. Back past the bowler, back past mid-off, and that will go for 4. That's a lovely shot by Fontaine. Tossed up by the bowler, just on the off stump, but full enough for him to drive. So that's a welcome boundary for the Windward Islands, just to relieve some pressure.
Yeah, and played with so much ease. He just came forward and stroked it. Just to the right, to the left of the ball and to the right of the mid-off. And it went down to the boundary for 4.
And it brings the over to an end. So 72 for 3 after over number 21. Tyler Veneer, on 6, and Ursino Fontaine on 11. So quite a quiet period. The only one boundary in about in a long while. But I think the most important thing is the batsmen. They're still out there. They still have the ability to push around. So I think once they don't lose any wickets, it's okay to soak up some dot balls. But once you don't give away a wicket and the next batsman has to come in and start, it's going to start the process all over. So once they remain it, they could easily make up. But the Guyanese bowlers are making it pretty difficult for them so far.
Yeah, the captain continues with his 6th over. Again, good length delivery, pushed to backward point. And Werner, who is on 6, so far faced 31 deliveries. Again, he can only push it back to the bowler. Giving the bowler a great deal of air, not trying to bowl too fast.
Yes, it's very steady.
The batsman will have to really make the pace.
Steady stuff from the captain. He's bowling very straight, not giving the batsman anything to work with. Creating a lot of pressure on Tyler. Just 6 runs from 34 balls. And let's play it down to long on for 1. Brings Fontaine on strike. It's a lovely shot through the covers by Fontaine. We'll get 1. He will get 2. And that's a lovely intent by the young man. As you can see, he's able to rotate the strike. Getting 2 in that over, so the score moves on to 75 for 3.
Yeah, and we see Fontaine there again, not really driving fully, but more to just push it.
Yep.
And but he had some timing in it, so still able to pick up 2. But certainly, if he really drove fully, he would have sped across the boundary for 4. But again, is respect to the way that Mohape have been bowling. They're not looking to take too many chances, very careful,
Yep.
even in stroking the ball against him.
Superstar in for his fourth over now. We've conceded just 11 runs, quite steady from the leg spinner. Prasad now into Veneer. Full toss, it's down to long on for 1. It brings Fountain back on strike. Score moves on to 76 for 3. So far the 2 men out are long on and deep mid wicket. Mid off, cover, extra cover point in the circle and a slip waiting. A lovely shot by Fountain, just straight, flick through mid wicket, and they will get 1. So you're seeing Fountain able to just rotate the strike as soon as he comes on strike. So that's very important that Veneer realizes that and continue to try to do the same. He doesn't want a situation where all the pressure is being built on him. Prasad. And full toss, so Veneer is able to stroke that down the ground for 1. So we see a little bit of momentum being built here. He got the strike, he rotated back to Fountain.
Yeah, it's also important to see that he uses his feet a bit just to come on his own meet it on the full.
Yes.
So again, probably speak to the confidence building.
Ooh, a bit of turn there by Prasad. Dot ball. Prasad into Fountain. That's a lovely shot down the ground. Stroke for 1 and they will get 1. And that brings you over to an end. So another quiet over by Prasad.
But we have seen that both batsmen looking a bit more confident. We see they moving the feet as we saw the batsman came forward and kind of little chip and hit that down to long on. So we are seeing the movement, which sort of indicates that they are beginning more and more confident. Even if they would have stayed and have a look, one aspect probably they would look to just push it on just a bit more.
Yeah, they're spending time at the wicket, so that's the most important thing. They're starting to get accustomed to the conditions. The ball is not spinning as much, so they could probably play through the line a little bit more. So they're just starting to push on a bit more. That's the importance of making sure you stay at the wicket. It gets easier as the innings go along.
Mohabe in his 7th over, so far gone for 15. And the both batsmen taking no chance against him. Right arm off spin, giving some air. This is choke again to mid wicket. Just
slight misfield, but no run taken.
Ball given some air once again, hit down to.
And that's misfielded by the mid off, and that will go away for a lovely shot by Fountain. Probably wasn't expecting to get a boundary there, hitting that ball straight to mid off, but a bit of misfortune by the fielder, and he will collect another boundary. So that's a little bit of reward for the intent shown by Fountain. Once the ball is in his zone, he goes hard at the ball. So he must be commended for that. back pitch by the bowler. The batsman was only able to step back and punch it back. Score is 83 for 3. Shot ball, punch to cover, and that's a dot ball. So after 24 overs, it's 83 for 3. Sorry.
Yeah, and we just had we had some 5 runs in that over, and the 83 for 3 after 24 overs. I think both batsmen are looking a lot more comfortable against both bowlers. We saw a bit of misfeel in that particular over, just bringing 4 into the Windwards. But all in all, I think that the fact that only 3 wickets is lost, we have quite a bit of time to get up to probably just 108 runs needed.
Yeah.
And these two batsmen want to bring it as close as possible to that score. I don't think the issue of time, quite a bit of overs. One would hope that for the Windwards' sake, they will bring it as close as possible. Guyana would be looking to probably pick up 1 or 2 more wickets just to take control, just to make it much more difficult for the Windwards.
Yeah, they have been bowling pretty well so far. The batsmen haven't been able to run away with the score. The run rate is just a slight above 3. So they've been bowling pretty well. Just a few misfields here and there, a boundary in between, but they haven't been. The batsmen certainly haven't been motoring along. They're just starting to rotate the ball and move the strike along a bit more. But the game is definitely in the balance. It's a quiet period. The batsmen are trying to get set and acclimatize to the conditions. So here we see the leg spinner Prasad into Veneer. And full toss that struck down to long on by Veneer for a single. So it definitely is starting to push on a bit more. Giving the strike over to Fountain from the very first delivery. And again, he's been able to rotate the strike. So full pitch delivery by Prasad, and Fountain is able to stroke it down to long on. So they're starting to turn over the strike much more regularly now. A lot less dot balls are in between. So they're starting to get accustomed to the conditions. And here we see Veneer stepping down and drive into the long on. There we come back for another single. So we've seen some intent by the batsman.
Yeah, and interestingly there, Veneer using his feet and coming down, stroking that ball down to long on. Great deal of confidence shown there.
So a ball by Prasad, back in the wicket and straight, just punch back to the bowler by Fountain. Oh, and then another misfield by the fielder, driven to cover by Fountain, and it just trickled past the fielder, so they allowed them to come for 1. The score moves to 87 in over number 25.
Yeah, a bit of a lapse there by the cover fielder. We have seen it happen on 2 occasions last over.
A full toss struck down to mid-on for another single. So a quiet over. A quiet over by Prasad. The batsman able to rotate. You could definitely see some more intent. The batsman stepping out and driving to mid-on rather than just defending forward. So that's some good signs. They're able to rotate it, but still very good bowling by the guy and his bowlers. They're bowling at the stump. They're not bowling any loose balls. They're not allowing the batsman to get away.
Yeah, they pick up 5 runs in that over. So the last 2 overs, they had 5 runs in each over, which is really good.
Yeah.
And they just need to keep pushing it around, and certainly they would get up there. Just 103 runs needed, and they have some 25 overs to do so. So we just need to continue to push it around, maybe step up a bit, as we've seen change of bowling from this northern end. Mojave would have bowled 7 overs and one made 19 runs, no wicket. And we have seen
Arun Gaynor. So Arun Gaynor comes in to start his spell.
Fontaine 21 winner.
Stroke the long on for a single. So Aaron Gaynor, left arm spinner operating from wrong wicket. He has a long on, deep mid wicket. So deep backward square, short mid wicket, square leg, short third man, point cover, extra cover, and a mid off. Balls to Fontaine. Fontaine drives that down the ground, straight to mid off, no run.
Yeah, interesting period here.
Yes, it is.
Left arm spinner comes around. Good delivery.
And that's a
hit in front. Certainly a big blue struck there as Fontaine came forward, and that what came in with the arm.
Seems to be a bit of discontent with the batsman.
$89 for 4 as Fontaine goes leg before wicket to gain there. He's just coming on for his first over and really strike an important blow. This pair really has been together for quite a while and really would have given some hope to the Windwards. It's 89 for 4. We're in over number 26. And Guyana picking up the important wicket of Fontaine, who looked to be the more positive, more aggressive player in both himself and Venner. And you could see that again, he's really happy to pick up that wicket. So 89 for 4. Fontanelli, the right-handed batsman. As he faces Guyana, left arm coming around, on pitch up again, and he comes forward, push it back along the wicket. Guyana picking up a really important wicket there. Again tossed up and push on the offside. Ali, we have seen that the Windwards are just beginning to pick up some momentum and just lost the important wicket there of Fontaine. Tossed up again is played back to the bowler. Bit of a misfeeling. We've seen that happen pretty regularly. The fielder just misfeeling, but there's no opportunity for a run. That concludes over number 26.
But on the question of the wicket, I think it's a very important wicket. The Windward were now sort of going in the ascendancy. They were stroking the ball. At first they were just defending, and then they started to stroke and get the singles, and so the momentum was going in their way. So a very good wicket at a crucial time, sort of stop the advance of the Windward team. I think one of the things about the misfield, the players seem to be going down long before the ball reached them and taking the eye off of it. And so the ball had been passing through. But, it's a good period of play, good cricket.
Good delivery again by Possad and Venner just pushing back along the wicket. Still a slip backward point cover. Extra cover and a mid-off. And this time he making a few chips down, but Again, Possard really had seen him make the adjustment. For this delivery tossed up and he's driven again straight to the fielder. Would have been disappointed there.
He lost his shape a bit. He just sort of swung the bat. He has the ability to play much more calm and look for the gap.
Shorter, quicker delivery. You're getting a bit of turn on bungs there. The win was 89 for 4, again over number 27. And really another good delivery by Possard, and again Fenner just coming forward. Really overcast condition. Ali, you can remember it's quite a while we have been here and seen this facility being overcast for so long. This one pass beats the batsman, the keeper, and it will run down to the boundary for 4, and let's see what will be signaled there. Byes, 4 byes. Keeping a bit low and just seems to turn down to the boundary for 4 byes. Welcome runs.
Also a quicker delivery, caught the pretty short keeper, but didn't have much to go down, but he still didn't get there. He did keep a bit low and seemed to have turned a bit, and it was a quicker delivery. A good ball. Again, the Guyanese just sticking to their plan, try to pitch it as much as possible on or about the stumps and wait to see what will happen.
So 93 for 4. So we are down to double digit. Again, a good delivery, and that batsman came forward and just turned away from him. It's Fontenelle.
He had to be a bowler to watch, because his left arm is getting them to turn away from the right hand and also to come in. And that arm ball, what got the wicket, could be a very dangerous ball on the surface.
See, in his second over, Skinner. Again, ball it's on good length. Again, it's played back along the wicket. Got delivery play on the onside, and the non-striker just relaxing on the bad day, but you want to pick up the quick singles just to turn the strike over. The score means 93 for 4. As in the second over, toss up again, and ball played to short cover. No intent by the batsman there. Toss up, swing down to mid wicket, and that gonna go down to the boundary for 4. Really, ball give a bit of air, and then you just swung it and went down to that vacant mid wicket area, wide mid wicket for 4.
But a good result in terms of runs. Not too sure on the line where he picked that ball up. I think had he missed it, there would have been a very low appeal, but he got it out the middle of the bat. Cleared the man at middle wicket and down to the deep middle wicket boundary for 4.
Yeah, that shot came out of nowhere. Now the mid wicket just going a bit straighter. Tossed up again, and he's coming forward and push it on the onside, and that completes his second over. Ginder. And he had 2 overs, 1 for 5. And at the end of 28 over, the Windwards looking to get up to 191 for victory. They had 97 for 4.
I think if I had the bowler, I would have not have been disappointed at all in the shot. You know, it was a bit of a risk. He did make a good connection, but again, the Guyanese, like the Windies spinners, seems to be attacking the stump. You know, sometimes you find the spinners seem to be just outside the line of the off stump and waiting on the batsman to play a bat shot. They are on the stumps and bowling pretty well.
So 94 runs required. The run rate is now 3.46, and they will need to get that up to 4.27 as his ball is choked. Back to the bowler, Passad, in his 7th over. And this one is played to mid-wicket. Venner, as he pick up another single. At 98, he moves to 14. Fontenelle comes into strike. And we have seen the slip go back to a short third man. So there's short third man. Backward points, quick cover, extra cover, mid off. Quicker delivery, short and hit. Didn't get hold of it, so the fielder at square leg had some running to do. They can only pick up a single.
I think he would have felt he missed out a bit there because it was a pretty short delivery and he really attempted to swing it hard but didn't make proper connection and so was only able to pick up a single.
Yeah, it's one of the few bad deliveries we have seen from the leg spinner Passad. He's into his 7th over. You being a leg spinner yourself, Ali, how difficult it is to come in and from the ward go be able to hit a spot, pitch on point.
It takes a lot of practice. I think you just had to focus on one area and try to hit that area as often as you could rather than looking for variation. I think he has been doing a pretty good job.
Yes, honestly, down to mid off. He seemed to try something a little different there.
I also think the field placing, is, especially in the offside, is well placed, and so the batsman, has to pick the gap.
Yeah, that concludes another good over. Passad, no 7 overs and none for 22. But you bowl leg spin and you come on to bowl. Maybe what's the first thing in your mind as you come on the bowl? You would want to do first up.
It's to pitch and pitch on a proper line and length. Now, I'm not sure they are trying to contain. Normally, leg spinners are wicket taking bowlers, right? More attacking bowlers, but they are bowling pretty defensive, and as a result, he's not really flighting that much up wide of the off stump. He's on the stumps. Probably a different situation, a different game. He probably could have bowled with a little bit width on the off stump and force the batsman to play attacking shots. He's bowling pretty tight, so it's more defensive shot.
Again, the ball spinning outside the off stump. Again, no shot offered by the batsman. So you can come on and leg spin with tendency either to try to stop run making or pick up wickets. This year he's trying to be as tight as possible.
Yeah, you can see he's on the stumps and bowling as close as, waiting on the batsman to make there and not trying to create it.
Tossed up, and this one is swung with, goes down to mid, just past the mid-off fielder, and one felt it goes over the boundary for 4. Let's see what is going to happen. I don't know if the batsman would have seen, but from here, signal 4. Yeah, 4. And that's 4 runs. One felt even at the mid-off there, he didn't make a good enough effort. I thought he could have get to it, but it just went his right and just kind of bobbled after him, goes down for 4. But welcome boundary. Again tossed up and stroked back to the bowler. And we seen the little flaws in the feeling, you know, and that mid-off era, we have seen some misfeel, and this one is stroked back to the bowler.
I think that's the second time he has sort of mistimed the ball, and I think.
Toss up. He's looking to drive.
No, what he did again, he did the previous occasion, he started running in first before really picking up what was happening. So the time he had to change direction, you know, he found himself unable to stop the ball. So the ball looked pretty close to him, but the direction he was running, and so couldn't stop it. He needed, you know, initially to try to get in line with the ball and attacking. I think that's, but again, at that age, you know, it's all a question of developing and learning. So, you know, it's just a question of seeing your mistakes and able to correct it.
So we have a break as the players just break for drinks. 103 for 4. We had 30 overs being bowled, so they still need a further 88 runs from 20 overs. The current run rate is 3.4, and they need just about 4.4. 103 for 4 after 30 overs, and the game still is in the balance. It can go anywhere.
Yeah, I think the question of the run rate is, you know, the run rate is much of a question. I think for the Guyanese, obviously, is to pick up another 2 or 3 quick wickets, or wickets that sort of get into the back end of the windward. The windward is a question now of maintaining their 3, 4, 5, the middle order batsmen are here. At that age group, probably, you know, you start looking at 7, 8 as not so much of a top batter. So I think, you know, the Windward now will have to try to avoid losing wickets, and 2 or 3 wickets on the Guyanese now could really put it much in their favor. As you said, I think it's pretty well balanced, can still go anyway.
Yeah, the Windwards would have lost one hope is for a while, the service of Charles, who looked pretty good. Just had to go off, kind of retired, being hit somewhere high up on the thigh or just above the knee. So he is still to come. One would hope that right now he probably be rested and work is being done on that area. But they certainly would need to, at 103 for 4, they would need to begin to step it up a bit and try to get as close to that score as possible. Guyana will certainly be looking to make some more inroads, pick up another 1 or 2 wickets, and give themselves an opportunity really to bowl the winner out before they get to that score.
One of the things I noticed about the Guyana team in terms of the field places, they basically set a field and maintained it. It didn't matter who the batsman was or you know what he was doing. I think sometimes they needed to adjust just to put some pressure on the batsman, or to get the batsman thinking, you know, bring him across, put him straight and move him. They were a little bit flat in that aspect of the game. They just maintain, and so the batsman could, in fact, as you saw, the batsman started to rotate the strike before the last batsman got out, like before. They were able to just push the ball into the gap because no adjustment was being made to the field.
Yeah, one would think is that goes down to a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge about the game, and being able to understand the game, so you know when to bring a fielder closer, when to drop him back.
Yeah, as we said, it's a whole learning experience. One of the good things we've seen at this level is that the coaches during the water break are having a long chat with the guys. And, you know, in the case of the Windward, the first inning, it definitely worked after Eugene had a pretty long talk with his players in relation, and we just noticed that the Guyana coach was having a pretty long chat. So I suspect, it's a lot still in the coaches have a big part to play in the tactical aspect of the game, and it's all for the purpose of the development of the youths.
Yeah. Certainly, in my view, it's a bit more difficult for the Windwards. Where you have your players coming from maybe for just as in the case here, just for a week, and then be able to put it right.
In our time is a few days. Still lucky.
But I think the thing is, it's so different in that time. You playing a lot of cricket, of cricket all over. This is not the case now. As you know, even in our situation here, we haven't been able to have school cricket for probably the last 3 years. So it make it so difficult. Now we are about to resume the Windwards 103 for 4. Hetman is going to pick up the attack from that southern end. He has so far bowled 4 overs and picked up 1 for 10. And he will be bowling to Venner, who is on 14. And he has been there for 53 deliveries so far. It's about 67 minutes. Now he goes back over the wicket. He starts over the wicket. And this one is choked down to mid-off. And interestingly, there's just mid-off and mid-on. And outside the 30-yard circle, there's just a third man and a long leg. The offside, backward point, cover, extra cover, and the mid-off, so there's no slip. Hetman. Again, this is choked down to mid-off. This one played just a bit slower, so he given the opportunity to pick up a single. So he moves to 15, 104. The leg side, long leg on the boundary. Backward square, mid-wicket and mid-on. In overcast condition. Outside the off stump, umpire just was thinking there with that signal of wide, he allowed this one to pass.
You would have had a long look at that one. It's quite a while since anybody have bowled a wide, so maybe he just caught him by surprise.
Yeah, to be fair, the Guyanese bowlers, they have been doing very well. Trying to cut down on the extras. This one again is full to the bat, but only stroked to the short cover. No timing. We are in over number 31. Hit by his 5th over. Played on the onset again. Just the backward square fielder moving quickly to his left. The umpire just adjusting the stump as the ball is being thrown in by the backward square fielder. Just dislodging the bail. Hetman, final ball of his over, goes down the leg side, and again the umpire's arms outstretched. Another wide, 105 for 4. As we look at the extras, now 20. 4 byes, 2 leg byes, and 14 wides. Stroke down to mid-on, and the commentary for a single. Good run in there as that completes the over. So we have 31 overs being bowled. It's 106 for 4. Still 85 runs needed for victory.
It continue to be pretty steady. Pitching not flat out type pace bowler, more, fast medium, pitches it on the stumps as much as possible, keeping it up to the batsman. You can see from the field placing, he has the straightish mid off and mid on, not in it, but sort of halfway to the boundary, and then the fine leg and the third man. So obviously his aim is to try to get it as close up to the bat as much as possible, and he's been doing a pretty good job.
Again, outside the off stump, and no shot offered. And he is in his 4th over. So far he picked up 1 for 9. Got a very important wicket off Fontaine as they were looking to really change gears. Again, this is short. He's looking to play. He's out, caught at the wicket. And Fontaine looking to hit off the back foot and just took the outside edge. Keeper went up, and there's again another wicket.
Well, you have to give the bowler some credit. He batted well, but that again, he gets the ball to come into the right hand and away, and that one, he sort of give himself room, I suspect, thinking that he's coming into him. It went away, and he didn't get all bat to it. In fact, he just got the edge and was well taken by the keeper. I think a very important wicket there, because he has been one of the mainstay there and batting pretty okay.
Fontenelle. Well, he just out. He only got 10, and he was therefore from 22 deliveries, 106 for 5. As we see the advent of Charles, or seemed to be Jordan Charles, went off. You saw a period being somewhat struck, maybe somewhere the knee, just above the knee.
Yeah, and with one of the batsmen being retired and 5 wickets down, you're getting into middle and lower order, because this 7th batsman is now in. So you're starting to think that you are not far from what you call the real back end of the batting, and so I think the Guyanese must feel now that they are slightly ahead.
Yeah, I think they will still feel they're ahead, although Charles, who have been playing pretty well. He actually was on 16 when he came up, but he was really looking the part. As his ball is hit down to mid-wicket, and the first delivery. So he moves to 17. Takes the score to 107. And this pair would really need to stay together for quite a while. Venner, who's on 15, therefore for a long time. This one again is tossed up. It's choked down to mid-on. One feel you could, instead of just pushing it, because you meet it on the full toss, you want to make sure you take advantage of that full toss and put it away. I think he's comfortable just to push it along. Again, this one comes off the edge, and the fielder, short third man, comes around. So yet again another single.
I think it's just a question of security, making sure that you don't really go too hard at it, and you really look for timing than power. I think that's probably the thought.
Again, clipped off nicely. They probably should pick up 2 runs here. The mid-on Hunter really run to his right. And that's 2 runs to Venner. It's on 18, 111 for 5. So this has not been a bad over.
Yeah, they did get 1 or 2, 5 runs, but I think that the important thing in that was the fact that they picked up a wicket, and sort of you can see so all of a sudden they step in the Guyanese, they seem to be moving a little quicker, so put a little more drive into them. And wickets are always important in games like that where it seems to be pretty close. The wickets will be very, very important.
So Charles is on 18, gonna face Hetman, and he's coming around the wicket. Push back on the wicket.
Well, he doesn't have the feel for that short type delivery. Luckily, it wasn't swung around. I think the field tells you that he's going to pitch it up and as much as possible. That one was a bit short, but also caught the batsman by surprise.
Down the leg side and hit a well, hit down to mid wicket for 4. That's a good shot. Just similar to the ball before, but I think the batsmen were really into it and waiting for it. He picked it up nicely and hit it over mid wicket for 4. Really impressive shot, and Charles moved to 22. Let's go move to 150. Just need a few more of that just to take the pressure off.
But I just made the point, the previous deliveries, field is not set for these short pitch deliveries. He tried it again and and paid the penalty. Obviously his field placing tells you that he's going to pitch the ball up. There is no one on the square boundaries, or in fact only people on the boundaries are the fine leg and the third man. So you really need to keep it close to the wicket and up as much as possible.
This one's played to mid wicket. Better length delivery. Charles.
I seen that shot, I would have gone to push the square leg bit back and try another short one, because it might not be able to clear the boundary.
So on this clip down to long leg, who moved to his right, and Charles pick up another run. Takes him to 23, so 116 for 5. Still 75 runs needed. Just about 17 overs after this one. This goes down the leg side. Good stumbling take by the keeper. So wide.
The end result was a good stop, but he did a lot of things in order to stop that one. I think he was going to make a somersault, but it didn't work.
I think his timing was off. and probably it's one of the challenges that probably we'll see in terms of these bowlers bowling with the long spells to be constantly online.
Yeah. He has been bowling for quite a while.
Full toss and hit down to mid-off. Just a single, not taking full advantage of those full deliveries.
I think he has also lost his momentum. He was bowling pretty well on line, on length. I'm not sure if it's the left-right combination, but he has bowled quite a few short deliveries in this spell, not pitching up as he did previously.
Just pushes on the offside, so that completes the over. Well, the most he can bowl in at any one time is 4 overs. So his first spell, come on fresh, bowl 4 overs, bowl right, keep it good line and everything. But coming back for the second spell, which called for a lot of discipline to continue bowling that good length and line, that just seemed to be a bit harder. And we have seen that scoring runs off him look a little bit easier.
Yes, as we said, it's always much easier from here than out there. So I think,
It's 118 for 5, and we have had 33 overs completed. Run rate 3.58. Need to get up to 4.29. As we look at Kinder. Left arm around the wicket. Ball is played to mid wicket, straight to the mid wicket fielder. There's no chance of a run. Again, most of the bowlers is really intent on bowling stump to stump, and maybe good line. As Ginder tossed up, and this one is choked down to the fielder at mid on. Who comes around? We take it on the bounce, a single to Venner. He moves to 20. Charles on the 23 come back into strike.
You know, the wickets are fell, but at no time the bowlers look totally in control. The batsmen look far more in control of the situation, although they lost wickets. And I've seen that in a similar situation. The bowlers are bowling well, but the batsmen look to be very comfortable.
Coming forward on top, and they just seem to miss everything. Also the keeper.
He might have gotten an edge onto the pad, because there would have been a suspect of more lusty appeal than what really happened there. So probably he might have gotten an inside edge.
Yeah, very difficult to tell from here. That's possible full toss, and let's see what happened with this one. Hit down to mid wicket, and could only get a single. Again, you want to take advantage of those full tosses. Just need to stroke it just a bit straighter. Pick up the boundary, but just a single. Again, stroke down to mid on, have to. Yes, and another single. So we have seen that the Guyana team have been able to keep them mid off and mid on in really short duration of the match, and not being able to force them back with the Windward batsmen. That concludes another over.
I wonder if you have to do something, probably what they figure is the strength of the batsman, because normally particularly with spinners on, you'll find either the mid off or the mid on is at a long on or long off. And throughout the spell of the Guyanese bowlers, they kept them inside that circle. Well, I think he has worked for them, and one or two might have gone overhead, but generally, it has kept right on target. So it worked for them. So
121 for 5. We have 34 overs being bowled. Certainly after this over, Kavem Hart going to take it off from me here. As Prince come back after 4 overs. This one is driven down firmly down to mid off. Slightly over pitches, given some room outside the off stump, and hit down to mid off. 121 for 5, over number 35. Outside the off stump, just allowed to go through. It's Venner. I've been batting some 63 deliveries so far. He's on 21. This one is choked. Nice shot down to long, mid on. He shook this one well down to mid on. The fielder had moved to his left. Make the save. The left-handed Charles come back into strike. 122 for 5. They really would need to to just try to pick it up a bit as Charles faces this delivery, and again is beaten outside the off stump again, looking to play on the up, and that ball just seemed to have left the left-handed Charles as he came forward.
Also made a bit more high than we have seen most of the deliveries in his spell, and that also probably would have surprised the batsman.
22 for 5. And he's choking this one. Again, just pushing it out on the offside. So Prince is back for his 5th over. So far none for 19. As over the wicket ball to Charles. Again, Charles is beaten. Again, looking to play on the offside ball, pitching and just leaving the left-handed batsman. And that concludes the over. 35 overs being bowled. The winner was 122 for 5. And after a few comments from Ali, will be Kavem Hodge.
Yeah, well, still the game in balance. Not to show anyone is in the ascendancy just yet. The Guyana bowlers are bowling pretty well in terms of line and length. I think they both batters of the win ball rather beautifully. So they're not going for the big shots just yet, but their single here and there are all adding up. And so I think, as we welcome back, Hodge, it's still a balanced game.
Yes, very much in the balance. The batsmen who are at the wicket, they're taking the time out to rotate the strike, they're putting away the bad balls. So it's very important that they keep this partnership going. It will go a long way in helping the Windwards team, get to the total. But with that being said, a lovely shot from Veneer. He's really carrying the innings. He's 22 or 65 balls, but nonetheless, his time at the wicket is invaluable. He's anchoring the innings for the Windward Islands. But I must say, the Guyanese bowlers have been bowling pretty well. They, at no point has the Windward Islands run away with the game. Hitting boundary after boundary. The boundaries have come few and far in between, so they've kept things pretty steady.
Well, really nibble at that one, and not too sure what he was intending on doing. Probably steering it down to short third man. Fortunately, didn't get the edge.
So Aaron gained 5.4 overs, 0 maidens, 18 runs, 2 wickets. So we see Jordan Charles. "25 runs. He's been batting pretty well. This is a wonderful partnership for the Windward Islands. It's important that every batsman that comes in, they put a value on your wicket and try to add to the total. We just see the batsman stepping away. Something must have disturbed his visual in the helmet. So dead ball signal by the umpire.
I think the bowler running up sort of from behind the umpire would not have noticed him pulling away.
Yeah, we see Gardner into a Veneer.
That was...
Yeah, we see again operating very straight, and that's the end of the over. The score is 124 for 5 after over number 36.
Yeah, that was a good delivery. Pitch probably just about off. Difficult to tell from here if it was beating the leg or it was pitched outside of because the angle. But a good delivery and a good spell so far from him.
Yes, very, very good spell so far. There is Shane Prince operating from the River Road end. 5.1 overs, 1 maiden, 19 runs. No wicket yet to his name. And he is bowling to Jordan Charles, who is on 25. Ooh, a flashing drive outside the off by Jordan Charles, but no connection. So Shane Prince is continuing to to hold a pretty steady line outside that off stump. Bowling very tight. 5.2 overs going just for 19 runs. Comes into Jordan Charles. He pulls away. Misses his run up that ball by the umpire, signaled by the umpire.
I think he also getting a bit of a lift, and then getting some to sort of lift onto the batter.
Yeah, this is a very good cricket wicket. You get something off with the fast bowlers. The batsmen apply themselves, they'll get runs. So here we see Jordan Charles into Shane Prince into Jordan Charles. Onto the pads, and it'll trickle down to third man, and they will scamper for 1. Adds to the total 125 for 5. So I would consider this game still in the balance. 5 wickets down. 37th over being bowled. 1 or 2 wickets here could really tilt things in the favor of the Guyanese. So this game is far from over. Still a long way to go.
I thought that was a pretty good delivery. When a ball hit your front pad and go down to third man, you start asking questions.
Yes, definitely. So here comes Shane Prince into Veneer. Wide delivery outside the off stump. That's a nice shot from Veneer.
He really strokes the ball beautifully, not looking to put any power. He just strokes it around. Probably the full toss, he could probably look for a bit more power in it, but it's really a nice cricketing shot. And have another good over from
So another tidy over from Prince. The Guyanese are going very well. This game is really, you could sense the balance in the game. Anything could happen. Ebbs and flows. 1 wicket or 2 wicket bring things into the Guyanese favor. Couple boundaries or a solid partnership. The Windward Islands would look well on their way. So it's really in the balance right now.
Mm, 125, 126 for 5. 37. They continuing with spin on one end and pace.
Here we see a straight delivery from Aaron Gaynor, slightly going down the leg, given not out by the umpire.
A short while ago, they got a suspect some sort of information as to what to do.
Yeah.
From what happened?
A straight delivery played across the line, just barely missing. Flick through mid-wicket by Jordan Charles. This camper for one. Second one not taken. So at the end of the over, this guy's 128 for 5, 38 overs gone. Tyler Veneer, 24 of 71. And Jordan Charles is on 26. Shane Prince into the attack. Full wide delivery. Drive by the batsman. Take outside edge down to third man.
Is he considered a pacer because that could have been his fourth consecutive over. At that level, they say they are only allowed to bowl 4 overs pace. Unless
It'll be interesting to see. I think that's another lovely shot by Jordan Charles. They're finding the middle, but they're still finding the fielders. So.
He seems to just rely on timing and not much power in the shot. So, once he doesn't pick the gap, it's difficult to score runs. He's looking comfortable, playing some pretty good shots, good cricket shots. Surely his technique is pretty solid. Not much rash shots. It is a question of just development.
Here comes Prince into Charles. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Foolish delivery. Flicking it off the pads. 1, 2 bump. And the batsman will trickle for 2.
Probably a bit surprising that Guyana, that is relying mostly on the medium and fast medium bowlers rather than spinners. Traditionally, Driving not to the pitch.
But these two are forming a nice little partnership. They're rotating the strike, even if they're not getting the boundaries, but they're rotating the strike. Here comes Prince into Charles. He's driving that slowly back to the bowler. And that brings the end of over number 39. The score is 131 for 5. Tyler Veneer on 25 and Jordan Charles on 28.
You can see the sort of enthusiasm that the Guyanese has seems to be slowing down a bit. They are not moving as fast. And
yes, and I mean, also, it's not often that they play a 50 over game, so they've been out there for 39 overs. So it takes a toll on the body, so obviously they're going to be a little bit more lethargic in their movements.
I think our wicket will change all of that.
So here we see Prasad coming from the Darbo end. He'll be bowling to Tyler Veneer. Very interesting what Tyler decided. He's not chipping down the wicket. He's actually walking down the wicket towards the leg spinner. So that's a very interesting method of facing up to the bowler. But I guess he's worked it out. He's been there for 102 minutes, 73 deliveries. And that's a nice lit dab by Veneer. Down to shot 2, then they will get 1. Prasad into Charles, and that's a lovely shot, flicking it on the leg side, straight to square leg, no run. And that's a nice shot straight to the field again. So unfortunately he's not been able to find the gaps. He's finding the fielders.
Yeah, but he's timing the ball pretty okay. It's just a question of finding the gaps and creating more and scoring opportunities.
Yes, and he's back cutting this one past the point. You get 1. The score moves on to 133 for 5 at the end of over number 40. So 10 overs to go.
Final power play.
Now we see Prince continuing from the forward end. He's bowled 7 overs, 1 maiden, 23 runs, yet to have a wicket to his name. So both these bowlers working in tandem are yet to pick up any wickets, but they're very tidy. Full delivery by Prince, driven to mid-on, and they will scamper for 1. So batsmen, they're going pretty steady, they're not going helter-skelter, but they're able to pick up the singles here and there, keep the strike rotating and just building the partnership.
I think also they are pretty comfortable. They're not being any problem really to negotiate. They've been stroking the ball pretty easy.
Yes, they've spent some time, so.
Guyanese have been pretty accurate, but not penetrative.
Yeah. Charles has spent 67 balls, Veneer 75, so they're quite adapt to what's going on in the middle. So it's just a matter of them taking it deep, but the Guyanese bowlers, they have something else in mind. They're still bowling very tight. They're not giving any width. They're attacking the stumps. The winner batsmen have to work for every run. Driven straight to cover, no run again.
Yeah, played shots and all the deliveries so far in this over, and he had to pick up a run because he had been stroking all the balls direct to the fielders. Again, it's just a question now of picking the gap. His technique is pretty okay, just to find the gap.
Yes. Here comes Prince into Veneer. He's chipping on the wicket and flicking that one past square leg. They will collect one, come back for two. So they're doing a pretty decent job in rotating the strike.
Well, they need to, because they're not being really getting many boundaries, and to keep the score, the run rate up to what they want it to be or close to is a question of rotating the strikes, and they have been trying.
Yes, they don't come across as a boundary hitting batsmen. They don't strike the ball too ferociously. They're just looking to work the ball into gaps and run hard. And again, a leg glance by Veneer straight to square leg, and they will scamper for one. So that's the end of over number 41. The score is 137 for 5.
When you take into consideration the start that they will not have, I think they will consider they're in a very good position at this stage. They have made a very good recovery and came back into the batting and has batted pretty well.
Yeah, as we could see, I always say cricket always ebbs and flows. Look at how the Guyanese start. They were 80 something without loss, and they were 120 for 4 or 5. The Windwards Islands, in contrast, we had an early run out, 2 early wickets, and they had a solid partnership in the middle. So it's just about assessing and trying to build from where what was given to you. So these two batsmen are doing a pretty good job so far. I'm sure they're looking for a couple of boundaries in between, but so far they're rotating the strike. Sad to continue from the double end. We'll be bowling to Tyler Veneer, who is on 29. That's a nice shot, walking down to the leg spinner again, stroking it down to long on for one. Turns the score over to 138, sorry. 138 for 5. 41.1 overs being bowled. Jordan Charles is on strike, facing up the leg spin of Prasad. Chips, pulls that one through mid wicket, 1 bomb, 2 bomb, they scamper for 1, and they will come back for 2. Adding 2 more runs to the total. So some intent shown by the batsman here. I think after that water, they got a message from the dressing room.
I think so. I think they definitely got some sort of information. You can see from the shots they're playing.
Yes. So Prasad into Jordan Charles again. That ball just dabbed down to third man. So there definitely some intent being showed. Obviously, they've been at the wicket for 77 minutes and 110 minutes respectively. So they've been there long enough. They understand what's going on. They've had a look at some of the bowlers. And the Windward Islands need 50 runs in 51 balls. So it's coming down. It's pretty even at this moment. So they have to keep pushing on. And we see Veneer again stepping down and pulling that ball through mid-wicket. Mid-wicket, they will get one. But the Guyanese bowlers, they deserve the credit. They're bowling at the stumps. They're not giving the batsmen anything to work with. They have to create their angles. They will have to walk down the wicket. They have to chip. So you see they're trying really hard to get the ball off of them. And the Guyanese bowlers are not giving anything. So kudos to them. Prasad again to Charles. And you see him coming back and pulling that delivery over deep mid-wicket. And it takes a wonderful catch. Charles is gone for 33. Trying to push on, getting a short delivery and pulling it straight to deep mid-wicket. Obviously receiving a message that they have to push on things. Requiring 49 from 50 balls.
I'm not too sure that they need to take the risk in pushing on. I thought that they are batting pretty okay. Probably just a little bit more momentum in terms of finding the gaps. Then because you see, since the water break, they had actually played all shots, attacking shots at the ball. They came down the wicket.
But to be quite fair, that was a long hop.
Oh yeah, that
it's
was
just
a
unfortunate
shot.
that he hit it straight to the mid wicket. But it deserved, to be hit away. Unfortunately, it's straight to the guy. But I mean, on the other end, you must give credit to the Guyanese bowlers. They have been bowling pretty tight, and they got some reward for their tight bowling. So a wicket is always going to pull things back a bit. So now it's up to the newcoming batsman. It'll be quite interesting to see what his approach is, if he's going to try and give himself some time or try and go hard from early up. He's batting with Veneer, who's been there for quite a while. So the new batsman is Aaron St. Clair. Prasad into Veneer. Short ball, come back and cutting that ball to point, and they will scamper along for one. And that ball clip the stump, and that will allow for overthrow, and they will come back for two. So the score moves on to 144. 144 for 6. So some intent shown by Veneer. As we say hello again to Mr. Crony. The game is quite in the balance now, losing a wicket. It seems like they got a message that they have to push on. I think they need some 44 more runs. But the over slowly seems to be going away. So just a bit of intensity required by the batsmen. But the Guyanese bowlers, they're not allowing the batsmen to score as freely as they would like. They're bowling at the stumps. They're not giving much width, and unfortunately, Charles was unable to put away the bad ball, hitting it straight to deep mid-wicket. So 144 for 6, 42 overs. The game is really in the balance now.
Yeah, it's very interestingly poised until we call for a lot of we be sensible batting. You can still push it around. 8 overs. Yeah.
And with a new batsman in Aaron St. Clair, obviously he's going to take some time to try and get himself in, which will allow the Guyanese bowlers to add some more pressure.
Yeah, I think one of the things we have seen is that they've been able to put away the bad balls.
Yes.
Many a time they stroke it just straight to the field and not being able to pick the gaps, and I think that was one of the areas that was kind of missing in terms of the batting. But Charles looked a pretty good player.
Yes, he did. So Arif Khan is coming back for his next spell. 4.2 overs, 0 maidens, 15 runs, 1 wicket. And you see he bowling a delivery to Aaron Sinclair down the leg side, who flicks it over Sham square leg. Goes for 1. Scampers back for 2, so the score moves on to 140, 148. So some intensity being shown here by the new batsman, Arif Khan. So the field is third man and fine leg. These are the only 2 fielders out. We have square leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, point, cover, extra cover. And some intent here shown by Aaron Sinclair.
Yeah, pitch up there. You'll want to clear the mid off or the mid on. A lot of room there. I just need to get a bit closer to the line of that ball, and probably would have been able to pick it up and hit it somewhere over mid off. So they do need to get a few boundaries just to release some of the pressure.
And here we see Aaron Sinclair tugging that one to mid wicket. They get 1 and they will scamper back for 2. So that's 2 more to the total, taking it to 148.
Yeah, the intention is good there, and he's been given room. So the intention is really good there. That he tried to hit straight. I guess he was looking to hit straight and got it to mid wicket. But
yes, definite intent there being shown by Aaron Sinclair, which is good. He just needs to keep his eye on the ball. Arif Khan is bowling straight. Punch that one to cover. That's no run. So the end of over number 43. The score is 148 for 6. We have Tyler Veneer, 33 of 83 balls, 117 minutes, and we have Aaron Sinclair with 4 runs of just 6 balls. So we have someone who's been there for quite a while, and then a new batsman. So it's important that Tyler Veneer carries him through this period, allow him to get in, and then try and build another partnership.
Yeah, Veneer will have to play a very important part. He have been there. He have been able to have a good idea of the wicket play. Now, even all the bowlers, he will now need to just be a little more positive, but try and take most of the strikes, push it around. We have seen that Sinclair seem to be the sort of batsman that is going to put back the ball.
Yes. And Prasad is coming in for his final over of his spell. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 31 runs, 1 wicket. He's bowled pretty well. Good control. You see Veneer walking on the wicket, but to no avail. Just tapped it back to the bowler.
Judgment had to be right. Short delivery, and he should have been on the back foot there.
Yeah, it's interesting how he's walking down to the leg spinner. So, a very interesting technique here. And he's striking that one straight to mid-off. And he's gone.
Yeah, really. And it was an overpitch delivery. Really should have been hit over the top, but I think he got sideways and not getting close to the pitch of the ball and hit it. Should have been hit smoothly over mid-off, and that ball only ended up in mid-off.
Yeah, he doesn't come across as the kind of player that likes to hit at the ball,
Yeah.
If you see he's 33 coming from 84 balls, he's been hitting the gaps and trying to rotate the strike, but he hasn't been able to hit the ball away like that. And the one opportunity he got, he hit it straight to the fielder. But nonetheless, a valiant effort by Tyler Veneer, who's gone for 33, and the new batsman Kevon Bartholome. So we have 2 new batsmen at the crease, like I said earlier.
.148 for 7 is the score, as we see the Windwards now still needing another 43 runs for victory. We in the 44th over. and really will call now for the batsmen to really begin to hit some boundaries. We just have 6 overs after this, still 43 runs to get. And the Guyana team looked very happy to see the dismissal of Venner, who have been batting for a long period, some 83 deliveries, and he going for 33 again, and not making use of really hitting a ball that was over pitch, was only able to get it to mid-off, and they was really happy to see the back of him leaving.
Yes, and in chasing, 1-2 wickets can also make the game very interesting. So here we see Kavan is coming off strike of his very first delivery. So Prasad is able to get a second wicket in his final over. Three deliveries left to complete his spell. He's bowled 9.3 overs, 1 maiden, 32 runs, 2 wickets. He's doing the job for his captain. So the Windward Islands are 149 for 7 in over number 44.
And for once we have seen now that the mid-off has gone back a bit, likewise the mid-on, not right back on the boundary.
Yes, they're sort of hovering like 3/4, and that allowed him to take the catch. So they can't run 2, and it's tricky to hit it over. So, and we see a short ball that's on the back foot, and that's slapped away by Aaron St. Clair, and that will go all the way to the boundary for 4. So a welcome boundary for the Windward Islands. Takes the score up to 153. So some intent shown by Aaron St. Clair, and it's going along nicely.
Yeah, good shot by St. Clair. He was really on his back foot and picked it up nicely.
Yeah, so
and beat the cover fielder.
Yeah,
and went down to the boundary for 4.
And the Windward Islands now require 38 from 38, so it's coming down pretty tight. Welcome boundary. And again, backed away and slapped by St. Clair. They will get 1. And the score moves on to 154. So I think that if the Windward Islands don't lose any more wickets, they should win this game. But in order for the Guyana to win, they have to keep taking wickets. That's the only way they're gonna win this game.
Yeah, I think it's important. St. Clair is a key factor. He's striking the ball well, and really, from the time he comes in, he's been able to push it along. He's on 9. As we see the conclusion of over number 44.
Yeah, so Danish Prasad is able to complete his spell of 10 overs, 1 maiden, 37 runs, 2 wickets. I think that he's done the job for his captain as a leg spinner. And we have 44 overs completed. And the game is coming down closer and closer.
37 from 36.
Yes. So I think once Aaron St. Clair is at the crease, it should be pretty interesting. He has showing some intent, striking the ball well, so it'll be interesting to see. For Windward Islands to win this game, he has to bat all the way to the end. Here comes Arif Khan into Aaron St. Clair. Ooh, and he's striking, that's hit the keeper on the boot, and they will scamper for 1. Ball keeping a bit low, and that will allow a bye, so the score moves on to 155.
Yeah, and I think Badroom, I think out Batulum, I think would just need to really push it around, give as much strike as possible to St. Clair.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. Just get bat to ball and give himself some time. That's very well played. That's very well bowled by Arif Khan. He's bowling at the stump.
So we just need to confirm that's something about Bartholomew. We haven't had a difficulty.
Delivery outside the off stand by Arif Khan, and Kavan missed out. He missed out there, but I think it's important that he stays at the wicket with Aaron St. Clair. He needs partners.
Just trying to hit it too hard. Just move off and pick up the singles and let St. Clair come back in the strike.
Yes, but Arif Khan is bowling very well for his captain. 5.3 overs, 0 maidens, 19 runs, and he's also picked up a wicket. Here he comes into Kavan. He's bowled that ball inside edge onto the pad, and they've scamper for 1. So that brings St. Clair on strike now. The score is 155 for 7. 155 for 7. Here comes. Oh, there comes Arif Khan into Aaron St. Clair, top edge, and that will go over the keeper for 4. So another welcome boundary for the Windward Islands.
Well, it doesn't matter how it comes. He looking for the swing, which is right. That mid-wicket area is really vacant, and if you even picked it up, you would have cleared that with ease.
Yes, Aaron is showing a lot of intent. So a ball that was back pitched by Arif Khan, and Aaron swinging through the line, top edge over the keeper, and that went down to the boundary for 4. So welcome boundary. The score moves on to 160 for 7. Here comes Arif into Aaron. Ooh. And he's swinging again, and outside edge straight to the keeper, and he's gone. So Aaron St. Clair is gone. Caught behind by the bowling of Arif Khan. The score is 160 for 8.
And it's interesting, it was really good bowler again by Khan, and that was probably a slower delivery. Left him the right hand as we were looking to swing. Well, I think at this stage, really and truly, he didn't have much of a choice but to try to put back the ball. But it was a good delivery. Again, we have to give the credited guy he's bowling.
Yes.
So 8 for 160, which means that I think Guyana will really know that they are in charge and certainly have a big advantage.
Definitely. Alright, so Kavan Bartholomew, got it.
Yeah, we just been advised.
Some technical difficulties there by the scorers. But yes, the Guyanese, they would feel that they're in charge of things now. Just 2 wickets to go. The score is 160 for 8. So we have Bartholomew on 2, and the new batsman is Burton, Aidan Burton. So if these two bats out the 5 overs, it'll be interesting to see how this game comes down. But Guyana would feel that they're in with a shout with 2 wickets to go. So here comes, and it's bowled, first ball. And he's bowled comprehensively.
Yeah, that's ball was given some tossed up. I really look from our end as though it was also over pitch.
Yes.
I think Bartholomew hit right across the one as he looked for the big swing and missed, and it crashed into the stump. Really, no Ghana, I think, really would feel know that it's just a matter of time. 160 for 9.
Yes, so Kavan is gone. And again, tossing up that ball full at the stump, and his head was in the air, swinging for the hills, and he missed that delivery. Comprehensively bowled. So Guyana getting wicket number 9. Windward Islands 160 runs.
Yeah, but the Guyanese would have bowled very well, and one has to give a lot of credit. But I do believe that we didn't make maximum use of a number of bad deliveries.
But I didn't think that they received a lot of bad deliveries. What happened is they built a partnership, but then they started losing wickets again in the back end. So we lost, some crucial wickets, and then obviously the new batsman coming in is more pressure. So I think that if the guys who were in, if they were still in, then the situation would have been much more different. So I think it's just a situation of losing one too many wickets in clusters, and you must commend the Guyanese bowlers. They've been bowling at the stumps. Once a mistake has been made by the batsmen, they have been given out. We see Erland Glasgow is the new batsman. Erland Glasgow. And he's facing Aaron Gaynor, who's bowled 7.3 overs, 0 maidens, 21 runs, 3 wickets. And he's bowled straight and it's hitting on the pad, and umpire given not out. So that's a well bowled by Aaron Gaynor. He's bowling straight. Bit of a wrong arm delivery here.
Yeah, this one looked pretty close. It probably was maybe just sort of maybe beat the leg stump.
So one more over to complete his over number 8, excuse me. The score is 160 for 9 in over number 45.5. Gaynor to Glasgow. And that's a beautiful delivery, beating the batsman, beating the keeper, is trickling down to the boundary, and that's 4 runs. That missed the leg stump by a whisker.
And
just another quarter of vanish and that would have hit the stump.
Yeah, quicker delivery pass between the batsman and the stump, and also beat the keeper, went down for 4 byes. 164 for 9. Still some 27 runs required. We have 4 overs and just 1 wicket.
Yeah, some lovely bowling here by Aaron Gaynor. You could see that was an arm ball. Just beating the batsman, beating the keeper. Everybody got beaten, and that's the game. It ebbs and flows, but the equation comes down again. The score is 164 for 9, and Guyana would feel that they're just 1 wicket away, 1 wicket away from victory. They have bowled very well. The pacers were on target. They were disciplined at the top. They bowled the ball at the stumps. They didn't give the batsman any room. The Windies Island batsmen, they were aggressive. They had intent, but we lost the early wicket, run out, the captain got run out, then another wicket LBW. Then he had a partnership in the middle, and then a couple wickets fell again. So it ebbed and flowed. And he's run out. He's run out. Aidan Burton is run out. Direct hit by the fielder. Flick to mid wicket. They're trying to get a quick single. And lovely fielding there by a Guyanese fielder.
Well, it certainly didn't look as though they wanted to run. I think it made up mind very late. You can see Burton run, he stopped, and then picking up. Just was not able to get there. It really have been a good all-round performance by the Guyanese. Defending that 190, which is what you made. I think that they bowled very well. We continue to see that they was online. They were, not much extras. Bowl as close, as tight as possible. Made it very difficult for the Windies players, who just was not able to get up to that total. And they were all out for 164.
Yeah, so the Windies Islands chasing 191, bowl out for 164. So we have Arif Khan, 6 overs, no maidens, 24 runs, 1 wicket. You have Shane Prince, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 27 runs, no wickets. Then you have Adrian Hetmeyer, 6 overs, 0 maidens, 20 runs, 1 wicket. Nicholas Lovell, 1 over, no maiden, 4 runs, no wickets. Dave Mohabir, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 19 runs, 0 wickets. Then we have Danish Prasad, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 37 runs, 2 wickets. And Aaron Gaynor, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 21 runs and 3 wickets. So all bowlers have contributed well. They've bowled tight, they've bowled steady, they've done a very good job for the country. And it was a really good game of cricket. It ebbed and flowed. And I think the Guyanese would be really pleased with the way that they played this game. It would be in the first game, but it's always good to start off with a win.
Yeah, they would have done very well. I think at 106 without loss this morning, they probably would have been looking for a lot more. But Windwards came, hit back very hard at 142 for 8, and then would have felt that they would have really pulled things back, get the advantage. But I think Guyana would have shown that even down at the end, there are persons that can come and hit the ball, and they they added, added some runs that brought it up to 190, which, as we all indicated, would have been testing for the Windwards, and we saw that it have been, even though they would have started off fairly comfortably. Just was not able to get up to that score, and all credit to Guyana, who have bowled very well.
Yes, they bowled very well. They were very disciplined. They took their opportunities. There weren't any drop catches, so I think that it's a good start for them. It's always good to start with a win. It's part of learning. It's part of development. So kudos to the Guyana team, and they're victorious today. I'm sure that the Windward Islands would feel that they could have won this game, but it's just a matter of learning from where they fell short and trying and improve on the next game. But it was a good game of cricket.
Yeah, well, certainly we want to. We just want to thank you for being with us today. It has been a good competitive game, almost up to the end. Guyana today been sent in the bat, scored 190 in 48.1 over, and the Windwards just falling at 46.1 over, scoring 164. So victory for Guyana in the first game. We invite you to join us tomorrow. We'll be right back here tomorrow. Another game tomorrow. Jamaica will face Trinidad and Tobago right here at the National Stadium. And we hope that you're going to join us as we continue to bring you coverage of this CWI Rising Star Under 15 cricket tournament. Do have a good evening.